Test cricket. Australia versus India. For Western Union, another fast delivery by Western Union. Send money online with our app. And for Henley Homes, transparent pricing, no spin. On SEN Test cricket, the first session. Stay safe. Search dial before you dig every time.
The players make their way out into the middle of the Gabba to resume play in this fourth and deciding test match, day 3 at the Gabba under overcast skies. India 2 for 62 with Pujara and Rahane together. Their mainstays. SEN Test cricket for Henley Home, transparent pricing, and for Western Union, send money fast online. The weather, it shapes as uninterrupted today. It's overcast and sticky. Ryan Harris said these are the perfect conditions in which to bowl at the ground. It's 27 degrees at the start of play, heading for a top of 29, and the humidity 57%. And keep in mind, it's 9:30 in the morning at the venue. Fujitsu escaped to the great indoors with Fujitsu, Australia's favourite air. The sense of urgency, which has been well forecast over the past 90 minutes for Australia in this opening session for Dial Before You Dig. Stay safe, search Dial Before You Dig every time. And how Australia deploys its bowling stocks will be equally fascinating as to what inroads they are able to make. Pat Cummins has tossed the ball first up. He's 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 22. Josh Hazlewood, 8 overs, 4 maidens, none for 11. Mitch Stark, 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 8. Nathan Lyon, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 10. And Cameron Green, 3 overs, no maidens, none for 11. Pat Cummins tosses the ball around. Ajinkya Rahane, bat casually laid by his left pads. He'll take his strike in a moment's time. And Pat Cummins from the Vulture Street ends will begin Sunday in Brisbane. He gets himself moving and he's in, and he bowls to Rahane, who plays off the inside portion of the bat and watches the ball squirt out to square leg. So Rahane 2 from 20, Pujara 8 from 49 in the series. They have shown the way for India. Rahane 209 runs with that high of 112 at the MCG, and Pujara 198 from 672 balls. And his highest score in the series is 77. India trails by 307, so Australia doesn't have as many runs as it would like, but it's still formidable in the setup of the game. Cummins, right arm over the wicket, bowls to Rahane, who plays soundly in defence from the crease and blunts any thought of swing or movement. There's 3 slips in place for the start of the day's play, and all eyes on Australia's bowling. So the perfect man to start in the experts' chair for Maccas. The McGrib and El Macco are back at Maccas is Damien Fleming. Hello, Flem.
Morning, Gerard. Morning, listeners. Big first wicket. Rahane, Pujara, they can bat long periods of time. Very look flustered, but with Cummins with ball in hand, he's the man most likely for the Australians.
He bowls to Rahane, who drives well through mid-off. He'll get some runs as Labuschagne sets off into the deep. So the first runs of the day come from the bat of the Indian captain. A couple. And 2 for 64 as a result of it.
Still like to see him cover driving. You could see he was hesitant. Wasn't with a full face of the bat. He just got into the gap. If he'd hit it well, it would have went for 4. Cummins first, Pujara, isn't it? He's produced some big deliveries to Pujara through this series.
He's taken 16 wickets, Hazlewood 11 and Stark 9 in terms of the pace battery. Cummins bowls and Rahane plays from the pads and defends down the line of the onside. Ryan Harris at the ground said, overcast and sticky, this is the day to bowl. He loved these conditions.
Oh, he was a great bowler, wasn't he, Ryan Harris? He did bowl full pacey, good bouncer. He'd be handy today. But we've got some good ones out in the middle right now. I'll be shining that ball up as much as possible. The Indians swung it through the whole innings until the second new ball.
Rahane stares down the pitch at Cummins. He's on approach to him and he leaves outside the off stump.
What we don't have is someone with Ryan Harris's wrist release. You know, he could swing it both ways. Pat Cummins isn't a swinger of the ball, he's a seamer. Hazelwood can in the right conditions. And Mitchell Stark's the swing bowler, but hasn't been swinging and his radar's been off.
I wonder if he gets the ball first up today. It's sort of a big decision.
You know what? I hope they do. I hope they've had a chat, because what he's going through, we've all been through. You know, you just lose a bit of confidence. Your radar's off a little bit.
Cummins strides in and he bowls to Rahane, who defends the ball to the offside. So a couple from the first over of the day. It's 2 for 64 on the new Hilux SR5 scoreboard. Damien Fleming. So, yes, the big decision.
But, you know, without being around the inner circle there, you just hope they've had a chat. You know, what is going on? Because it's a couple of tests in a row that the ball hasn't swung for him, but the opposition have swung it, and that's fine. Myself as a swing bowler, there was very rarely occasions. Sometimes you just get a bad ball and it doesn't swing, but no one's swinging it. But the alarm bells for me was if someone else was swinging it and I wasn't.
Yep.
And that's certainly the case for Mitchell Stark.
So it'll be from the Stanley Street end. And Mitch Stark is going to be tossed the ball at the start of the day. So he bowled those 3 overs with the new ball at the start of the innings and wasn't sighted again. 3 overs, none for 8. There was a maiden in there. So coming off a poor test match in Sydney, Mitch Stark searching for the radar and the confidence and the full firepower that he can bring at the front of this attack.
And he's an enigma. He could actually get going in this first over and get 3 or 4 wickets. Coming around the wicket, so he's taking out LBW, and there's a leg slip. I mean, this suggests short ball bowling.
Pujara is on strike. Stark sets in at the start of his spell, and he's in on the pads on the angle. It's turned away to square. So there's 2 slips, a gully, where are we here? A leg gully.
Yep.
There's a fine leg back. And a short leg. Yeah, short leg under the helmet, a square leg and a wide mid-on.
And he started shorter length. It looks like it's going to be short pitch bowling with the odd full one, which is against what Ryan Harris was saying. Good swinging conditions. You can always revert to this sort of attack.
Stark moves in and bowls, and Pujara blunts the ball out of the stumps. Guides it away to mid-on. Is this his way to rediscovering his form?
No, but I don't think it's just down to Mitchell Stark. They have so many coaches now. Like, I think Troy Cooley's involved with the team fast bowling-wise. Andrew McDonald obviously was an all-rounder. Hopefully they're working on it with him, because sometimes, you know, you can't see yourself. There might be just something he's doing with his load-up that's a little bit different. Yep. His length might be even 2 yards shorter than normal.
Stark bowls to Pujara, who's in behind it defending.
Even 2 yards shorter. When you're bowling, you might think that, oh, yeah, I'm still bringing them forward, but you're actually too short. And that's where someone like Steve Waugh was always great to have in the team, you know, at Gully. And because he had that fast bowling mentality, you know, when he first made the Australian team, he was very proactive of coming up to you and saying, I reckon you're bowling at least a yard or two too short.
Yep.
Because they can see. So that was on-field coaching from Steve Waugh. You know, keepers are really good for your line, but your gullies and your points are really good at helping you with your length.
Warner at first slip, Smith at second. Stark bowls outside the off stump to Pujara, who leaves it alone.
What coming around the wicket does, though, it's a bit of a coaching tool for a left-hander in game, is to get the ball back on off stump. You know, your palm's got to be, facing off stump, and your wrist and fingers follow that. So you're actually starting to get in a good position for your in-swinger to the right-hander over the wicket. So I wonder if, you know, that last ball was a good one. You could probably go a fraction fuller, but it was hinting of swinging in. Yep. So it's not a bad coaching tool in the nets, actually.
Pujara's on 8. Stark bowls to him and outside the off stump left again, a ball that angles a long way across by the time Payne's taking it. It's in line or even outside the leg stump.
Once again, though, I reckon a hint of end swing.
Yep.
It's wide. As soon as I felt comfortable, I'll be back over. You need to be bowling for LBWs.
So Stark in the series before this, 101 overs, 27 maidens, 9 for 293. His average is 32.5 and his strike rate is 67. To complete his first over of the day, Stark bowls and Pajara defends a maiden. So tight stuff from Mitch Stark to get into the flow. The last ball at 142.8. 2 for 64 India on the new Hilux SR5 scoreboard.
G'day, Merv Hughes here for Scott Pack Business Finance. Facing my fastest bouncer, you want the right equipment. Same with running a business. So if you need to upgrade your equipment or expand your fleet, speak with Scott Pack. Search for Scott Pack today.
Having to sell your boat, the Godfather, after years in the backyard would break most, but the 3.5-tonne brake towing in your new Hilux Rugged X means you can say farewell fast and stay unbreakable. Awaken your unbreakable with the new Hilux. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota. Conditions apply. See toyota.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes be bowled over by value and choice. India have added 2 runs through the first 2 overs of the day. Pat Cummins with ball in hand. Ajinkya Rahane has the strike and he's leaning forward in his defence. So Flem overnight, I just broke down a little bit of Stark's new ball bowling because that's where a lot of it has been centred. So Australia has had 11 new kookaburras in the series so far. Pink to start with in Adelaide. So Stark bowled 5 overs at the start in Adelaide, 1 for 10, and he took a wicket in his first over when he bowled Prithvi Shaw. The second new ball, he bowled 3 overs and took a wicket in the first over when he got Rahane LBW 1 for 8. Rahane is on strike to Cummins, who pulls the short ball down into the deep, which is well protected. Harris gets around and fields it backward square and a single taken, 2 for 65. And then in the second innings, took the new ball and bowled 6 overs, but it was a cross stump. So he bowled 3 and 3 either side of stumps on day 2, 3, and none for 7. At the MCG, took the new ball in India's first innings, bowled 4 overs, got Agarwal in the first over, LBW 1 for 14. In the second new ball, he bowled 2 overs and he had Rahane dropped in his first over, none for 11.
So that's all tracking pretty well.
Yep.
If you're getting a wicket or creating a chance, well done.
And in the second innings, he took the new ball, bowled 4 overs and had Agarwal caught behind in the third over. Pajara leaves a rising delivery from Cummins outside the off stump through to Payne, 1 for 20. So new ball in Adelaide, wicket first over, and then nothing. New ball in Melbourne, wicket first over, chance in the first over, wicket in the third over.
Going well.
Then goes to Sydney. First new ball has 3 overs, none for 15, and that was a wasteful spell. Second new ball, 2 overs, none for 2. And Payne didn't like it, made the move
The
immediately.
pitch back was scattery, wasn't it?
Cummins is bowling over the wickets. Pajara defends the ball, coming neatly at the off stump. Second innings, first new ball, 3 overs, none for 14. Second new ball, no, not for you, Mitch. So first time in a long time, I suspect that he didn't see the new ball. And then Brisbane, first innings yesterday, 3 overs, none for 8, unthreatening. So first 2 tests, very good with the new ball in the bursts. No good in Sydney and sort of lost either a bit of favour or a little bit of his own style here.
Oh, we've seen a system, 3 overs and you're off.
Yeah. Cummins bowls, Pajara, back foot defence, turns the ball past Harris under the helmet at short leg.
Also, what's hurting him, in the stats, I'd like to see Pat Cummins' first 3 or 4 overs in every spell. So you've got someone who, for any other team, would be opening the bowling.
Yeah.
Who's our number 1? Quick. So if the expectation is you've got to bowl well and get wickets, but you don't want to be putting too much pressure on. You can't be thinking wickets all the time. You think about accruing a lot of good balls. And even when he's been economical, he hasn't looked threatening.
Cummins to tidy out the over. He bowls to Pajara, who defends the ball to short leg. One from the over, 2 for 65 in the new Hilux SR5 scoreboard.
When you want a fence that'll look fantastic forever, who do you call? Call the sheriffs. When you want high-profile fencing with privacy and security, call the sheriffs. What about aluminium, tubular, sheet, rail and post fencing? Sheriffs. Sheriffs. SA's best price? Definitely sheriffs. When you want fencing, talk to Sheriffs Fencing and Steel. They'll beat any competitor's price on an equivalent item. And Metro delivery is free. High-quality products, wholesale prices. Visit sheriffsfencingandsteel.com.au for a sponsor.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, be bowled over by value and choice. Mitch Stark with ball in hand. Rahane is 5, Pajara is 8. India's deficit is 304.
Yeah, so different attack to Rahane. Comes over the wicket, 3 slips in place, no bat pad. He's trying to get it outside off stump and swing the ball back in.
2 in the deep on the leg side. Stark in over the wicket bowls. Rahane leaves the wider delivery outside the off stump.
As soon as he comes back over, he pushes it across because swing bowling's so much a feel. You know, it's a hard art to actually teach. You can sort of talk about the basics of it, but until you get that feel, and a big part of swing bowling is you actually come down the back half of the ball, and that gets a lot of revs on the ball, backspin on the ball, stability of the seam, and the air seems to like that. If you're pushing the ball out, which can happen on occasions, it's not going to swing.
Yep.
So there's a different delivery style to hitting the pitch hard and swing bowling.
Stark bowls. Rahane plays away from the body edge, past the dive at gully and down to the boundary for 4. Big leap from Cameron Green to his left, so back into the cordon. But he couldn't make contact with the ball. It was just out of his reach. Rahane did play at the wide one. He survives to tell the tale. He's 9, and Mitch Stark with a scowl on his face.
But I hope Mitch walks back. He's disappointed, but give yourself a tick. It's a good delivery. It didn't swing back. But the other thing that he can work on, he's always got the left-hander's angle. Like, he's a tall man, he's fast. If he can bowl accurate enough on a full length.
Outside the off-stump, Stark left alone by Rahane, who tidies things up.
You know, he's going to get a lot of wickets. There's a lot of left-handers who don't swing the ball back in. You know, Wagner doesn't from New Zealand. How many wickets does he get?
Yep.
So, you know, he may have to reprogram his game a little bit. And there is a bit that, you know, he's not swinging the ball getting wickets, but there's a fair bit in that they've got Cummins and Hazelwood, who Payne knows with the new ball, the batsmen are going to have to play at a lot of deliveries. So Stark's going to bowl a lot more first change. You know, this type of over is what we're looking for.
Stark bowls to Rahane, who leaves outside the off stump. It is 2 for 69, the boundary for Blunston, 150 not out.
So, yeah, give yourself a tick. You know, these are more threatening dot balls than an outside edge by Mitchell Stark. But since he's come over the wicket, there is no hint of it swinging back in. If he's controlling this from his end, pushing across, setting up for the big innie, I can't wait to see it.
Stark gets rolling. Rahane's on 9. Bowls to him, and that's way outside the off stump.
And that is just a release issue, you know, opening up. Wrist and fingers not behind the ball, pushing. You know, you've got options as a swing bowler. You know, for Stark, if it's hooping, you know, you just swing every ball into the right-hander. But once the swing starts to decrease, then your second mode is push across, and every second over, you bowl the one-in swinger. You train the batsman to go across. My only problem with that plan at the moment, I don't know if he's got that in-swinger to come back in.
Yes. The 3 slips ready themselves. Rahane faces up to Stark, and he leaves well outside the off stump. End of the over, 2 for 9 on the new Hilux SR5 scoreboard.
Nothing says Aussie summer like a barbecue. Sizzling sizzling snags, and an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew, a quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes be bowled over by value and choice. Pat Cummins begins his 9th over, 1 for 25. He's bowling to Pujara, who's on the back foot defending down in front of Harris under the helmet at short leg.
That's definitely the attack to Pujara. So both quicks have got a lot of catches on the leg side to Pujara. Not worried if they bowl the odd full one outside off stump. If he wants to cover drive, have a go. There's a couple of slips there as well, but he's getting bombarded with short balls. Also, we saw last tour a couple of times where he just flicked around the corner and was caught at leg gully, so they've got a man there.
I expect that's Labuschagne in that position. Cummins in bowls, Pujara leaves tight to the off stump. So we just saw the pitch map of Pat Cummins through his 8 overs, and I mean, he's a metronome, isn't he?
Yeah. Hazelwood's the same. We're very lucky. I saw someone write that they've got medium pace accuracy, but they bowl 140s. You know, they don't always match up, do they? That sort of pace and accuracy. Mm-hmm. So the lure to bowl them, well, why wouldn't you? Because the batsman's constantly under the pump. And even when they go short, it's generally a really good bouncer over off stump.
Cummins bowls. Pujara plays with an open blade, and he runs it to green in the gully on the bump. No run.
And it's subtle movement for Cummins. You know, the way he knocked over Pujara in Adelaide, I found fascinating. So his stop ball is the nip backer. You know, he's wide of the crease, jumping in. He angles the seam and it nips in. He looked at the replay of the Adelaide Test match and thought, I need to get one to straighten here to Pujara. So he ran in straighter, which straightened up everything, including his wrist release, and it pitched middle and hit the top of off.
Yes.
I found that fascinating to be able to do that.
Yep. Pujara taps away. Cummins in, bowls to him and plays just half a false shot in defence. His bat turns in his hands. It drops safely to the offside.
That looked like it was the one that he tries to straighten. He ran in a little bit straighter, hit the outside edge. But yeah, it's amazing, isn't it, with Pat Cummins? He's just, you know, after missing probably 5 years of Test match cricket, his resilience since he's come back has been unbelievable.
Yep. Crash wrote he's the poster boy for sports science and handling a young player.
Well, I disagree with that.
Okay. Cummins bowls. Pujara leaves the ball shaping back at the off stump.
We can't afford to lose 5 years. I'd say that was mishandled.
Okay.
Yes. So that's an amazing call from Crash.
What happened next?
Wow. 5 years.
Rebuild the player?
We can't do that. We can't risk 5 years of a bowler's career. Yeah, I'll have to read the article and why that's behind that. Wow.
Giving nothing at the start of the day, Pat Cummins, as he looks to close out a maiden over. He bowls to Pujara and it's left outside the off stump. 2 for 69 India, the new Hilux SR5 scoreboard.
G'day, Merv Hughes here. Summer is here, and that means 2 things. Our big piece of steam in on the pitch, and your car's aircon needs to be on top of its mark. Your off stump will be blown away by the aircon service at your local Repco authorised service centre. Their fully qualified mechanics will keep you cool all year with a comprehensive service on the car's aircon system, no matter what you drive. Book online today at repcoservice.com.
Rahane 9, Pujara 8, India 2 for 69. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes be bowled over by value and choice. Mitch Stark's 3rd over of the day. He has Rahane on strike. He bowls edge through the cordon again. Through 4th slip and down to the boundary for 4. Oh, Mitch Stark will be wondering about the tease that is cricket right now. Twice he's drawn the edge of Rahane's bat and he's watched it fly through fourth slip and down to the boundary. A Blunston boundary, 150 not out, 2 for 73.
Now, you're getting closer, Mitch. This is great. Full, not swinging, but it's just the angle of the left-hander. You've got a bonus, you know, and that was on off stump. And Matty Wade, Cam Green, that split those two fielders. They've just watched it. That's straight to a fourth slip.
Stark's follow-up. He bowls to Rahane, who defends the ball and takes a sharp single as it trickles away past the stumps at the non-striker's end. 2 for 73. 4. Make it 2 for 74. Rahane 14.
Jeez. Yeah, I just hope he gets confidence out of that. But look at his body language. You know, when you're slightly down on confidence, it's just another hit.
Yeah.
And we've all been there, and it's really hard work to just start to give yourself a tick, a win, and get momentum your way. You know, you might get a wicket every 9 overs. It's hard work, but you've got to be up to give yourself the opportunity. Round the wicket.
Pujara on strike, so the leg theory field is set. Short outside the off stump and given the treatment by Pujara. He slashes it away through point, made good contact and got it all the way to the rope for 4. Pujara pounces on a little width. He's 12, 2 for 78. The boundary for Blunston, 150 not out. Chris Rogers comes in to join Damien Fleming. Do you think cricket is torturing Mitch Stark a bit here, Buck?
Morning, guys. Yeah, it's just not going his way, isn't it? And form is such an interesting one, isn't it, Flem, that sometimes it feels like it's more about luck than anything else.
Can't think like that. I mean, it's interesting batting and bowling. Batting when you're out of form and luck, you're out, aren't you? But the torture continues when you're bowling sometimes.
Stark to Pujara, defends to the leg side, no run to mid-wicket.
Are you saying it's harder being a bowler?
No, I'm just saying the difference between them.
Right. Okay.
The bonus as a bowler is you can be hit for a couple of sixes and get a wicket, isn't it? But when you're having a little bit of a shocker, at least you're back in the dressing rooms.
Yeah, hiding from everyone. Yeah.
It's just, I'm never going to get a wicket here.
Yeah.
It's such a mental game.
Pujara 12 from 67. Stark around the wickets, defended from the line of the stumps.
Interesting this round the wicket attack from Stark to Pujara when the ball's not really straightening at all, is it?
Nope.
So what's the...
Well, it's set up for a short ball barrage, isn't it? Which we haven't seen. And he's got 2 nicks over the wicket to Rahane. Would Pujara have nicked at least one of them? I reckon there was a chance that last one.
It almost looked like just clipped a crack as well and just seemed away. So,
but it was full, committed him to the stroke.
Stark in, bowls way down the leg sides. And that is the end of the over. 9 from it. Luckless from Mitch Stark. 2 for 78, the new Hilux SR5 scoreboard.
Hi, it's Michael Clark here. Since retiring from international cricket, my days haven't slowed down, so it's important I get the support I need. Try Wagner Fish Oil 1000 from Chemist Warehouse. It contains omega-3 fatty acids, which support the healthy function of the nervous system, heart health, brain health, and eye health. Find the new look Wagner Fish Oil 1000 at 2 for $25 at Chemist Warehouse.
Always read the label. Use only as directed. If symptoms persist, see your healthcare professional. Chemist Warehouse. Lowest prices guaranteed.
There's a lot of correspondence around Mitch Stark for Summit Internet, faster business internet with Damien Fleming on duty and Chris Rogers. 2 for 78. Cummins is bowling to Rahane at the start of the new over and the captain defends the ball to mid-on. So Bark and Mad's gone with big day of cricket, yeah. A really big one for Stark. If he has an average day, the spotlight will be on him for future selection. Had a poor summer. He needs wickets. Michael from East Doncaster dabbling in the dark arts of bowlology. To my eye, Stark's action is not as fluent as it used to be. Seems to lose rhythm with a bigger jump than a year or so ago. Thoughts, Flem? And then this one, has Mitch Stark lost his big in-swinger since he stopped throwing his front arm so high? Rahane's on 14. Cummins bowls to him. He's on the back foot defending. And then, unfortunately, he's a shot duck bowling wide junk at the moment and needs a spell. Steve, with the
I hope that's not just a
unsung
langer.
closing words.
The biggest change he's made to his action is actually his bowling arm, his loader. He used to go up higher than his head, which takes a lot of time. But the first test last year against New Zealand, within one ball, you'd seen that he had changed to a more compact load up under his shoulder. But it seemed okay last year.
Cummins 1 for 25 to his name. He bowls to Rahane, who leaves outside the off stump.
Why would he do that, Flem?
Well, I think that the higher you take it, the longer it has to get into trouble on the way down.
Right, just more efficient.
It's inefficient to go up high. They're long, slow levers. We want explosion. And the other one, which he always had a bit of trouble with, but a bit like Mitchell Johnson, his non-bowling arm can go out to cover. So he falls away and side flexes and starts pushing the ball.
Pushing the ball, yeah. He was always interesting facing in the nets because a lot of the balls would kind of, as a left-hander, tail back into you, and then
Cummins to Rahane. Bouncer got right up over the top of Payne and rushes down to the boundary for 4. That took off. Batsman got out of the way and Payne had no hope. 4 byes is called. It's 2 for 82.
They'd kind of push in. And it was a bit like Miss Johnson. They'd push in to, and all of a sudden they'd get your wrist right or something, and then it would just hoop away from you, and
you're cooked.
Yeah, it was. I mean, particularly in the nets where it feels like it's coming even 10 kilometres quicker, probably because they're over the crease line by a yard. But it just felt. It was just really interesting how every now and again he'd get it right.
Cummins bowls, Rahane defends.
Was there much difference between them, Johnson and Stark?
The funny thing about Mitch Johnson used to kind of load up and lean back, and once he'd lean back, you'd just think he's going to bowl short ball.
Catapult.
I just always used to think every ball he was going to bowl was a short ball. That was the cue, and then you just have to tell yourself, no. He might actually pitch it up here. But Mitch was different. The other thing about Johnson that was real I found fascinating is when he warmed up.
Cummins to Rahane. Oh, Jags down on it. Didn't know where it was. Inside edge. Went spinning around and then found it rolling out towards mid-wicket harmlessly. Buck and Flem picked that up in a moment. 2 for 82, the new Hilux SR5 scoreboard with Hudson.
The call to arms for Enviro sustainability has arrived.
In air conditioning, A for Air is leading the way in energy efficiency.
As a Dakin specialist dealer, A for Air are a carbon-neutral business committed to clean air. They go one step further by offsetting the carbon footprint of every air conditioning system they install for 10 years.
Partnering with A for Air is positive for your home, your business and for the world.
The choice you make for your comfort today will impact your children's climate tomorrow.
aforair.com.au.
Morning, Flem. Morning, Buck.
Hello. How are you? Can you
Good.
get us a wicket or?
I'll try. It's been an interesting first half hour, that's for sure, without any success for Australia. 2 for 82.
2 outside edges.
Yeah.
4th slip.
And Mitchell Stark, he's just not running his way in the series, really, so far. About to start his 7th over. Pajara, what an obstacle. Short leg slip or leg gully. He delivers at middle stump and it's dug out to mid-wicket. I think you were just talking about facing Mitch Johnson.
Yeah, in his warm-up, he would actually just walk in. He'd just walk in off about 4 or 5 steps. He'd kind of lift his knees as if he was marching, and then he would just bowl it. And I'm telling you what, he would bowl it. From a walking start, he would still bowl 130 kilometres an hour. But then, because of that, he would get his wrist up and he'd swing it away. And then he'd go back into his long run and he'd just tilt the angle of the seam because I don't know if he'd fall away or whatever, but it kind of angle back in at you, that kind of thing. And I was always like, well, why?
You could be a 130.
Why, yeah, you could.
With the new ball and then go back and bowl fast with the old ball. Yeah.
It's pounding in. He's going back around the wicket, so he seems to be around the wicket to Pajara and over the wicket to Rahane.
He hasn't looked like hitting the outside edge to Bajara around the wicket. I'd go over. It's the only time he's looked like getting a wicket, isn't it? Those couple of balls.
Yeah, it's. I mean, he's trying to almost bowl one on the hip to call it leg slip, but
He hasn't really bowled a lot of those either.
But that means he's got to be really, really accurate as well, and he probably hasn't been anywhere near as accurate
it's not really a
as he
sign
needs
of his
to be.
career, is it?
Yeah,
Prolonged
so-
accuracy like Hazelwood and Cummins.
Bajara on 12. Gets a short one, and he went back, laid back, and has played it for 4. Wide of gully. That was much more control than the previous boundary we've seen to that area of the ground. And Bajara moves to 16 with a couple of boundaries in the last couple of overs.
And what happens there, Bucky? That's twice he's been punched through the offside. When you bowl your short ball, but it's outside off stump.
Yeah,
There's
it's
no
a free
fielder.
hit.
There's no
Yeah, it's
fielders.
a free
Whereas
hit.
over the wicket, you're generally going to be bowling it at the body.
And also, the batsmen aren't stupid as well. So you'd be setting up thinking, okay, well, there's no way I'm going to get too far across my crease here. I'm going to try and stay leg side of it.
Stark again, wide of the crease. He flicked it. There's the leg gully. It's bypassed him and gone down to fine leg for 1. 2 for 87. Bajara to 17.
In many respects, it's actually helping the batsman because it's forcing him not to fall over.
And also, I don't mind it to start, but I think it's, in his 4th over around. You've got to change it up. Just change the angle. We saw, I can't remember the Australian dismissal. It's almost first ball where the Indian bowler come around the wicket, got a wicket straight away.
Was that the Harris one you're talking about earlier or later in the innings?
No, later in the innings.
Stark. Back over to Rahane, so it's a clear distinction in how he thinks he can get these batsmen out. Rahane pushes gently into the covers.
Did it help you, Flem, when you had, say you put extra slips in? Did it almost help you mentally about how you were going to bowl? As in, okay, if you had 7 slips and 2 gullies, would it really help you? Okay, I'm going to run in and try and swing them away and get the edge.
Very good call. I think it does to a degree. You bowl to your fields. I certainly always like to square leg because I was going to bowl full and try and swing it away.
Stark again, and Rahane off the stumps. He's whipped that away with good control and placement. There's 2 runs there comfortably as Harris comes around to do the fielding. And Payne had to stretch right out. He almost took the mark over Rahane then as the throw came back in. Played on. 2 for 89. Bajara 17. Rahane 16.
It's the final days of Beaumont's January price dump. Prices dumped on tiles, bathroom, kitchen, laundry, floors and walls. 20 to 50% off. Hurry in for the final days of Beaumont's massive price dump.
Breaking news. The Saucy McRib and legendary El Naco are back at Macca's with delicious pork dripping in smoky barbecue rib sauce or juicy beef with chunky Mexican salsa. Grab yours today. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
2 for 89 on the new Hilux SR5 scoreboard. Cummins leans in and delivers a short ball. It was rising, but it was well contained and controlled by Bajara. Who was the biggest nightmare to face in the nets of all the bowlers that you faced?
Johnson, just because as a lefty, a lot of times it would angle back in. It almost like he was targeting your ribs. And because he would load up, the way he loaded up, you had this fear running through you the whole time. Those net sessions, it was just literally, okay, I've got to do it, but I want it to be over as soon as possible, please.
Bajara waits as Cummins approaches, and a good line, and then he goes for the run as he just got bat onto it, and straight away he was thinking, yep, single there, and he goes to 18, and Rahane is 16.
There was this one too, Flem. There was another guy named Brad Williams who moved from Victoria to Perth, and he bowled thunderbolts, and he would bowl bounces at you, and you kind of like, mate,
he's angry.
Like, he can pitch a few up. He's just making you a tougher buck. It's like, oh, thanks, mate, appreciate it.
I played 2 years with Brett Lee, didn't face him once in the net.
Oh, really? That nagging hamstring.
Because I'm 8 or 9 or he's 8 or 9. It was always, no, I'll bat when Brett. Because he's always working on things.
Cummins again, played handsomely
shot.
through the covers this time by Rahane, just stood and delivered out through the covers. It was timing and placement, and there's 3 runs for Rahane as they duel it out. He's gone back ahead of Pajara on 18.
Nice shot, safe shot. Yeah, young guys who are express bowling off 15 yards who are working on something means unpredictableness, doesn't it?
Talking about
unpredictableness.
Do you remember when Matthew Nicholson
Oh,
lost his radar?
I'm not facing him
Lost
either.
his radar?
I'll tell you a story about Nico.
I'll never forget, in the whacker nets, he actually hit the top of the net in the net next door. He got it so wrong, I don't even know what happened there. The batsman in the
I
next
was in
net
Zimbabwe when he lost it. Remember he come over to play a test?
Cummins again gets through the defences this time too high, maybe too leg.
Dizzy's injured. Nico comes over. He's going to play because Harari's bouncy. So McGrath, myself, Nico and Morn.
So is this after he's played his 1 test?
After his 1 test.
Yep.
And then he just starts bowling wides, bowling them over, heels, head. This is a tour game. I end up as a backstop. So he's absolutely gutted. And, everyone was really flat, because it was really, yippy. And I remember after we were batting, I said, Nico, do you want to come and bowl in the nets, to help him out? Which I wasn't keen because he was arms and legs and extreme bounce off a length, wasn't it, Nico?
Absolutely.
Cummins delivers again, defended back by Pajara.
So I padded up and I didn't face one ball. They all hit the side nets and,
So he lost it that much.
And he said, that'll do me. I said, fair enough. And then at the end of the day, everyone's a bit flat. We're on the bus. We're all ready to go. Who's late as usual? Mark Waugh. Mark Waugh. Kids want autographs. No, nick off kids. And he realises everyone's flat, not saying anything. So we start going and it's silence and everyone's flat. And then Junior thinks, well, we need a bit of an icebreaker here. Well, Nico, I've got to say, that's the worst piece of bowling I've ever seen. And everyone's hounding him. And then you know who Junior goes to? Nico. He goes, Nico, am I wrong?
Cummins, he ducks a bouncer. It's climbed over Payne. He got some glove to it. There'll be a couple. They just take the 1. And that ends the over. It cost Australia 5, India 2 for 94. SEN Test Cricket, Henley Holmes, be bowled over by value and choice.
Beautiful delivery, gone for nothing.
With Western Union, you can send money online to bank accounts overseas for zero sender or receiver transfer fee when you pay with Polly. Download the Western Union app today. Western Union also makes money from currency exchange.
Unfortunately, Flem's had to leave us just getting into those stories about bowlers losing it completely. Bucket's 2 for 94. Rahane 19 and Pajara is 18. I remember Chris Matthews really
Another one.
losing his radar, his big chance at Test cricket in the late 80s. So just brought the field in a bit here on the leg side to almost a catching mid-wicket as the Stark versus Pajara battle from over the wicket now and across the body and over the line, wide outside the off stump and through to the keeper. So he's abandoned the around the wicket to Pajara now, Buck. Might be the last over. It'd be interesting to see how long Tim Payne sticks with this. He's had a couple of near things.
I remember an off-spin bowler for Western Australia named Brad Hart. He only played a few games, but I played with him at University Cricket Club as well.
Stark bowls again. He chases one that's a little wider. He can't beat the diving weight. Good fielding. Knocked it down. And they remain 2 for 94 on the BizCover scoreboard. Test bizcover.com.au and BizSave on your business insurance.
And he lost it as well. And everyone was telling him, look, just bowl quicker. See if you can just, bowl quicker, bowl dots, get through, that kind of thing. And university players were always, some of the most intelligent people in the world, but some of their theories were not the best. And they had plenty of them. And then in the end, he started to bowl slower and slower, and I was short leg fielder for him. So in the end, the batsman would never actually play a defensive shot because it was either full, they could run at him.
Oh, good tight line there from Stark and defended by Pujara.
Or get back and then play the pull shot. And so I just was diving everywhere. But that was he was another one. It was just such an interesting thing with some bowlers. When they lose it, they completely... It's like they don't even know when the ball is coming out of their hand.
Mm. Yeah, I was reading, I think there's a book which had studied an English county bowler and how between the semi-final where he was bowled superbly and the final, there'd been other matches in between. Stark bowls again and Pujara lets it go. He'd completely lost his action, and you'd probably know him if I had the name. It was just went into the whole psychology of, I guess it's the yips in a way with golf, but with cricket it's just so profound when a bowler just goes from being a venomous, accurate bowler to
can't even land it on the pitch. Yeah. Especially for something they've done for just about most of their life.
Yes. Stark, 4 dots in the over so far. Pujara gets a short one and he sort of half chased it outside the off stump. He'll be annoyed with himself either for not hitting it for 4 or playing the shot in the first place. So they got through 45 minutes here, India.
Yeah, it's been a huge 45 minutes in the context of the game, really, for them. They knew that. Well, they still know they've got a long tail, so these two are important. And I spoke about it in the pre-game today about just making sure they get past the follow-on. That's the most important thing for India, because it means Australia have to bat again, and then that takes time out of the game. And is rain going to come on the last day? Because Australia too, that you can't just set a nothing total.
No,
because if it doesn't rain, then they're in trouble. So.
Stark to Pujara and he drives handsomely. It's a very Pujara-like shot. Minimum risk. It's down the ground through mid-off. It won't quite reach the boundary. A quick slide and throw from Matthew Wade, but there'll be 3 runs there. And Pujara advances to 21 at the end of over number 36. It's 2 for 97 on the new Hilux SR5 scoreboard.
Matt McKeldin. And I'm Steve Johnson. And we're the hosts of The Driver's Seat, Australia's #1 motorsport radio show.
Each week we go through all the big news stories and chat to some of the biggest names in supercars.
Here with Mark Winterbottom, pumped, ready to go. Davey Reynolds here. Got a Sonic the Hedgehog phone cover. Jamie Whincup, welcome back to The Driver's Seat. Just good to be back.
Plus you can catch up and get all the exclusive interviews first on the Driver's Seat app. Get radio's #1 motorsport show on your smartphone. Thanks to Kubota, building Australia.
Moving at 2 for 62, India now 2 for 97. So even though a couple of those boundaries were streaky, there have been handy runs in between the defence. And we are going to see the first bowling change of the day with Josh Hazlewood, 8 economical overs for 11 to take over.
I wonder if we'll see a double change as well.
And whether it'll be line or whether he'll go to green again.
Yeah.
Think it'll be line?
I think it'll be line. I think the sport's 36 overs old now, and you're probably going to go to your best bowler at this stage.
Hazlewood charges in. Oh, terrific first up delivery. Beats the outside edge of Pujara, who was just probing forward.
Interesting that from Pujara, he almost defended with an angled bat. But the bat became inverted. It went past the vertical, and probably why he missed it. If that bat was vertical, he would have hit that in the middle.
It just wobbled. It didn't. So he's missed the line inside it by a little margin there. He survives. And Hazlewood just a fraction fuller, and he got right across and defended that one. 21 from 86. He had that first innings in Adelaide, and then Australia were able to get him out cheaply in the second, and both times relatively in Melbourne as well. But two major occupations at the SCG, and then more of the same. 50 from 177 and 77 from 205 at the SCG.
Just saw a replay of Stark's last delivery. Did you see the angle of the seam? Are they?
Hazelwood bowls. He nudges square and gets himself a run. Gets to the other end. No, I was looking down at my notes actually. Buck, what did it show you?
Well, the top of the seam was almost at a 10 o'clock position, almost a 10:30 position. So that's going to be pretty hard for that ball to swing back in.
So do you think that's by design? Or is he trying to run it off the seam, or what's he trying to do? Or do you think that he's just not quite getting the position he wants?
Yeah, he's just not standing the seam upright and giving it a chance to swing in, and probably why he didn't swing in at the beginning of this innings. That might be just something technical that's just not working in sync.
He's changing his shoes well in between balls at the moment as Hazelwood delivers again, tighter to the off stump, and Rahane this time defends.
It was probably, being a bit harsh, it was probably more of a 11 p.m. or 11 o'clock position, but it's...
needs to be midnight.
It needs to be midnight, yeah, really.
It's not quite midnight for Australia yet, but working through the hours here with the weather a factor over the last 2 days. So today, absolutely pivotal. Two slips a gully. Hazelwood bowls and Rahane defends the slide open face.
It's been nice bowling this from Hazelwood. He's right on the money. He actually got Rahane to defend a ball that was probably around fifth stump there. Just get one to bounce from that line. He might find an edge.
Rahane flexes and is ready to accept what Hazelwood delivers. It was outside the off stump. He got across. Played it even if he didn't need to. It's a challenge facing Hazelwood, but he gets through the over, and India are 2 for 98.
Tyre Power have topped the customer satisfaction table again. That's right, Tyre Power received the coveted CanStar Blue Most Satisfied Customer Award for the second year running, making the winners 6 out of the last 7 years. We're proud and thankful to know that you voted for Tyre Power to receive 5-star reviews in every category of customer satisfaction. So when you need new tyres, go to the undisputed leaders in the field, Tyre Power. Visit your local owner-operator or find us at tyrepower.com.au.
It is going to be Nathan Lyon to replace Mitch Stark. Crowd loved it when he was batting yesterday. Delighted at his wicket of Rohit Sharma. 6 overs, 1 for 10. He's going through the warm-ups now. What's happening around the state and around Australia on this Sunday morning, you reckon, Buck? It's a bit slow to get up today, or up and about? Let us know. 0433 98 11 16. We had a lot of people on their way to play cricket yesterday. Is anyone doing the same, or what are your tasks for the day? How are you going to keep in touch with the cricket? What sort of field have we got here for Pujara? Close infield on both sides of the wicket. No leg slip. Nathan Lyon chews away, getting ready to deliver. Crowd right behind him. He comes down the track, Pujara, as he's shown a want to do against Nathan Lyon. His footwork's become a bit more assertive than it was in Adelaide when he was all at sea, wasn't he? All of a sudden he was all at sea. For such an experienced player. Didn't look to attack too far there. Line again, more air down, he whips it wristily, and he's been able to find the gap behind square, and Cummins will get to it just before the boundary. Flick it back to Harris, and in the meantime, 3 runs have been gathered by Pajara, who races to 25.
Just look like some heavy legs in Pat Cummins there, chasing after that ball.
It wasn't the cleanest of flick backs either.
It's not what you want after you've just finished a spell, have to run down to the boundary.
Indian 100 up, 2 for 101 in the 37th over. Rahane, the skipper, back on strike. Change in the field. No one in close on the offside. Instead, he bowls and is punched back to the bowler. So just the slip and the short leg for Rahane.
Start to you guys.
2 for 101. Line bowls Rahane. He does use his feet and then just probes, pushing it into the offside field, just wide of Hazelwood at point. He didn't quite get to the pitch. We're finding out what everyone's up to on this Sunday morning. We'll share that with you in a moment as Lyon bowls short outside the off stump. He's back and he hammers it away. It was a little bit of a gift, that one. And Jeka Rahane, he will capitalise almost every time. So just a little bit loose here, Nathan Lyon. It's a Blunston boundary. Blunston 150 not out.
It's a classy shot, that. The way that Rahane can get back in his crease, his back foot's kind of 6 inches away from the stump by the time he hits that ball.
Last ball of the line over. It's 2 for 105. Shorter, but closer to the body. He tries to force it through the covers. Nathan Lyon didn't mind what he saw there. Into the over. It cost Australia 7. India 2 for 105. This first session for Dial Before You Dig. Stay safe. Search Dial Before You Dig every time.
Hello. National Tiles now offer professional installation on our all-new beautiful large one-piece porcelain panels. Yes, just imagine full-sized one-piece porcelain splashbacks in a magnificent range of colours and finishes in your new or renovated kitchen. For a free, no-obligation quotation, chat to one of our experts online between 9 a.m. and 9 p.m, 7 days a week at nationaltiles.com.au now. National Tiles, now you can.
We asked what people are up to. Gerard's done the coffee run. That's a good achievement for a start, Buck.
You should feel very privileged.
Very privileged indeed. 2 for 105, new over starts. Hazelwood with 2 slips and an awkward one that has jumped off the gloves and fallen short of a despondent Cam Green, who came in from the gully. That could have gone anywhere. Whacked Pajara's gloves. It's just not quite for Australia so far this morning.
Just a little bit of frustration building here from Australia. That was an excellent delivery. Pajara tried to rear back and get out of the way of it, but it only managed to hit him on the glove, and it popped up about a third of the way towards gully. And just saw a couple of the reactions from the Australian players there. There was a little bit of muttering, and you can see it's just frustrating for them.
I noticed on one of the other edges earlier, Tim Payne was as Hazelwood bowls again, he waited for it to come that time, guides it to Green. You could see the despondency, but Tim Payne was quickly with, come on, boys. So he's trying to play his role as the captain, not get too dejected just yet. A lot of our listeners in the backyard, out mowing the lawns with the Bluetooth earmuffs on. In Simon O'Donnell's neck of the woods in sunny Kilmore, that's from Matt. Rod's weeding the front yard, listening to the wireless. Half an hour till the frothy. So he's got midday pegged.
How's the back going? Getting down to pick out the weeds.
It gets you too, doesn't it, if you're not used to it? Ben's doing the renos on the new house. Day of painting ahead. Painting, that's another whole discussion in itself. Hazelwood aiming at Pajara, and that's a more assertive response from the Indian batsman. Defends. 2 for 105. There is just a sense of desperation about this all now for Australia. Watching junior cricket, no official umpires, but why are both umpires from both teams? Should they be from the batting side?
Why are both umpires from both teams?
That would make sense to have an umpire from each team, wouldn't it? Hazelwood bowls short outside the off stump.
I did go to during the week. I went to a under 14 game at Orong Park actually, and this poor kid, opening batsman, got given out. He played a missed, caught behind. The umpire gave it almost before the team appealed. I felt he stood there, couldn't believe it. You know, his parents had come to watch him, and there he was given out in the first over without hitting it. And then the game had to be stopped to pick up the dog poo as well.
Hazelwood bowls. Oh, terrific delivery. Gets the nick, and he removes Pajara. Australia needed a wicket desperately. And Josh Hazelwood, he's the man that delivers. He hits the spot, and finally, he hits the spot as far as Australia is concerned. They needed a wicket. He's got the outside edge of Pajara. And Australia break through just on the hour. Pajara caught Payne, bowled Hazelwood for 25.
Oh, that's a beautiful leg cutter. That's as good a ball as you'll bowl just about. Angling in and then straightening. Good enough to find Pajara's edge, and that is a really big wicket. You can just see the frustration building for Australia. So that'll relieve some of that. And there now the opportunity to get a player in who hasn't been playing for a little while, and when he did, he looked out of touch as well in Agarwal. So it's just opened the door for Australia.
Yes, Agarwal averaging just 7 in the series so far before he was left out of the team. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, be bowled over by value and choice. So it was a bit of a question over the day, wasn't it? Brad Haddin was talking about who was going to come with Pat Cummins for Australia. Would it be Hazelwood? Would it be Stark? Would it be Lyon? It probably needs to be all of them, to be honest. But it's Josh Hazelwood that gets the early breakthrough as Agarwal finds himself batting at 5.
I'll be quite happy he's away from the new ball, I'd say.
17 and 9 in Adelaide, Norton 5 at the MCG. Just 41 runs at just under 7. Stark got him both times in Melbourne with the new ball.
Incredible average, considering those 4 innings. He's averaging 48.
Yes. Made a great start to his Test career at the MCG in 2018. He's got Hazelwood with a rising ball from a good length. And he defends into the over. 3 for 105 on the new Hilux SR5 scoreboard. A successful over from Josh Hazelwood.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Nathan Lyon, the Aussies have made the breakthrough. He takes up the attack and played from good length by Rahane to Labuschagne at mid-on, just to tidy up some more of what's going on around the traps. Off to a swimming carnival in Melbourne. Check the scores between races. Another just had a hit of golf with the boys, with SEN going on the phone. Lyon bowls short, spinning to leg. He hits with the spin. Fielded by Harrison. There's no run. Had a few Friday at the gym, listening to the cricket, recovering, sweating like a pig.
Must have been a big one Friday.
The makeup. Lyon bowls, and he waits in the crease and defends Rahane. 3 for 105. This our expert for Maccas, the McRib and Al Macco are back at Maccas this summer. Lyon again, outside the off stump, but again, back in the crease and pounds it away, cutting through point. Didn't quite hit it as cleanly as the last Rahane, but it'll be enough to earn another 3 runs. And he goes to 26. And India now to 3 for 108.
He just plays that shot so well. Just he's able to kind of transfer his weight back and give himself some room to make the ball even shorter. But a little challenge here for Agarwal. If you're an opening batsman, you don't often start against spin. I mean, he may have at different stages throughout his career, because spin bowling might open the bowling in India a bit, but just might be a little bit of a different challenge.
9 bowls from over the wicket. He's right back on the stumps defending. Scored 215 against South Africa and 243 against Bangladesh in 2019, hence the average being as good as it is.
I reckon I just noticed a slight difference in his technique as well. There was a
line again, tosses up further, and he's got split legs as he got it right in the middle of that to defend. It's the end of the over, and we're going to head up to the Gabba next with Adam Collins, Ian Healy and Ryan Harris. That's 3 for 108 for Henley Holmes, be bowled over by Value and Choice.
When you're building or designing someone's dream home, it's the personal touches that help new homeowners feel comfortable in their new environment. Builders can create the right environment for customers with Mega Air. They're Dakin's specialist dealers, working exclusively with some of Adelaide's best-known builders, focused on creating custom-designed air systems to fit the Aussie lifestyle. From the coast to the Adelaide Hills, Mega Air Conditioning. Create your environment. megaair.com.au.
Josh Hazlewood to the crease, starting his fresh over, striking Rahane on the pad with the first ball, trending down the leg side, no appeal. India 3 for 108. Adam Collins with you, Ryan Harris and Ian Healy with me, our experts for Maccas. The McRibbon El Macco are back at Maccas this summer, and we're watching a lovely display of fast bowling from Josh Hazlewood, Ryan. That delivery, that over to set up Cheteshwar Pujara was top class.
Yeah, it was. He bowled a very good short ball early in the over that I'm sure contributed to his demise with muddling up the batsman's feet. The follow-up balls are excellent, and then he went a little bit wider of the crease for the wicket ball. And
Hazlewood in with 2 slips and a gully, beating the outside edge of Rahane. That's really popped. His hands in the air from the cordon as if to say maybe they heard a little noise.
He's on, as we say, he's on the big Hoff. His length is unbelievable. He's getting the ball to fly through off a foolish length, and he's just straightening him a bit. It just looks like there's a little bit of seam movement or straightening, as Pujara, unfortunately for him, witnessed.
At pace as well, Ian Healy.
No, it's only 141 that. And
only?
It looked like 149.50, didn't it?
It did.
It flew through shoulder height to pain.
2 out for the hook shot if he does go short. Hazlewood into Rahane bowls here. Rahane on the front foot defending. We've seen contrasting fields deployed this morning to the Australian quicks. Often 5 on the leg side, especially when Pujara was there, trying to set him up around there. But when Rahane's facing more conventional, they like the 2 men back on the leg side. Just 2 slips. Occasionally we've seen a third in that cordon. They're trying to find the outside edge, and Hazlewood's already done it once.
Oh, I'm still nervous about no third slip or a floater in there. And I don't need deep backward square. Bring him up, someone in the corridor while Hazlewood's bowling so well, and hope if he bowls a short ball, Rahane plays the hook shot in the hope of an error.
Hazlewood to Rahane, bowls here, out towards the man at deep backward square, just square of him, so they'll come back for 2. Well played, rode the bounce. 3 for 110, the skipper's 28.
So with my field placings, he's just picked up 3, not 2.
But it wasn't an executed bouncer though. That's not high enough. So we talk about, when you bowl a bouncer, it's got to be high. You want him to be hitting that in the air. You don't want him to be able to steer it down. Rahane is a pretty good player of the short ball. But that's the first bouncer we've seen since we've been talking about that man being out there. Oh, I agree, Hills. Especially if it's nibbling around that we've seen the last couple of overs.
Hazlewood away from us at the Vulture Street end. Bowls again to Rahane. He's able to shoulder arms. Ball outside the off stump.
That third slip is a better option. And you can still bowl a bouncer, as you say. You just got to make sure it's high. And if it's high, it's either going to pass by Rahane or he'll play the shot and hope for a top edge.
Or, alternatively, with the hook shot, at 3 for 110, you could afford him to have some success with it. So he thinks, okay, that shot's on again today, and then bang, the quicker one that gets the top edge down the track. but he's certainly in great touch. His footwork forward, his cut shot on the back foot, and then that pull shot that he rode just then.
Hazelwood to complete his over to Rahane, who defends solid as a rock indeed. 41 overs bowled in this Indian reply to Australia's 369. They're 3 for 110.
Hello Australia, it's Shikhar Dhawan. When travelling, I send money home fast with the Western Union app. Plus, there's no sender or receiver fee when I pay with Poly. Nice job. Download the app now from Google Play or the App Store.
Don't miss your Adelaide Strikers at Adelaide Oval. What's been taking the management hit this Thursday night at Adelaide Oval. Adults from $22 and $5 for under 18s. Game starts 6:45 p.m. Tickets are online at adelaidestrikers.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes be bowled over by value and choice. Nathan Lyon to bowl his third over of the morning. And 3 men around the bat. Agarwal gets a score. Silly point, Labuschagne, short leg, Matthew Wade, and at first slip, Stephen Smith. Lyon from the Stanley Street end towards us and towards Agarwal. Bowls here, and he defends off the front foot to Labuschagne at silly point.
Good ball. Really good ball. He's been in. He hasn't been allowed to settle, Gary Lyon, this morning in those 3 overs. But if he stays there to the new batsman, really good stuff. They're a bit worried about him. They've got long on down there.
Yeah, long on about 15 metres in from the rope. Lyon bowls. Fraction shorter. Agarwal off the back foot. Safely on the pull to deep backward square for a single. He's off the mark with that one. India 3 for 111.
Yeah, well, Agarwal is he's a pretty attacking sort of player, I think, and he likes to take the game on. And as Chris Rogers said a bit earlier, being an opening batsman coming in this situation is a totally different role, isn't it?
Say so. No silly point with Rahane, who dances at line and defends. We've seen Pujara initially, albeit now back in the sheds, and Rahane both willing to use their feet to line in defence more than as an attacking mode.
Well, I think it's worked. It's caused Nathan Lyon to drop short.
And the last time he dropped short, Rahane punished him. Will he hit? No, he stays full. And Rahane from the crease, driving down to that man at not quite long on now, more at deeper mid on if you like, and it gets a single 3 for 112.
It's the Rohit Sharma mid on position, isn't it? He was there for that, very heavily criticised dismissal shot that Rohit played. Mitch Stark running around catching it, but Agarwal and Rahane could help themselves to singles down the ground.
Agarwal back on strike, Line flights it to him and driven through the offside. Out past point towards the rope. They come back for 2. It's ball versus man, and man wins. Just dragging it back in, or is it going to be 4 runs? We'll see. Cameron Green, it's 4. It's 4 in any case because they've run 4. We've seen a few of them through this test match. Agarwal moves to 5 in the process. 3 for 116. I don't know whether they'll go upstairs to see whether Green dragged it in, given they ran 4 anyway.
He did. But he looked like a big pine tree falling over the road.
There's an interesting observation there, Hills. We might come back to it regards to footing positions after this ball.
So last ball of the line over. Delivers, and Agarwal deep in the crease and watching it pass, shouldering arms.
We'll come back to that at the next over.
That we will. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes be bowled over by value and choice. India 3 for 116.
There's nothing more frustrating than a watering hose that kinks and stays like that. My FlexStream hose by Nylex never holds the kink, so the water flows perfectly. Flow like a Nylex expert, water like a Nylex expert. Nylex FlexStream hoses, available at Bunnings.
Get a Nissan Qashqai with Apple CarPlay and a standard 5-year warranty. Plus, when you finance with Nissan Future Value, receive up to 3 years free service. Only at Nissan. T's and C's apply. Approved applicants only.
Hazelwood to start his 12th over. He has 1 for 14 so far. Efficient and effective. Away from us at the Vulture Street end. Towards Rahane on 29. 2 slips in the gully. Rahane off the back foot punching, but only as far as the man at cover. No run, Ryan Harris.
Well, we're just making observations where certain fielders were before Hills, and obviously Josh Hazelwood, who's bowling at this stage, was at sort of a backward point for Nathan Lyon, and he had to make a few big dashes, long dashes to the boundary, didn't he? And he got moved. Cameron Green, I think David Warner picked it up, and he moved Josh Hazelwood to mid-off. And then Cameron Green came to backward point and had to make that big run. But because Josh Hazel was at mid-off, no one went with Green because he had to flick it back and usually have a fielder there waiting.
Hazelwood bowls to Rahane, who's on the front foot defending. Technically correct, straight out to cover.
Then 6'6" found himself on his back about 3 metres over the rope.
Nearly through the fence.
Jeez, there's no one with me. I've got to get up.
That must be the 4th all-run 4 we've seen in the Test match.
Yeah, they're big boundaries, square of the wicket, and they've kept the ropes out there this time, which is great.
And that's the long side. They're playing on pitch number 3 out of the 8 here at the Gabba. So when you're playing out west, if you like, that's it
almost, the pitch they're on, it almost makes it in the middle, although it's not in the middle. I mean, if you come a bit towards, the pitch 4 and 5, the boundary at the Vulture Street end's the shortest one.
Hazelwood bowls. Rahane again defending from the crease. So it's 150 metres from one side of the ground to the other, but maybe it's 80 to the western boundary and 70 to the eastern, something like that.
Yep.
And I haven't ever found someone to ask this question to, but I'm always intrigued why, when this wicket went back in 2001, why they didn't put it in the middle. Why they didn't, lengthwise. We've gone widthwise is 150, right? Lengthwise is probably 150. Let's say it's 150.
It's a little bit more. It's 170, actually.
Yeah, and one end's clearly shorter than the other. It's weird. Maybe it's got to do with the sun.
Hazelwood to Rahane on 29, 2 slips and clipping through mid-wicket, not far away from sneaking through, but bat down in time. He passes 30, adds 2 in the end. Rahane 31, India 3 for 118.
The winter and the summer movement of the suns, or travelling arc of the sun, it is different, and maybe one's better than the other, and that's the best place to put the wicket square.
Well, a lot of conversations about the ends here this week, the Vulture Street end and the Stanley Street end, the latter being drier, and we learned a bit about that before play today, Ryan Harris, about why one end of the ground or one end of the pitch is drier than the other, and it has nothing to do with cricket. Come back to that after this Hazelwood delivery.
Good work, fellas.
Sleuthing we were. Hazelwood bowls to bouncer. Rahane gets out of the way. Tell us,
Ryan. It was, and I can still see the spot from here. I've been focusing on it all morning, but the Stanley Street end is a lot drier. Just sort of inside the crease on the wicket, off to the side. It's very, very dry and with big cracks in it. And I asked the groundsman, why is it so much dry? The football, AFL umpires, AFL centre bounce area is right there. And it's been scuffed up by the ball, and then the umpire is scurrying back once they put the ball into the ground, and it's permanently damaged the ground, to the grass.
How about that? Our super sleuth Ryan Harris. Hazelwood to complete his over. It's Rahane, who again defends out to the offside on the new Hilux SR5 scoreboard. India, as they go off for a drinks break as well, I should add, our drinks break for Dometic, everything you need for adventures big or small. They're 3 for 118.
G'day, Merv Hughes here for Scott Pack Business Finance. I used to love connecting with the crowd. Just like Scott Pack Cash Connector connects to your accounting package and turns unpaid invoices into cash. Search for Scott Pack today.
A 7-hour drive with your famously tight-lipped father-in-law would break most, but the off-road features of the new Hilux Rugged X make an all-terrain shortcut the obvious option, so you can stay unbreakable.
What do you reckon, shortcut? Yeah.
Awaken your unbreakable with the new Hilux. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
This season, there's a lot to expect in the Expect non-stop entertainment. Expect intense battles. Expect the unexpected. NBL 21. Don't miss any of the action. Watch live and free on SBS Viceland and SBS On Demand.
Conserving water is so important. Nylex helps you do that with our range of grey and recycled water hoses and accessories. So don't just conserve like a Nile expert, water like a Nile expert. Nylex Recycled Watering Range. Available at Bunnings.
New mini hotcakes with Nutella have arrived at Macca's. Our famous hotcakes made mini with a delicious layer of creamy Nutella. Try them today and flavour your summer with Macca's. Available for a limited time only. It's the final days of Beaumont's January price dump. Prices dumped on tiles, bathroom, kitchen, laundry, floors and walls, 20 to 50% off. Hurry in for the final days of Beaumont's massive price dump.
Having to crawl chin first under a house through 40 years of spider carcasses would break most. But no matter how uncomfortable things get on the job, you can stay comfortable and unbreakable in your new Toyota Hilux. Awaken your unbreakable with the upgraded Hilux range. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Nilex hose highlight reel. Nilex retractable hose reels. Water like a Nile expert. Oh, a terrific delivery. Gets with it. And he removes Pajara. Australia needed a wicket desperately. And Josh Hazelwood, he's the man that delivers. He hits the spot, and finally, he hits the spot as far as Australia is concerned. They needed a wicket. The Nilex hose highlight reel. Nilex retractable hose reels. Water like a Nile expert.
The drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. India started the day at 2 for 62. They've advanced to 3 for 118, but that major intervention from Josh Hazelwood, finding the outside edge of Cheteshwar Pujara, we know how crucial the Indian number 3 can be, occupying the crease for a long period of time. And Hazelwood, his second over, back into the attack this morning, set him up expertly, Ryan Harrison, made sure that as Australia have their drink here, they know they've made that important decision.
Yeah, huge breakthrough, very important breakthrough for Josh Hazelwood and the Australian team. They were hoping to get early wickets this morning. They hadn't done that. 1 wicket in the first session, and credit again to Pujara and Rahane. I think they batted very, very well again. They had a few play misses, and a couple of little sort of edges that went between that in that 4th, 5th slip region. But all in all, I think they've done a pretty good job.
We're going to see a change from the Stanley Street end. So just 3 overs from Nathan Lyon, and now over to Cameron Green. Our Australian bowling changes for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Green held a couple of short spells yesterday from both ends. 2 slips in a gully, starting off here to Agarwal, who leaves outside the off stump. So Green, none for 11 from 3 yesterday in Healy.
Yeah, that's gone through too.
I just wonder what the theory is for taking Nathan Lyon off, obviously.
So he couldn't settle it. That was going to be my question to you. Is there any cracking outside an off stump that might interest Lino from this end?
Bowling into the...
Bowling from the Vulture Street
end. I think the crack's there. Actually, I think there was that.
Yeah, there's one crack.
Yeah.
It's quite a long way outside the off stump.
Yeah.
There is one cracked out.
But where Lino, if it's spinning, would be aiming for, definitely.
So 2 out on the leg side for Green as he bowls to Agarwal, who's able to shoulder arms well outside the off stump.
So maybe it's Lino to get a run after Josh Hazelwood.
Yeah.
And I don't mind him bowling wide, really wide, because from really wide, you've only got to rip one back, one for the day, and the batsmen are all wary. And they don't know whether to drive or take advantage of a wide ball through the covers. And you've got to try all sorts of lines, lengths and speeds when the batting partnerships are going well, and they should go well too. This is a good batting day.
Green arrives and bowls, and Agarwal again is able to shoulder arms quite a way outside the off stump.
I think Rahane and Pujara, when he was there, they used his feet, and they used their feet, I should say. That really seemed to put Nathan Lyon off being able to just settle and put the ball where he wanted it and dictate. They haven't let him do that.
No, and he didn't try anything other than to try to get it right. He didn't go around the wicket and slide one past that footwork of theirs. Does it change anything? Just find out stuff whilst you're not settling.
Cameron Green bowling with 2 slips in a gully. Mitchell Stark in there, defending with a nice straight blade, no run. Between balls there, Tim Payne had something on his face, and David Warner kindly plucked it off him. We were talking yesterday about the Australian slips cordon with Warner, Smith and Matthew Wade, the 3 men in there at the moment, Ian Healy, whether there's ever been a shorter slips cordon before for Australia.
Bradman probably is about that height. Smith's not short, I don't reckon, is he?
No,
he's big,
take it as a whole.
5'11".
Yeah,
but they do look little. Paney being the tallest of them.
Green to the crease, bowls, and again, Agarwal isn't forced to play, so they're getting through okay, 135 kilometres an hour on that occasion, but Agarwal getting a chance to work his way into this. He's 5 from 12 deliveries.
Sir Donald Bradman, Sonny Gavaskar, Sachin Tendulkar, Gus Logie. There's a Gordon.
That's an ideal dream dinner party as well. Here's on there.
Geez, he'd be firing up there, Sonny, wouldn't he? Wouldn't Sonny fire up at a dinner party?
He fired up yesterday. The comments on Rohit Sharma were fierce.
Throw out a little bit of bait to him around the entree and woof.
Here's Green, and Agarwal, for the 5th time in the over, isn't forced to use his bat. The end of a maiden from Green, but not what Payne would have necessarily wanted. India, a 3 for 118.
Breaking news. The saucy McRib and legendary El Maco are back at Macca's with delicious pork dripping in smoky barbecue rib sauce or juicy beef with chunky Mexican salsa. Grab yours today. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Rahane back on strike on 31. The new Hilux SR5 scoreboard, India 3 for 118. Hazelwood, excellent this morning so far, starting his 13th over. 2 slips in a gully. He bowls, and Rahane into the onside off the front foot to Patrick Cummins. No run.
1 for 16 in his 13th over. He's going well.
We were saying before that the CricViz data has Hazelwood. There are bowlers in the world who bowl quicker than him. There are bowlers who are more accurate, but nobody does both. There's no one in the world who's both quicker and more accurate, taken as a whole, than Josh Hazelwood, which is quite remarkable when you consider some of the bowlers around the world, but that's why he's such a threat.
And he's bowling better today than he did yesterday even. So even yesterday, he lacked a bit of zip, but he kept it economical. Today, he got everything.
Rahane again in defence, out to the offside, playing from the crease.
Just watching his sort of walk back and run up into the crease there. He looks like he's in, he's got a very good rhythm going. He runs a long way, Hills, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
I know he's a big guy, but
they're lucky they're fit, these three.
Yeah,
they all run good distances. Their run-ups are long, rhythmical, building up to the final bit, and then bowling with balance. But it must take it out of them.
So he'd be nearly 3/4 of the way to the fence.
Yeah, definitely 2/3.
Yeah.
Feels like we can touch him from our commentary position. So bringing in that backward square leg about 15 yards from the rope. Tweak to the field. Hazelwood arrives and bowls, and Rahane is able to leave outside the off stump, but nice and full, inviting the drive.
That was the attempt at the reverse Malarch, wasn't it? Just come in at the backward square. Just come in 5, can you please? And then bowl one outside off and hope for a big drive.
Yes, how Thakur, I think it was Thakur, wasn't it? Got Tim Payne out.
Yep.
When he was out of position, went through the shot, just having passed 50, and he was gone. So I don't think you do it on purpose, this. I'd like to see Hazelwood bowl to Agarwal. You don't sort of purposely give Rahane a single at this stage, do you?
Well, no, but I'd try and rip a good bouncer in here. If he got one, then so be it. But he, a good bouncer, hopefully he could top edge one.
Hazelwood passes umpire Wilson, bowls, and again Rahane's leaving a full pitch delivery. So the plan's clear. He's already found the edge once this morning. He wants to give him that opportunity. At different points through the morning, we've seen 3 slips for Rahane, who is showing resistance at the moment. He's not getting sucked in.
Very patient.
And skillful. Totally in control.
And they've earned the right to play this way, India. I mean, the fact that they won at Melbourne, drew at Sydney, undermanned, understaffed, we know that with injuries. If they want to suck time out of the game, knowing there'll be rain on day 4 and day 5, that's their prerogative.
Yeah, but I don't think they're doing that. They're playing better than that today.
Yeah.
Yesterday evening, maybe.
Hazelwood bowls, Rahane pulls through the onside. Just square enough at the man at fine leg. Mitchell Stark doing the work out there, which means they can get a couple. 3 for 120, bringing that deficit inside 250. They now trail by 249. Rahane moves to 33.
And if we go back to that, Cole, about the resilience they've showed. Let's go back to the first test, or let's go back to the announcement of the tour, and when Virat Kohli came out and said he was going home.
Yeah.
Everyone just wrote India off, didn't they?
Well, remarkable. 3 of their bowlers who took 9 wickets between them yesterday, none of them were in the squad the day before the first test match. Remarkable. Hazelwood to complete his set, bowls here, and solid in defence that Jinka Rahane had to cover. End of the over on the new Hilux SR5 scoreboard, India 3 for 120.
Builders create the right environment in your customers' new homes with Mega Air. They're Dayton specialists working with Adelaide's best-known builders creating custom-designed air systems to fit our Aussie lifestyle. Mega Air Air Conditioning. Create your environments. megaair.com.au.
G'day, Merv Hughes here for Scott Pack Business Finance. A bowler needs great control, and you're always in control of your business cash flow with Scott Pack Cash Connector. Because you choose when to access the money you are owed. Search for Scott Pack today.
Adam Collins with you, Ryan Harris and Ian Healy with me at the Gabba. Our experts from Macca's, the McRibbon El Macco, are back at Macca's this summer. Green starting a new over. Bowls here to Agarwal, who plays out to the offside from the back foot to Nathan Lyon at point no run.
Challenge I'll start that again. Challenge here for Cameron Green. He just bowled an over a maiden in his first over, I think it was. And there was no need at all for Agarwal to play, was it? It was a bit short, a bit wide. So first ball of his second over here is, at least he's made him play. He's got to get him playing and try and force an error.
He's getting a little bit of shape away to the right hander, so if you can use it, good.
Two out for the hook. This is full, almost Yorker length, and driven beautifully down the ground by Agarwal. Timed it so well. Just about to the rope. Cut off at the last. They come back for a third. Well run. Agarwal's 8. India 3 for 1, 2, 3. Ian Healy.
Agarwal moves better with batting gear on than he did in the field. How fast is he?
He's quick.
But in the field, I didn't notice any speed from him at all.
And that was nothing more than a defensive prod, really. You're watching it back here. We'll get the replay. Cameron Green.
Just got
Yorker
on
length.
the full, didn't he?
Yeah.
I thought it was a Yorker and did well to get it down the ground, but it was just a fully.
Our replays for Wagner Vitamins from Chemist Warehouse. This partnership is now 18 from 39 deliveries. Green again. Now Rahane on 33. 2 slips of gully. Leaving alone outside the off stump. Good carry, but that falls into the category of the pretty length that you were talking about on day one. Sexy length.
Sexy length. Let's get that right. Sexy length. Looks nice. Looks nice, but has no impact. And that was a little bit wider probably than what I would regard as sexy length. But I think he's got to be a bit more at Rahane, unless that is the plan, to try and keep bowling a bit wider, to try and force him into a shot.
Yes, he doesn't sort of strike me as an Ian Botham type Cameron Green yet. You know, changing and chopping and trying lots of different things.
Green to the crease and bowls, and on the up he's driving. Rahane, it lands in front of Matthew Wade at mid-off, but not far in front of him, so at last a little bit of something there for Green.
He's just preoccupied with his basics at the moment, eh?
Yeah, I think, being young into the game, he's probably I'd say he'd be letting Tim Payne do his field rather than him come up and, tell him what he wants. He's obviously trying to, get used to playing, this level first, but...
Can he find that line and length 2 balls in a row? Green bowls, and Rahane's able to shoulder arms again.
Yeah, that ball before, Colo, that's the one. That's the one. He's full. He's got him driving. He hit it upishly, probably halfway to Matthew Wade, and then Jinka Rahane looked at the wicket straight after. But he forced the error. He got the error. That's what we want to do. We want to try and challenge that more often.
Rhino, is the slower ball underused in Test cricket?
Very much so. Yeah, absolutely. Because you don't expect it. I don't think batters expect it at all.
So Green to finish his over. Bowls here to Rahane. Rahane again is able to leave outside the off stump. So at the end of the over, SEN Test cricket for Headley Holmesby bowled over by value and choice. India a 3 for 1, 2, 3, and we'll throw back to Melbourne.
New mini hotcakes with Nutella have arrived at Macca's. Our famous hotcakes made mini with a delicious layer of creamy Nutella. Try them today and flavour your summer with Macca's. Available for a limited time only.
I like to keep my garden looking its best. The Nylex retractable hose makes it easy to water the furthest corner, and it keeps my yard tidy. Retract like a Nile expert, water like a Nile expert. Nylex retractable hose reels. Available at Bunnings.
This opening session of play on day 3 at the Gabba is for Dial Before You Dig. Stay safe, search Dial Before You Dig every time. 3 for 123 India. Agarwal is 8. He's on strike at the start of the new over. Rahane is 33. Pat Cummins into the attack at the Vulture Street end. He's sent down 11 overs, 1 for 29. He got the wicket of Shubman Gill yesterday. Chris Rogers in the experts chair. Buck, welcome back.
Hello, Gerard. It's time for another wicket here, isn't it?
Yes. Yep. Hazelwood did his bit, picking out Pajara, caught behind for 25, and the score was 105.
Agarwal's looked a lot more comfortable than he has in previous innings. What if he's just gone away and done a bit of tinkering with his game?
Cummins begins the new spell. Agarwal plays full face of the bat and he jabs the ball past mid-off. Beat the dive of Labuschagne and he'll get a couple of runs as it rolls off into the deep. He moves to 10. India 3 for 125.
I think, yeah, there might be a couple of little just technical changes in his game. He was getting into some really awkward positions, particularly against Mitch Stark when he did play, but he looks far more assured now. Always helps when you bat number 5.
Yes, it's the soft option back. India trailing by 244. Cummins bowls. Agarwal beaten past the outside edge. That's a good one. Have you seen the bowling this morning?
I think it's a pretty good pitch to bat on. It doesn't look like they've been troubled by the short ball. It's not like they're fending balls off their noses at all. So I think it's pretty nicely paced. And then because of that, they've been able to move well and defend well. Bowling's been okay.
Cummins lets fly. Agarwal leaves outside the off stump.
I think it's been okay. Hazelwood's been clearly the pick of the bowlers. Probably Stark was a little bit disappointing, given that he had the ball to begin this morning. But yeah, and Cummins has been pretty good. I think Nathan Lyon is just still searching for something. I'm not sure what it is, but he gave a few wide balls today.
Cummins bowls and Agarwal again is able to leave outside the off stump. See, if Lyon was fully in his rhythm and work, I don't think he would have been taken off so readily. He would have probably settled into what you would have imagined was going to be a lengthy spell.
Yeah, I think so. I think these two batsmen are pretty good players as spinner. It's just the way Agarwal's moved straight away against him. I think probably Tim Payne was recognised with Rahane as well. Maybe the option is to go back to the fast bowlers.
Cummins bowls. Agarwal drives wide of mid-off. Labuschagne again has to chase. He'll be able to keep it to 1. So it prevents it from getting through the infields. Agarwal's 11. India 3 for 126.
But that's back on Nathan Lyon, because you think that it wouldn't matter who he was bowling to if he was bowling well.
7 wickets in the series for Lyon, 9 for Stark. Hazelwood pushes up to 12 to join Ashwin. And Cummins leads all comers with 16. Rahane is on 33. You'll see the last ball of Pat Cummins over. And he's forward defending back down the pitch. 3 for 126 on the BizCover scoreboard. Test bizcover.com.au and BizSave on your business insurance.
Hi Australia, it's Shikhar Dhawan when I'm not smashing Aussie bowlers to the boundary. I'm looking after my family by sending money home to India with the Western Union app. I can send money straight to their bank account online, no matter where in the world I am. And there's no sender or receiver fee when I pay with Poli. Nice job. Send money around the world with the Western Union app. Download it now from Google Play or the App Store.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes be bowled over by value and choice. India still 3 wickets down. Pajara, the man dismissed today for 25. Cam Green, 3 for 126. Bowls to Agarwal, who jams down on the ball. Blunts it out to mid-off. So Green's in the 39th over of his Test career. Buck, he's yet to take a wicket. How have you seen his bowling?
It's been okay. I don't think it's... Well, it definitely hasn't been brilliant, clearly by those statistics. I think the way he's been used, it hasn't, he's never really been used as a frontline bowler.
Green bowls. Agarwal jams out on the full ball, squeezes it to mid-off. Wade Fields, no run.
So he probably hasn't got the ball at its newest at times. He's probably bowled with an old ball quite a bit, but equally, you kind of hope that he just makes something happen. But he's very young in his bowling career. Just even looking at it now, I think he could just see if he could go a little bit wider on the crease and angle the ball in a little bit more and just see if he can get the batsman to play a bit more.
Green bowls and Agarwal takes it off his pads and he'll get a run. Maybe, just one, as there are sweepers in the deep through square. Agarwal to 12, 3 for 127. Green's overall numbers are none for 103, and this is 39th over in his series.
I guess you could say he's only going at 2.5, so in some respects that's kind of what you want from your fifth bowler, just someone who can control the run rate. But equally, you think at some stage he's going to emerge and become more of a frontline bowler.
Rahane drives Green. He won't beat the dive of Lyon at point, who prevents the run. Hudson ran the comparison this morning. So this is Green's fifth bowling innings, and Mitch Marsh, when he was playing as the all-rounder, took his first wicket in his seventh bowling innings, and that was against India at the Gabba as well.
Yeah, but I think we've got to try and remember what is his primary role in this Australian team, and that's as a number 6 batsman. So
Green bowls, Rahane jams down on the Yorker, keeps it out.
Australia have played in recent times a lot with a 4-man attack, so a lot of his own overs are seen as bonus overs. I think he's just going to continue to develop. Once he's more comfortable with his body as well, he will be a wicket taker at some stage.
He scored 199 at 33 with the bat through the 6 innings that he's had, with that high score of 84 in Sydney. Green strides in, bowls to Rahane, who leaves outside the off stump. Tidy over. 3 for 127. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes be bowled over by Value and Choice.
Having to transport a prized piece of your niece's amateur art through a storm will break most, but the motorised roller cover on the new Hilux Road means you can keep it dry at the touch of a button and stay unbreakable. Awaken your unbreakable with the new Hilux Road. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
It's the final days of Beaumont's January price dump. Prices dumped on tiles, bathroom, kitchen, laundry floors and walls, 20 to 50% off. Hurry in for the final days of Beaumont's massive price dump.
India 3 for 127 on the BizCover scoreboard. Test bizcover.com.au and BizSave on your business insurance. Rahane 33. Agarwal is 12. Pat Cummins is in the attack.
I think they're going to start to use the short ball at him now. They've got a leg gully, a fine leg gully, and then another one man out in the deep just in front of square on the leg side.
Cummins begins the fresh over to Agarwal, who leaves the ball rising over the off stump. Tight leave.
Yeah, you can do that on the Gabba though. You're just pretty confident that the ball, if it pitches on back of a length, it's going to go over the top of the bails.
Had the Sunday morning shout-out going, where the one that amused me most, just as he finished his stint, was at Macca's drive-through listening to SEN cricket. Cummins bowls, Agarwal on the back foot defending. But there are questions for you, Buck, as we start this session. 0433 98 11 16 for Summit Internet, faster business internet. I was picking up a little bit on what you were talking about with Mitchell Johnson a little earlier on. Who was the worst bowler to face in the nets during your career?
I think I got it asked that. I think I said him. He was horrible. It just was no fun, particularly as I was about 38 at the time. But
Cummins bowling over the wicket. Agarwal digs it in. Agarwal gets underneath.
But when I kind of started my professional career, it was learning a little bit of the craft on the whacker nets, and for those people who've actually batted on the whacker nets, they are much faster than the whacker itself. And if you're bowling towards what's the greyhounds race course? Oh, it's escaped my mind. If you're bowling towards that end, there's a ridge as well.
Cummins to Agarwal. Again, he ducked under the short one. So Chris forecast at the start of this over what was coming, and two good bounces that Agarwal's been able to evade.
And then there was just all these bowlers were about 6'4" plus, kind of in the WA squad. So you go in. I never forget. I've told this story a couple of times, but I used to hate batting in those nets. I just didn't even look forward to training because it was so scary. And then in the end, I'd just be almost backing away and trying to just not get hit. And then one day I had to bat following Adam Gilchrist.
Agarwal down the leg side as he feathered it through. Payne's up and asking. Cummins as well. Blocker says no. And Tim Payne immediately goes to the review. He believes that Agarwal has feathered that down the leg side. He's absolutely adamant as the team gathers.
Agarwal saying, no, that's just flicked his thigh pad on the way through.
So to Paul Rifle, don't let your luck run out. Drive safely these days, TAC, to go through the DRS process.
It just looked the right height for the thigh pad. And it is, yeah, it's nowhere near the bat.
Hot spot, and it has brushed the thigh pad, so that's going to be waved away. Cannington or Gloucester Park?
Gloucester Park, yeah, sorry.
Thank you to those who sent that through. Yes, the angle that we're seeing now, the replay for Wagner Vitamins from Chemist Warehouse showed just how far that was from bat and gloves. Brushed his bum on the way through. So Paul Wilson stands by his call with the assist from Paul Rifle, and India stays 3 for 127. And Tim Payne loses a review. Agarwal continues on 12. Cummins in, bowls to him, and Agarwal fends the ball out to point. End of the over, 3 for 127 on the BizCover scoreboard. Test bizcover.com.au and BizSave on your business insurance.
An important message from the Victorian Government. To help stop the spread of coronavirus, all residents and travellers wishing to enter Victoria must now apply for a permit. To find out whether you are currently in a red zone, orange zone or green zone, and what you must do to enter Victoria, visit coronavirus.vic.gov.au. Stay safe, stay open. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes be bowled over by value and choice. Tim Payne's his record with the DRS deteriorates further. An unsuccessful review. Cam Green with ball in hand. It's about to begin the 7th over of his work in this test match. 3 for 127. Agarwal's 12. Rahane's 33. He has the strike. Green in and bowls and turned away by Rahane out of his pads. Down to backward square for a run. He's 34. It's 3 for 126. Chris, just take us back to the whacker nets and
I was writing down these names that it had to face. It was Joe Angel, Brendan Julian, Gavin Swan, Jeremy Allen. He bowled left arm rockets. Duncan Spencer, Matthew Nicholson, Sean Carey, Brad Williams, Mark Atkinson, Tom Moody. All these. It was a nightmare facing those guys. But there was this one day where
Green bowls, Arguel drives. There's a short extra cover in place. Labuschagne got his hands to it on the bump, knocked it down. Abbott tidies up, no run.
And Adam Gilchrist was batting, and he was batting a foot outside his crease. And he was pumping them. There was the indoor centre kind of at square leg for him. He was pulling them over the top onto over there, and then he was hitting them back past him. And I was thinking, oh, this pitch must be a bit slow today. I reckon this is going to be okay. And then I went in, and by the end, I'm standing a centimetre away from my stumps, just fending things off from my nose.
Arguel faces up to green, bouncer. He's in underneath.
And that was, for me, that was just one of those moments where you just go, how good is Gilly? Because he just picks the ball up so much quicker than everybody else. And actually, the only other person I've ever seen do that is Sean Marsh. He was the other one. He could actually bat outside his crease and play those kind of shots. But for the rest of us mere mortals, we were way back, just trying to get out of the way of them, really.
And there's Bruno's got a follow-up question for you. There's green bowls and Arguel inside portion of the bat on the drive, but he nudges it away through mid-on. There's runs to be had for Arguel. He scampers through 2 and will settle there, I fancy. He moves to 14, 3 for 130. What was Dirk Nannis like to face in the nets?
Oh, yeah. Big Dirk. Well, he didn't really know where they were going, so you'd get the odd kind of full bunger that probably was about waist high, and then the next one would be halfway down the pitch. So I'll never forget, I was his first class wicket, and he turned up, and there's this bloke with his big beard on left arm rockets.
Green bowls, Arguel takes it out of his pads to mid-on, no run.
And he just looked like an absolute caveman. And now that I know him, he's just the complete opposite. Yeah. He's hilarious. But yeah, he was Peter Siddle back in the day when he was a bit quicker. He was a bit nasty as well in the nets.
So the question with notice to Brad Haddin, who will join us in the next over, is most frightening net bowler that you were exposed to.
Oh, he would have faced Brett Lee though. Oh.
Green bowls. Arguel drives inside edge into his pads. Falls harmlessly back down the pitch. 50 overs gone of the Indian innings. 3 for 130. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes be bowled over by Value and Choice.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Locally made products known for quality, safety and reliability support Aussie jobs. Look for the trusted kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
G'day, Move Hughes here for Scott Pack Business Finance. I have my uniforms tailored for my unique body, and Scott Pack can tailor a cash flow solution for your unique business. Whatever your needs, search for Scott Pack today.
The reviews are coming for Summit Internet, faster business internet for Tim Payne's prowess with the DRS. Who's worse with the video review, Federer or Payne? They are both horrible. Payne is shocker for reviews. What's he doing? And Cummins begins the new over to Rahane. Inside edge, out to the leg side. And it rolls harmlessly to mid-wicket, a run. Tim Payne needs to follow George Costanza. If every instinct you have is wrong, then the opposite would have to be right. Brad Haddin, are keepers hopeless with the DRS, or is Payne an exception?
You've got me here. I need a moment to recover there. It's an interesting one there because Tim Payne didn't ask for any advice off anyone else. So that one's solely on Tim Payne's head. So, yeah, he hasn't had a great time with the DRS.
Is that upside down, George? Black is white, night is day.
That's it.
I love that episode.
Bizarro world. Yeah. Cummins bowls to Arguel, who's in behind it defending. Hads, good to have you back in the experts chair for Macca's. The McRib and El Macco are back at Macca's this summer. What were you like as a DRS judge?
I took no responsibility. I threw 2 cents worth in, and when it got really close in the game, I didn't get involved in the conversation. I'd much rather turn to someone like Buck and discuss that there so we didn't have to get involved in it. But it's an interesting one. I think you need a process. I think point should be involved, the wicketkeeper and the bowler, then everyone should stay out.
Cummins over the wicket, bowls. Arguel edges through the cordon and down to third man for 4. We've seen that 3 times on morning 3 at the Gabba. Always through fourth slip, twice from Stark, once from Cummins. Now Agarwal moves to 18 as a result of the Blunston boundary 150 not out.
I don't think that's carried, and sometimes you have to accept that. You can't have fielders everywhere, and if you start getting your slips to kind of go and stand in different positions, then you're just gambling. You're just hoping that it goes to the right spot. And then if it does go to where you first or second should be, then you kick yourself.
Yep. 3 for 135. Cummins in again, bowls. Agarwal jams down on a ball, keeps it out of his pads. No
Gerard, I just came in off the back of the conversation where you're talking about net bowlers.
Yes.
And the scariest ones to face. I got cold sweat as soon as I heard the conversation, because everyone remembers the 2005-6 Ashes on how great a time it was. The best cricketer got the Ashes series going again. I was part of that squad and didn't play. So during the days, you'd have to go and bat Sean Tate.
Buck had written that down.
I wrote
on
that
the pad.
down, yeah.
Cummins to Agarwal, defends on the back foot.
And I don't know how well you know Sean Tate. He's one of the nicest men in the world, but the one thing he couldn't do was complicate the issue when he's bowling. So it would just be myself, Sean Tate, a selector, go out to the nets. He'd have a new ball. He had to practice his new ball. And he'd say, I won't bounce your Haddin. And I said, mate, don't worry about whether you're going to bounce me or not. You just get your job done and don't think about anything else. Because if he thought about don't bowl a bouncer, don't bowl a bouncer, don't look for a pink elephant, you see a pink elephant. And all Tatey did then was bowl bumpers. It got worse and worse.
Cummins to round out his over. Agarwal leaves the ball shaping at the off stump. 3 for 135. We've got a good conversation on the bubble. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes be bowled over by Value and Choice.
The 7-seat Kia Sorrento. We've extended the wheelbase, creating a VIP invite-only setting for no more than 7 people. Gave it thousands of watts of powerful surround sound, and our brand new high-definition screens added an ergonomically contoured armrest, cup holders, and dual reclining seats. Plus, one-touch access to the back row, making every seat the best in-house. Now, just add popcorn. The all-new 7-seat Kia Sorrento.
India trails by 234. All our stats and facts for Scott Pack. Turn unpaid invoices into cash. scottpack.com.au. We're on the psychiatrist couch with Chris Rogers and Brad Haddin, reliving horror days in the nets. And today's special category is Sean Tate. Hads.
Well, can I ask you about that series they had? Did you play in the kind of warm-up game against Northamptonshire?
Yep.
So
Green starts his new over, left by Rahane outside the off stump.
I played for Northamptonshire 2006, 2007, and I remember David Sales telling this hilarious story where he was listed to bat number 4, come in and number 4, and the number 3 for Northampton got hit in the helmet, and Tatey was bowling the speed of light, and David Sales had to walk out there, and there was this pool of blood just on on the crease line.
Green bowls to Rahane. He went the Yorker again, and he got clipped away to backward square for a single. Rahane's 36. It's 3 for 136.
And this is the guy who actually got 200 against Shoaib Akhtar, and I think in his first game as well. So, and then the first ball he faced, he reckoned he didn't even see it from Tatey. He was so fast. And so the next ball, he took one step, big step towards square leg, shouldered arms, and middle stump just went cartwheeling, probably back to you. And he just walked off, happiest man in the world.
Well, it's funny you say, because I remember, and it might have been their Sales saying, coming out to bat after the first ball, going, I don't need this.
Green bowls, Agarwal defends to the leg side.
The other one was Mitchell Johnson in 2012-13, the home Ashes. And you remember leading into that series, Bucky, we're trained in Brisbane at the Centre of Excellence, and I was batting with Ryan Harris. And Jono was bowling, steaming in, and you remember Buff wanted everyone to bat and face the fast bowlers, and I remember Ryan arguing with Boof, yelling from net to net, saying, Boof, this is not funny for anyone. I can't see the ball. How'd you get down there and face Jono? I'll face the others. And I'm going, mate, Rhino, I don't want Mitch either.
Agarwal on strike, pulls a short one from Green, drags it down to fine leg and gets his 19th run, 3 for 137.
But Rhino's face, he just sat at the other end and he refused to face. And Darren's going, get down there, Ryan, you've got to get in behind it. He goes, Darren, this is not funny anymore. I can't see the ball. And Mitch is going, I'll pitch it up for you. He goes, Mitch, you can pitch it wherever you like. I can't see the ball. I am not batting, and refused to run.
That's so good.
That was fast, that series.
Well, that was the only time I've seen in my whole career grown men with fear in their eyes.
Green bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Rahane.
Yeah, for me it was when he bowled that. He bowled a bouncer to Kevin Peterson, who kind of shaped to pull it or hook it, and then it was too fast, had to bail out, and he kind of swore at almost at the top of his voice, as if he was so surprised. And I reckon that was almost a moment for us where it was like, yeah, we've got these guys.
Cam Green striving away. He bowls and Rahane plays easily enough on the back foot, not tidily fielded by Labuschagne at short cover, but it doesn't penetrate the field. End of the over, 3 for 137 SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, be bowled over by Value and Choice.
G'day, Merv Hughes here for Scott Pack Business Finance. I was never the best, but I played with the best. I still do. Scott Pack is the #1 non-bank business lender, the market leader in cash flow solutions. Search for Scott Pack Business Finance.
It's the final days of Beaumont's January price dump. Prices dumped on tiles, bathroom, kitchen, laundry floors and walls, 20 to 50% off. Hurry in for the final days of Beaumont's massive price dump.
Mitch Stark is coming back into the attack as Tim Payne wheels the changes. He sent down 8 overs, none for 31. He dragged a couple of big thick edges out of Rahane at the start of the day's play that flew through the cordon for 4, but wasn't really able to settle in on anything consistent. So he gets another look. Rahane's 36, Agarwal's 19. The bowling change for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. India is 3 for 137. And there's a few messages to feed into Brad Haddin and Chris Rogers' conversation from varying club cricketers or school cricketers who had the misfortune of facing the likes of Tate or Holdsworth or Williams in their junior days. Stirring a few old memories. 0433 98 11 16. Hey boys, had the misfortune to face a young Sean Tate in a grade game. It was 2 balls I'll never forget. Fair to say I didn't see the ball, but I definitely heard it. That's from Craig in Adelaide. Stark begins his new spell. He's over the wicket and he's bowling to Agarwal, who leaves outside the off stump. Wayne Holdsworth was a lunatic. Facing the nets must have been a nightmare. Travis, I remember facing Brad Williams as a 14 or 15-year-old on the Frankston Heights Primary School concrete nets. That was scary. No helmets in those days.
Yeah, I think everyone's got their fast bowling stories. I remember Darren Lehman captaining to Sean Tate and batting with the tail, and he'd walk up to the tail end of his bat. I remember Nathan Horitz's face one day just saying, if you block one ball to spinner, I'm going to bring Tate on. And I remember the tail going, they're out in 15 minutes slogging the spinners.
Agarwal defends a full ball from Stark, guides it out to mid-off, no run.
There was about a 3-year period where Sean Tate, he couldn't get in the test team, and he was trying to.
Yep.
But for the state cricketers who had to face him, it was an absolute nightmare. You just kind of almost, that was the first thing you'd do when you saw the schedule. You'd actually look to see when you were playing South Australia, because that was it. I'm sure I faced some spells of him where it was 160. It was unbelievable.
Yep. Stark sets in and he bowls to Agarwal, who leaves outside the off stump. Marks from Cranbourne. I faced James Pattinson in the nets as a junior. He was fast and scary then.
Well, I tell you what, though, since the wangers come into play, as a batter or a keeper, you used to be able to get your own back to the fast bowlers also. You could put the bamboo on the back of your wanger, tape it up, and you could sort of get your own back to the fast bowlers when they ask you to throw some in the net. You aim at their ribs or just to flick their butt on the way past, but you could get a little bit of your own back.
Stark bowls, Agarwal leaves. That's well outside the off stump.
I must admit I have bumped James Pattinson a few times with the side arm and just said that's one more. One less I owe you back.
It'll be a big pile to be paying off. I've got a couple of loose ends to tie up before the end of the over when Huddo will return. So AG, Bizarro World's a different episode to Reverse George. So a bit of Seinfeld trivia to help us through.
That was you, though, wasn't it?
That was me.
You taking that.
Stark from the Vulture Street end. Bowls a bouncer that Agarwal stays inside the line of. Good, sharp, decisive movement to the short ball. And Daniel, not sure whether to be impressed that I worked out to pause Foxtel and then restart it so it's in line with SEN, or depressed that it took me 4 tests to figure that out. Good stuff.
As long as you get the right decision at the end, I say.
Yeah, get there in the end. There's a couple of long form messages coming through as well, which I might park for lunch. 0433 98 11 16. Some good fun to be had. Stark to round out the first over of his new spell, and he's glanced away by Agarwal for 4. So straying down the leg side, and Agarwal takes toll. 23 for Agarwal. Rahane's 36. 3 for 141. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes be bowled over by Value and Choice.
IMAR. We all know they're the tradies' mates when it comes to business insurance. But did you know that IMAR has window cleaners covered too? Insure your window cleaning business with IMAR and receive commercial and industrial cover for 2-story, 5-story and no height restrictions. Plus, receive competitive monthly premiums at no additional cost. Just a simple phone call and we'll get you covered too. Call 13-IMAR now. That's 134627.
The tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
Good fun listening, boys. But I tell you what, the two guys that aren't having fun right now is Mitchell Stark and Justin Langer. He's looking like a football coach in the box, riding every ball, and the frustration is growing on him right now. 3 for 141. Nathan Lyon back in the attack. So Cam Green's search for that elusive first test wicket, he's going to have to wait. Rahane 36 and Agarwal 23. We'll get back to the storytelling in a moment, but it's a big 25 minutes before lunch here, boys.
Yeah, Huddo, Test cricket's all about recognising the big moments, and we're right in one right now.
Lyon drops a fraction short, and Rahane was able to use his wrist to get it down to long on for 1.
Interesting to get Bucky's take. You had Agarwal, he's been dropped from the Test team. He's coming back into a new position at number 5. One of Mitchell Stark's strength, and he struggled a little bit today, he's bowling to new batsmen with that shock factor. I think they missed a trick there.
Yeah.
Lyon bowls again right back on his stumps. Agarwal turning with the spin.
Yeah, I agree. I think that was the match-up. That's the one that probably Agarwal has troubled him, albeit it was with a new ball that was swinging back in. But, yeah, that was maybe just a little match-up they could have made more of.
Lyon bowls more air, and he reaches forward and turns quietly to mid-on.
And I think once he's faced about 25 balls, you've seen the positiveness come back into his feet. He's looked a lot more assured going forward and back in the crease. But, yeah, it's a big moment missed, I reckon.
Lyon again, and he was reaching, but he turns it.
Just interested watching Lyon here, Hads, as well. Just how he's ducking in at the last second. He's kind of running pretty straight, and then right at the end, he kind of angles himself to fine leg.
Back on the stumps and hitting again with the spin. He's whacked it away. There's a fieldsman down there, so Cummins keeps it to 1 at deep square leg, and Agarwal goes to 24 and Rahane to 37.
I wonder if there's just a little technical issue. He's just not getting all the force behind the ball, and therefore not getting, the spin and bounce that he probably has in previous series. Do you look for those kind of things when you keep
Have a look now. I think the one thing with Nathan Lyon is he does generate a lot of energy from the crease.
He's going around the wicket here, and again, Rahane plays it straight into the ground. That is the end of the over. 3 for 143 through 54 overs. That's all for Henley Holmes. Be bowled over by value and choice.
Having to sell your boat, the Godfather, after years in the backyard would break most, but the 3.5-tonne brake towing in the new Hilux Rugged X means you can say farewell fast and stay unbreakable. Awaken your unbreakable with the new Hilux. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota. Conditions apply. See toyota.com.au.
It's the final days of Beaumont's January price dump. Prices dumped on tiles, bathroom, kitchen, laundry, floors and walls, 20 to 50% off. Hurry in for the final days of Beaumont's massive price dump.
Agarwal 24. Rahane 37. Stark dismissed him twice at the MCG. He throws one up wide outside the off stump, which he lets go.
Another thing it's been interesting today, we've seen it in the Indians that they got the ball to swing a lot, and conditions suit today. It's the humidity's out there, it's overhead conditions suit swing bowling, but we haven't seen the ball swing from the Australians.
Yeah, Ryan Harris, he felt like he had to hold him back to go out and bowl himself this morning. He was excited about the conditions, but it hasn't really eventuated.
Well, they did a slow-mo of Mitch Starc in his earlier spell, and the seam was kind of tilted to 11 o'clock.
Another one just outside the off stump, allowed to pass. Still 3 for 143.
Yeah, I've noticed that he's not getting behind the ball and coming down. His angles, his wrist is pointing to first and second slip.
It's interesting, isn't it? You just think, well, why can't you just fix that? But there's so much going on. It's not just as easy as that.
Bowled 5 overs in his first spell for 23 runs after starting with a maiden. Back for a second crack before lunch. 22 minutes before the first major interval. Agarwal on 24. He's doing a good job batting in his new position at number 5. Lets the next one go.
And we've seen today Hazelwood get the breakthrough. I think the one thing Josh does better than most, he pitches the ball a lot fuller. And I think this is what you need on this wicket. You need the Indians playing off the front foot. And he gave a bit of aggression too. He bowled his bouncer like he wanted to hit the batsman and intimidate him. Then his follow-up ball was really good. So I just think his presence today created something for Australia. And that's what Mitch needs. He needs to get into a contest, needs to make it personal.
Stark attacks the leg stump this time, so Agarwal can work it into the gap. I don't think that's where he wanted to direct the ball. He gets one more run. Yeah, that's it. So is that the psychology you see that would succeed for Mitch Stark, to make it personal?
Well, I think sometimes when the game's just sort of just pandering out and you're looking for that breakthrough, you're struggling a bit for the rhythm you want. Sometimes you need to arouse yourself, and that can be, different people like to keep it quiet. Sometimes, though, with a big, fast bowler, to get right in the contest, make them do something they don't want to do, arouse yourself a little bit.
That's not going to help at all. That's a really wide delivery to Rahane.
Yeah, and I think maybe he's struggling with a couple of technical things, so he's starting to get a little bit internal. He's thinking about, what's going on with his body position or whatever, instead of actually just thinking, I've got to get the bloke 22 yards away out. If you get internal, that can actually be the worst thing.
Last ball of his 10th over has the figures of none for 36. Big moment here for Mitch Stark. He's charging into Rahane. In the air, he's caught! Matthew Wade takes the catch. A second gully has been put in place, and the plan comes together for Tim Payne and Mitch Stark. He's dismissed Rahane. A body blow for India and relief for Mitch Stark. He doesn't want to show it, but what a wicket. He's never enjoyed that so much.
Well, he will be relieved, because I reckon if Rahane had left that ball, which he should have. I mean, that was nowhere near to drive, and he didn't need to do it, especially when you've got 2 slips and 2 gullies. just leave that ball outside, get through the next over. I reckon the pressure would have mounted even more on Stark, but it was a poor shot. And
it's been a match of poor shots, though,
well,
hasn't it?
who knows what that's going to do to Mitchell Stark now. Could be just the thing he needed.
End of the over. 4 for 144. The bowling changes for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brewers. Richard Pant makes his way out at the Gabba.
An important message from the Victorian Government. To help stop the spread of coronavirus, all residents and travellers wishing to enter Victoria must now apply for a permit. To find out whether you are currently in a red zone, orange zone or green zone, and what you must do to enter Victoria, visit coronavirus.vic.gov.au. Stay safe, stay open. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
The look of disbelief on the face of Ajinkya Rahane. We've seen that before in this test match. And Mitch Stark, understated response to what must have been a great moment for him to get the wicket. And earlier today we saw a few edges flick through that area, didn't we? And so Tim Payne, rather than just reacting at the time, when Stark's come back, he's put that second gully in, or a four and a half slip, and it's paid dividends. So Richard Pant is the new batsman. Lions starts a new over, bowling to Agarwal.
And you talk about big moments in a test match now. We've looked at Mitchell Stark today. He's got the big breakthrough, but you're 1 wicket away now from the tail. And the one thing Mitchell is in this team for is to knock the tail over. He's as good as anyone in the world at doing that. So he's 1 wicket away now.
Lion bowls Fuller with air and driven handsomely by Agarwal. Some good fielding by Hazelwood keeps it to 1 wide of mid-off.
Now the Australians are 1 wicket away. Pant's got an uncomfortable time here. How's he going to play? I think he can only play one way, and we've seen that in Sydney. But you're 1 wicket away from the tail. Very inexperienced players. Mitchell Stark's the best at exposing any weakness in the tail. So this is a big moment here for the Australians. They can pick up one more just before the break. It's game on.
4 for 145. The follow-on mark seems comfortable at 169, but I think this is, get around your radios and your TVs. This is Richard Pant. Lion bowls. He's down the pitch straight away. Fluent drive, but Lion is ready for anything. Smart fielding away to his right. And the crowd are loving everything he does in this test match.
Well, he's started with a deep mid on as well, so, and a deep mid off. It's interesting,
isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Further protection out on the leg side. Lion bowls just outside the off stump, not compelled to play. So there's a slip and a short leg.
They basically said to Pant, look, if you're going to score your runs, you're not just going to do it quickly and easily.
A deep backward square leg. A big gap out at mid-wicket, though. Lion eventually picking him up in Sydney from wide of the crease. That's a beautiful delivery, but front-on defence from Pant back up the pitch.
You also don't have to look at those fieldsmen as defensive fieldsmen as well with Pant. You've got a tight mid-wicket and a tight short cover who can cut that one off down the ground, but they're catching positions to Pant. We've seen in Sydney, he'll take that fielder on.
Lion bowls, he's not taking him on now. He's defending. All our replays are for Wagner Vitamins, available every day from Chemist Warehouse. India 4 for 145 at the Gabba.
Power's big holiday sale gives you the power to get away with a great deal on Kumho tyres. Buy 3 and get 1 free on Kumho tyres, including a huge range of premium quality passenger car and SUV tyres. What a way to get away when you buy 3 and get 1 free on a big range of Kumho tyres. Only this January and only at Tyre Power. Conditions apply. Tyre Power's big holiday sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
Robert Craddock said earlier today on Fox, this series has been the most gripping since the 2005 Ashes. That last wicket has certainly added to the tension with the extra factor of the rain that's to come in the next couple of days as Stark goes back into bowling. Absolute wide ones outside the off stump, and Agarwal lets it go.
Huddo, you touched on it there before about Tim Payne. The one thing I like about that dismissal, he wasn't reactive this morning. He kept his fieldsman in. He didn't move that third slip after a couple of balls went through, but with the way Mitchell Stark's bowling, he's not getting any swing back into the batsman, so he's just going across. So to move that third slip into that catcher floater is very smart move with where Mitchell Stark's been bowling. He got just rewards for it.
Yeah, it'd be a very satisfying dismissal, that, to get the captain out too. Stark working away at Agarwal. This is again wide of the off stump, not by as much that time. Goes through to the keeper. All our stats for Scott Pack turn unpaid invoices into cash. scottpack.com.au. And just to tidy up some of the early discussion, Buck, did you ever face Duncan Spencer?
Yeah, did. Actually, the first ball I ever faced in a game, it was a proper hand-to-header. A beamer. He played for Gosnells, and
Stark again. Agarwal. This time he does have to play it. He's tucked it. Nice little improvisation. He might even get a second here. He played it so slowly down to fine leg. Yes, he comes back. That wouldn't have been much fun.
no, he was another one. I don't think he really knew where they were going. I'll never forget Justin Langer standing next to him at the top of his mark one day and just trying to roll him out. I don't know why. He was bowling to a guy named Mark Lavender. And he was just yelling at him to bowl bounces, bowl as fast as you can. And I was a young guy. I was in my first year at the squad. I was watching this. I was going, what is this? And he was bowling. He was trying to hit him in the head every ball.
Stark again. He's just not making him play here at all. And even the wicket-taking ball really wasn't that good a delivery, but it got the breakthrough. But he's got to surely make him play a little more than this, unless he's setting him up.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because I think, just back to Hads' point, it was actually, if you think about where he's got his field, it is for a push out. So I think there's quite a big gap at point. So Tim Payne's almost saying to the batsman, look, if you want to play out there, you can. But if you edge it, you're in trouble.
Stark again, and Agarwal lets it pass.
So he seems to be bowling to his field a little bit. But if you're prepared to just leave the ball, you shouldn't be in too much trouble.
And that's what I was shocked about Rahane. He's been so disciplined all series. And tactically, he's been really good. He would have known what Tim Payne and Mitchell Stark were trying to do. So he'll be disappointed. But that's Test cricket. That's our concentration lapse when pressure's on. That can just start the rot for Australia.
Especially getting punting with 15 minutes to go before the break. It's not ideal.
Agarwal has an interesting placement of his hands, and he stands there sort of well behind him. He lets it go, so it's a bit of a nothing over, unfortunately, from Mitch Stark to follow up his successful one. End of it, it's 4 for 147. Henley Holmes be bowled over by Value and Choice.
It's the final days of Beaumont's January price dump. Prices dumped on tiles, bathroom, kitchen, laundry, floors and walls, 20 to 50% off. Hurry in for the final days of Beaumont's massive price dump.
G'day, Merv Hughes here for Scott Pack Business Finance. Facing my fastest bouncer, you want the right equipment. Same with running a business. So if you need to upgrade your equipment or expand your fleet, speak with Scott Pack. Search for Scott Pack today.
Richard Pan, who made that exciting 97 in Sydney. Back on strike to the man who removed him, Nathan Lyon. He can play that off the back foot. He gets off the mark. It's a sharpish single to Pat Cummins at point, but he gets there. Hads Brownie says Mick Lewis on synthetic was a joke. And I actually have experience of that. We did a bit of a radio thing where we G'd Mick Lewis up, and then they had a session where the Vicks invited the media down for a net session. Line bowls around the wicket. Agarwal advances down the pitch and hits him clean for 6 over long on. Agarwal, yeah, he has a taste for spinners and dispatching them. And he sends that cleanly over long on for 6. They are not going to let Nathan Lyon dictate terms. That's a beautiful strike from Agarwal.
Yeah, no, on the surface, this looks a beautiful shot. Beautiful swing, got to the pitch of the ball. But mid-on's 3/4 of the way back. Yes, that went 10 rows back, but Nathan Lyon won't be too disappointed with that. We've seen Rohit Sharma try the same thing, and Nathan Lyon just beat him in flight and a little bit slower. So he wouldn't be too disappointed with that Nathan Lyon just before the break. He'd encourage him to try to do it again.
Absolutely. Lyon bowls. He's back on the stumps and turning this Agarwal. Ricochets off Wade.
And the one thing Agarwal does do, he is aggressive to the spinners. He does like to use his feet backwards and forwards. But, yeah, that one there looks good and everything looks great. But just roll with Sharma about if that goes wrong.
Indeed. He's turning the next one quietly. And the Wagner replay, Wagner Vitamins available every day from Chemist Warehouse. Showed a row of, I think, Indian supporters. They got the catch off the rebound, but I was interested in one of them had I don't know if it was a hot dog or some chips or what it was in the left hand. He was very conscious of making sure they didn't spill. Lyon bowls again. He changes his mind midstream as to how to play that Agarwal. Turns it into defensive shot straight to short leg on the bounce. 4 for 154 in response to Australia's 369. Are we going to see counter-attack after the break from Agarwal and Pant? Or is it going to be a grind? You can't imagine that with Pant. Lyon bowls just slightly off the outer portion of the defensive bat from Agarwal, but he sees the over out at 4 for 154 for Henley Holmes to be bowled over by value and choice.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Watching that Wagner Vitamins replay again, available every day from Chemist Warehouse. He would want to have put some bat on the ball, Pads. He was about 2.5, 3 metres out of the crease when he played that shot.
Yeah, as we said, Hutto, it's a beautiful shot on the surface. He got a good swing of that, and they're the ones you hit the biggest sixes off, the ones that just beat you a little bit in length and you keep following through. But this is an interesting matchup here now. We know how aggressive Pant is. Mitchell Stark, he'll enjoy bowling to a left-hander. If you can just get that one, we can go 5 down. Leading into the break, Australia could knock this tail over quick, but need that 5 down.
Stark bowls, Pat, sort of fends and runs quickly, and they get a single before Stark could cut it off. Goes away on the leg side, Pat to 2. Agarwal is 34. It's 4 for 155. And just to finish off that Mick Lewis story, I made the strategic decision when facing him, Hads, to not wear a helmet, because I sort of felt that surely he couldn't try and kill me, and I thought if I had a helmet, he might have a false sense of security.
That wouldn't have worked?
No, it didn't work. It didn't work. I'm not sure I got in behind too many of them, to be honest.
I faced Mick Lewis a lot in state cricket, and he always made sure he knew what was in the middle of the wicket.
Stark throws up another really wide ball to Agarwal, so he can't be that far off with his radar here. He must be deliberately targeting wide of the stumps here for Agarwal, just waiting for him to crack, do you think?
The only thing I can think of here is he's trying to play on the patience of Agarwal, trying to get him to play with his hands outside his eye lines, and if he does do that, Tim Payne's got 2 slips, 2 gullies there waiting for the catch. But on the surface, it looks like he's just struggling a little bit with rhythm. But the one thing with Mitch Stark, he's got a wicket ball in him. No matter how he's bowling, he's always got a wicket ball.
Stark fuller and driven straight for 4 by Agarwal. Terrific response. Stark eventually took his line back to the stumps, and Agarwal was ready for it. He moves to 38, and he's providing a threat now. Pant is 2.
And we've just seen with Agarwal, after he's got through those initial 20 balls, you've started to see a lot more positivity in his feet. He's using the crease forward and back. And one of the features of his batting, when he is going, he doesn't miss opportunities to score. And Mitchell Stark just over-pitched there. He just leant on that ball nicely, drove it down, or just past the stumps for 4 runs.
Stark again and allowed to pass outside the off stump. I had a look back to Agarwal. He's made those 2 double centuries. His 243 came from 330 balls against Bangladesh, 28 4s and 8 6s. He took a liking to the spin that day, and he has listed that his hero growing up was Virender Sehwag. So even though he doesn't quite always play that way, He loves it. He loves to go for the maximum, as they call it, in the T20.
I'll tell you what, then, if these two bat any time together, we know Pan has a dislike for the defensive shot.
Stark bowls is up there to drive. And a crowd catch. Marnus Labuschagne takes in the covers.
Yeah, I also think they missed a little trick with Agarwal. When he first came to the wicket, they bowled Green for that extended spell. And we know Green's a talent. He still hasn't got his first Test wicket. But Agarwal's come off being dropped. He's batting in an unfamiliar position at number 5. I would have had Mitchell Stark on to him straight away. Just while he's second-guessing his feet and he's trying to get the feel for the Gabba wicket. I just think they missed a little bit of a trick there, not having Stark onto him straight away.
Stark again, and back to that line outside the off stump. He doesn't take the bait. End of the over for Henley Holmes, be bowled over by Value and Choice. All our players in the running for the player of the day for Bingley. Sale of the year on now.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles is the only tile company in Australia to offer a lifetime guarantee on all our premium European ranges. Yes, all National Tiles premium ranges from Italy and Spain come with National Tiles' exclusive lifetime guarantee. The most beautiful crafted European wall and floor tiles from Europe and Spain with National Tiles' lifetime guarantee. National Tiles. Now you can.
From 2 for 67 to 4 for 159 in the day's play so far. So 2 wickets, not as many as Australia would have liked, as Lyon bowls to Pant, but they have removed the 2 batsmen that are likely to bat the longest. Coming up to the lunch break, and you can have your say for Tyre Power, who know your tyres. 1300 736 736. First ball of the Lion over, which could be the last one before the break is allowed to pass. Second ball to Pat. He just leans forward and dabs to point, and there's still no run.
This is where... Oops, sorry.
Oh, no, Brett said, I've just showed my girlfriend the footage of Brad Haddin smashing his first ball for 6 at the Adelaide Oval. Bharat Kohli was just standing there staring at him. So funny. Get you to respond to that in a moment. Let's watch this ball from Lyon. So close to the interval. Bowls to Pant, and looks like he's playing for lunch. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'll respond to that one in a minute, but just look at here with Nathan Lyon and Pan. He's still got mid-on and mid-off back. I think he needs to play on his ego a little bit here. I think he needs to bring one up to 3/4, the other right up, because I reckon Pan could make a decision before the break to play a silly shot.
Oh, he does hit it in the air as he went to cut. It was a little too close to his body. His line dropped short. It's gone into the gap. Cummins pursues it all the way out to the boundary. And there's 2 runs for Rishabh Pant. He goes to 4. I was just going to say, surely he wouldn't go for any really expansive shot, just 3 balls out from lunch, but he just couldn't help himself.
Yeah, and that's just the thing. You've got to try to put odds in your favour. So I'd be making sure I'd bring him mid-off and mid-on up, but I'd slow the game down a bit. So he'd know exactly what was going on. I'd take my time so he could hear what we're doing, see if he could play in his ego a bit.
From wide of the crease line, bowls at off stump, and he's defended back to the bowler. He's 4, Agarwal 38. It's 4 for 161. Seeking to be the leading run scorer in this innings for Victoria Police. Be a force for good. 161. Australia picking up 2 wickets in the session. Yesterday afternoon, they lost Gill for 7 and Sharma for 44. And today, it was Pujara, caught Payne, bowled Hazelwood for 25 and 3 for 105. And then Rahane, the skipper, caught Wade, bowled Stark for 37. Agarwal is 38. Rishabh Pant is 4. There's 6 extras. It's 4 for 161. The wicket shared between the main strike bowlers. So our leading wicket taker shared again for Atlanta Energy, supporting your home team. A quick word from Brad Haddin, and then Ryan Harris will be back after the break. Hads?
Yeah, I think Australia will be happy with that session. Having both Pujara and Rahane out, that's a big wicket. I think this second session now, if they can get one more wicket early and expose that tail to a fresh Mitchell Stark, we're not too far away from a new ball also. So they'll be happy that they got Pujara and Rahane out. I would just like to see a little bit more energy in what the Australians are doing. It's an important test match. You know the Australians have to win. So I'd just like to see a little bit more energy and just creating some doubt with the way they field and their presence in there.
All right, good stuff. Our experts for Macca's, the replays for Wagner Vitamins available every day from Chemist Warehouse. Plenty to look at and reflect on that first session. Australia 2 wickets, not completely satisfied. 208 runs is the deficit as it stands. It's still very delicately poised. And there was one failed DRS for the TAC. Don't let your luck run out. Drive safely these holidays. Ryan Harris will be with us next. India 4 for 161 in response to Australia's 369. For Henley Holmes, be bowled over by Value and Choice.
G'day, Merv Hughes here for Scott Pack Business Finance. I used to love connecting with the crowd. Just like Scott Pack Cash Connector connects to your accounting package and turns unpaid invoices into cash. Search for Scott Pack today.
Big Bash Nation. It is punished by Michael Neeser. He rockets through the middle stump, down the ground, and smoked it. This summer, all the big sixes, all the big wickets, and all the fun of the Big Bash is live on SEN. Smith has launched Harris wrong. That is a massive wicket. Big Bash Nation, live all summer on your home of sport. SEN McDonald's. The McRib and El Macco are back at Macca's this summer. And Dakin, Mega Air, custom designed Dakin Air Systems.
An important message from the Victorian Government. To help stop the spread of coronavirus, all residents and travellers wishing to enter Victoria must now apply for a permit. To find out whether you are currently in a red zone, orange zone or green zone, and what you must do to enter Victoria, visit coronavirus.vic.gov.au. Stay safe, stay open. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
Beautiful delivery, gone for nothing! With Western Union, you can send money online to bank accounts overseas for zero sender or receiver transfer fee when you pay with Poland. Download the Western Union app today. Western Union also makes money from currency exchange.
So you're on your way home from a camping trip with your wife's family. You're taking your notoriously tight-lipped father-in-law home. He said 6 words in the past 7 hours, and 4 of them were... Yep. Situations like this would break most. Thankfully, off-road features like a bash plate, hoopless steel front bull bar, and LED light bar on the new Hilux Rugged X make an all-terrain shortcut the obvious option, so you can get home quickly and stay unbreakable. What do you reckon, shortcut? Yep. Awaken your unbreakable with the new Hilux. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Breaking news! The saucy McRib and legendary El Macco are back at Macca's with delicious pork dripping in smoky barbecue rib sauce or juicy beef with chunky Mexican salsa. Grab yours today. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Don't Shoot the Messenger with Caroline Wilson and Corey Perkin. Great local tips, books, screen food, recommendations. The week that was.
Coming down the escalators at Sydney Airport, there was this huge video sign, "Welcome back Melbourne, we've missed you." It was really quite emotional.
There's just a different feel, different thing that fuels both cities, that we're quite comfortable in our boring, flat Yarra River skin, whereas Sydney somehow wants what we have. This is why I loved Megan coming out and talking about this openly, because what it reminds us is that you've actually had a loss in your family and you need people to rally around you. And if people do know, they need to know that this is a very difficult time and they need to feel comfortable saying to you, "I'm with you, I'm sorry, what can I do?" Proudly supported by Prince Wine Store. Head to princewinestore.com.au and thanks to Click for Vic. Get the best of Victoria delivered at Click for Vic. Become best friends with Caro and Corey. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, it's Doug the Tradie. If you're a tradie like me, you need the correct insurance. It's easy with IMAR. They offer competitive premiums, instant cover and no paperwork. Go online, get an instant quote and pay the premium, or call an expert now on 13IMAR. You'll be covered in a few simple steps and ready to get on with the job. Visit imar.com.au today or call 13IMAR and get a quote, get covered, get working.
Well, the trade is great. That's
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
I'm just astonished how many people are still using the wrong bird cages, Pat. You need to get your cages down to the bottom for the whiting. Look at the design of the whiting's face. They're shaped so the mouth turns in under the individual and they feed hard to the bottom. So where are they going to be? They're going to be on the bottom.
get your podcasts.
On SEN Test Cricket, Australia versus India. For Western Union, another fast delivery by Western Union. Send money online with our app. And for Henley Homes, transparent pricing, no spin.
Big moment here for Mitch Starc. He's charging into Rahane. In the air, he's caught! Matthew Wade takes the catch. A second gully has been put in place. And the plan comes together for Tim Payne and Mitch Starc. He's dismissed Rahane. A body blow for India and relief for Mitch Starc. It was a big wicket for Mitch Starc in that second session. India 4 for 161, and both the overnight batsmen back in the pavilion. Pujara out for 25 and Rahane for 37. Agarwal is 38. Part is 4. It's the lunch break on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes. Transparent pricing, no spin. And for Western Union, send money fast online. Our Tyre Power talkback number 1300 736 736, or you can correspond on the Temper text machine 0433 98 11 16. Ryan Harris, 2 wickets enough for Australia, do you think, in that first session? 208 is what India trail by right now.
Yeah, good afternoon. Hello. Look, definitely would have probably liked a lot more. But, well, look, you take 2. I thought they bowled pretty well during that session. But India definitely, again, very good with the bat. I just spoke before about having intent. They showed intent. They probably don't need to show too much intent. They don't need to score. They need Australia to bowl them out, obviously, with the series locked at 1-1 and needing to, Australia needing to win. But I thought they showed really good intent. Agarwal's come out and showed very good intent, taking on Nathan Lyon. I thought they played Nathan Lyon very well. They used their feet to him. They mixed up, made him change his length. And he did that a few times. They went down to him, and then he...
Did you see how far down the wicket Agarwal was when he hit that 6?
Hit that 6, exactly, and got it a long way. But they used their feet, Rahane and Pujara, by doing that. Lyon was sort of dropping short, and he had a very strong onside field set, but he was getting cut through that offside. So very good batting by the Indian batters this morning. But again, I think it's an even session. I think they probably would have liked, maybe definitely another wicket, if not 2, but a good session of cricket.
So the fall of wickets, as we said, Pujara 3 for 105, and then Rahane 4 for 144. The fall of wickets for Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre. All your sheet metal products, Australian made, quality guaranteed. Mitch Starc, he didn't show much emotion when he got that wicket, but it felt like, he even said in the commentary there, it was a big moment. He bowled pretty well first up for 5 overs without a lot of luck. He came back, they made that field adjustment, putting in the floating slip or the second gully, and he'd been bowling pretty wide of the crease, and to be honest, really, Rahane didn't have to play at it, but he played at it, he got the edge. It felt like a pretty big moment for Mitch Starc.
Yeah, I think he looks a little frustrated. I think just from my point of view, I don't think he's far away from being near his best. I know he's copped a little bit of criticism the way he bowled in Sydney, but I thought he was outstanding this morning. He came on, especially to get that wicket of Rahane, and they had a pretty good plan. Ian Healy and I were discussing whether or not they had a deep point, and as you just said, then they had that floating gully where he ended up nicking that ball too, but they worked really hard. Mitchell Starc was consistent. He kept going through that line and bowling a really good length, and he drew Rahane into a shot that, as you just mentioned, he didn't need to play, and you could see how frustrated he was as he walked off. He kept throwing his head back, and just towards the boundary line where he walked off, he smacked himself in the head with his glove, and he was very unhappy with the result of that shot. But they stuck to a plan, and Mitchell Starc did it really well. He stuck to that plan beautifully and was consistent and got the reward. So, yeah, look, he looks a bit frustrated, but again, I don't think he's far away from being near his best.
The ball is not swinging as much as you thought it might, though, is it really, today?
No. It's phenomenal. The ball, I mean, India had it going a little bit. Thakur had it going a little bit, but Natarajan, again, he's known for swinging the ball. He swung a few, but it was yesterday. But the conditions I would have thought this morning were beautiful for swing bowling, and not even Cameron Green, who does swing the ball quite a lot. Not even he didn't get really many to move off the straight as well. So I'm a little bit dumbfounded by that. But again, the conditions were beautiful this morning. You always look for cloud cover here at the Gabba, and for that reason to get some movement, and it just didn't come.
So you mentioned, I mean, these two batsmen have got, obviously, Part's a natural stroke player, super aggressive for Test cricket. Agarwal has really, he's shown that he's happy to hit a boundary, and he's looking to push the runs. And while you're right in saying that runs aren't their major objective because of they're playing for a draw, I mean, they are important still, aren't they, in the overall makeup of when Australia does get to bat a second time, how long they need to bat for, and trying to work out what sort of target to set, with the great unknown being how many overs there will be available for them with the weather forecast.
Yeah, that's the thing. You've got to bring in the weather. You don't play it for the weather, but it's forecast. But yeah, I think they've got to play their natural games. And Pujara, for me, he came out this morning and was had a lot of intent, which I thought was excellent. He looked to score, he looked to drop and run. He put the bad ball away, which we didn't see in Sydney. So whether or not he's had a chat with the coach or with their batting coach or their batting group, and he looked to score, the same as Rahane. I think if you go back into your box too much, you're probably digging a bit of a hole for yourself, and you'll play at a ball that you probably wouldn't play at, or because you might be putting yourself under pressure. So it's good that they're doing that. Mayank Agarwal is a natural scorer. He's an opener. He likes to play shots. The times I've seen him play over the last little bit, couple of years, he has to play shots. So, and you know what Rishabh Pant's like. So it's good to see that. And as you say, the more they score, the longer they bat, and the time that goes out of the game, and then the Australians are going to make up that time. So, look, they need the draw, India. I think ultimately they'd still like to probably think that they can win.
Yeah.
I think that'd be a amazing result again for them, considering what we've spoken about over the last couple of days with their squad, the way it's gone, and having success here last time, winning a series here last time. So that, I'm sure that's in the back of their mind. But again, they're probably in the driving seat.
Yes, you think for them to win, you would need a Rishabh Pant special here. He can just change the whole flow of the game so quickly. If he could hit something similar to what he produced in Sydney on that final day, 100 or close to it in fairly quick time, then that could really put Australia under pressure.
As much as I don't want to see that, I sort of do.
I know what you mean.
Entertaining cricket. It'd be great to see that, and him take the game on, and again, if, like you just mentioned, if he does that, and they don't lose any wickets, or if they lose one and he keeps going, they're going to be in front or close to being in front by the end of the day. And if that's the case, they'll be well in the box seat. But I am fascinated to see. Obviously, Mayank Agarwal's shown his intent. Pant was using his feet with Nathan Lyon, so I don't think he's going to sit back and go back into his box, because I don't think that's the way he can play that way. So it's going to be entertaining cricket, and I think he will definitely take the game on. So we're in for a great afternoon of cricket.
We are. You've talked about the Mitchell-Starc, and you touched on Nathan Lyon, but you might want to expand a little further. So in terms of the greatest threat, who's the most likely Australian bowler, do you think, you always go back to Pat Cummins. He bowled 2 spells unsuccessfully in that 2.5 hours. But, who do you think is most likely to take multiple wickets?
I haven't seen Nathan Lyon, as a real threat this morning, only because I think they played him really well by using their feet and mucking up his length. And he hasn't probably been challenged like that for a long time. There is a little bit of spin there. There's definitely bounce. There's not too many balls misbehaving, but he hasn't looked like a real threat, Nathan Lyon, this morning. I still think it's the quicks, whether it be any one of them. Even Cameron Green, he bowled a little bit short and wide. When he got it in the right areas, he challenged. That just feels like to me that if they get a bit like maybe the Rahane ball's a little bit wide, he probably didn't need to play, but the Pujara ball that was a beautiful delivery. I still feel if they build pressure and put enough in the right spot, that something's going to happen. So not just one. I believe any of the 3 quicks or 4 quicks with Cameron Green can come and change this game. They've just got to be patient. They've just got to be making sure that they're bowling enough balls that the Indian batsmen have to be making a decision to play and create that doubt. So I still think look, Pat Cummins is likely to come in after lunch, and the way he's been bowling, the way he's been starting spells, and putting the balls and a number of balls in challenging positions, I still feel he's probably the one.
Yeah, that was a beautiful delivery, wasn't it, from Hazelwood to remove Pujara. He'd set him up with a shortish ball earlier, which he'd fended off, and then that beautiful, just angling in and just moving away, beautiful leg cutter. It was classic fast bowling.
It was exactly classic fast bowling, best way to describe it. And we seen in the morning that they'd set up the onside field for Pujara, but their bounces were either too short. I mean, we saw one go for 4 byes over Tim Payne's head, or another one that he had to jump and palm down, and they took another bye, or they were too not short enough. And that one of Josh Hazelwood definitely set up that wicket, because he got it to be the right shoulder or the right armpit of Pujara. He obviously wrapped him on the gloves. The next couple of balls were excellent, and he came a little bit wider of the crease for the ball that got him out. And as you said, it was a beautiful sort of leg cutter that angled in and straightened and took the edge. So that over there was classical, as you said, classical fast bowling, setting up a batter.
All right, good stuff. Thank you, Ryan. We'll hear more from Ryan Harris, former Australian paceman, through the afternoon. SEN Test cricket, as it stands, India 4 for 161, a lead of 208 for Australia. And when we resume shortly, it'll be Agarwal on 38 and Rishabh Pant on 4. Gerard's going to head over to India and get the reaction from India to how this side is playing when we come back. After the break, during our lunch break, SEN Test cricket for Western Union. Another fast delivery by Western Union. Send money overseas with our app. And for Henley, batting for first-home buyers since 1989.
Dwayne's World with Dwayne Russell.
Dwayne's World will be back bigger and better than ever this year. I can't wait to be taking your calls on all things sport during Midday Madness and right throughout the show. It's going to be a massive 2021 in sport, and I'm looking forward to talking to you about it. Don't forget the Midday Madness promise. You call, you get on. I'll catch you soon.
Dwayne's World, back January 27th on SEN.
Hello Australia, it's Shikhar Dhawan. When travelling, I send money home fast with the Western Union app. Plus, there's no sender or receiver fee when I pay with Poly. Nice job. Download the app now from Google Play or the App Store.
Don't miss your Adelaide Strikers at Adelaide Oval. Watch them taking on Brisbane Heat this Thursday night at Adelaide Oval. Adults from $22 and $5 for under 18s. Game starts 6:45 p.m. Tickets only available online at adelaidestrikers.com.au. Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Have topped the customer satisfaction table again. That's right, Tyre Power received the coveted CanStar Blue Most Satisfied Customer Award for the 2nd year running, making them winners 6 out of the last 7 years. We're proud and thankful to know that you voted for Tyre Power to receive 5-star reviews in every category of customer satisfaction. So when you need new tyres, go to the undisputed leaders in the field, Tyre Power. Visit your local owner-operator or find us at tyrepower.com.au.
ABN holders, the time for a new ute is now. With ABN offers now available at your Mazda dealer, enjoy better value than ever on brand new Mazda BT50. These offers are on top of the government instant asset tax write-off. And when you add immediate delivery, it's a win-win for ABN holders. It's the only ute that's the complete package. And with this value, brand new Mazda BT50 can be yours today. Visit your Mazda dealer. Conditions apply.
Historic victories. Richmond win their 3rd premiership in 4 years. Heartbreak.
From the Australian Grand Prix, just want to say sorry to our fans. The event can't go ahead.
And jubilation.
Driving clear. Johnny Get Angry's going to do it for Dennis. Johnny Get Angry wins the Victoria Derby.
Across every town and city, sport is the glue of our local community. Listen anywhere, anytime on the SEN app. The latest news articles, podcasts, live sport and more. Download the SEN app today.
When you want a fence that'll look fantastic forever, who do you call? Call the sheriff. Sheriffs. When you want high-profile fencing with privacy and security, call the Sheriffs. What about aluminium, tubular, sheet, rail and post fencing? Sheriffs. Sheriffs. SA's best price? Definitely Sheriffs. When you want fencing, talk to Sheriffs Fencing and Steel. They'll beat any competitor's price on an equivalent item. And Metro delivery is free. High-quality products, wholesale prices. Visit sheriffsfencingandsteel.com.au for a sponsor.
IMAR. We all know they're the tradies' mates when it comes to business insurance. But did you know that IMAR has window cleaners covered too? Insure your window cleaning business with IMAR and receive commercial and industrial cover for 2-story, 5-story and no height restrictions. Plus, receive competitive monthly premiums at no additional cost. Just a simple phone call and we'll get you covered too. Call 13-IMAR now. That's 134627.
The trade is late. That's
On SEN Test Cricket, Australia versus India. For Western Union, another fast delivery by Western Union. Send money online with our app. And for Henley Homes, transparent pricing, no spin.
At lunch, India 4 for 116. Agarwal 38, part 4. Pujara and Rahane dismissed in the extended first session of play at the start of day 3 at the Gabba. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes, transparent pricing, and for Western Union, send money fast online. We've been transfixed by the series here in Australia, and we know that's how it's played out in India. Robert Craddock this morning said it was the most enthralling since the 2005 Ashes series, which is high praise indeed. So let's head to India, where cricket broadcaster and friend Prakash Vakanka has observed it from afar. Prakash, great to have you back on SEN Test Cricket.
Great to be back, Gerard. It's been fascinating, this series, hasn't it, really?
How gripping has it been for the people of India to keep an eye on their team from afar?
Well, I can tell you that, I think a lot of people who otherwise would have been happy just to read the headlines or catch up on the internet later in the morning have been waking up at 4 o'clock, and that is testimony to the fact that the level of interest has really peaked. I think in part because, of course, of the degree of competitiveness and the way, adversity has befallen this Indian side in many ways, and yet the fact that they've somehow so far managed to hold the rampaging Aussie team just at the edge of the gates and not let them burst through. How long they'll do it, time will tell.
Well, how would you describe the level of admiration? This has been described as one of the toughest touring teams we've ever seen, and perhaps the most robust that India has produced on these shores, given all those challenges.
I think what has added to this whole dimension of call it resilience or strength of character. Lots of adjectives have been used for this side, and not wrongly. I think what has really added to the mystique, if you will, is that like a Bollywood drama, the injuries and the spate of them and the pace at which and regularity with which they have occurred has, I think, led the Indian public in general to provide this huge sympathy to the side as well. And then when the story comes out that someone who's playing his second game, someone who's bowling his 12th ball in international cricket is pitted against a champion side, I think the level of expectation is lowered. And then when these athletes do deliver that or higher, it just leads to a huge crescendo of support. And I think that's the kind of thing we're seeing. I think sides touring before have been tough as well, no doubt. But yes, because of the adversity, I think there's a bit of magic that's been created here. And that is really what is the love affair that the Indian public at the moment seems to be having with this side.
If we'd spoken a month ago, Prakash, and I'd said to you, by the final tests, India's bowling attack will be Suraj, Saini, Natarajan, Thakur and Sundar, you would not have been able to believe it.
Forget that. I might have said some rather rude things to you, Gerard, if you suggested that. Yes, absolutely. Hasn't it been just unbelievable? And I think there's going to be a fair amount of scrutiny when the boys do come back. as to what really is going on. I mean, one can understand the bone crunchers. You know, you can have a fracture, you can get hit, all that stuff is fair. But why are the bowlers in particular having so many soft tissue injuries? What is it? Is it they're not warm enough? Is it they've not worked enough? Is it temperature differences or something else? I'm not a doctor, but I think there's going to be some scrutiny about that for sure, because I think India have got a almost as good, if not a better 11 sitting in the hospital bed, so to speak, than they have on the park.
Which is remarkable in its own right. How do you see this test match, Prakash? The Gabba has been a graveyard for touring teams. India's giving as good as they get. How do you think matters are poised?
Well, Gerard, you and I have both seen cricket long enough to know you do these things at your own peril. But I do think that, again, you know, the standard cricket pundit's answer, I think this session that's coming up now really could be the moving session. Because if by some way Agarwal and Pant bat through and take this game into the last session without being separated, I suspect that the game will start not necessarily veering towards, but certainly the balance will start getting a lot more even. Right now, as it stands, given India's long tail, I think Rohit Sharma's dismissal last night was the point where Australia were handed the box seat, and then in the morning session, having picked up both Rahane and Pujara, it has to be Australia's game to move forward. I was very surprised to see Cameron Green bowl as much as he did to Mayank Agarwal when he first came in. That's been one of the few inexplicable things that I've found in the morning's play today.
How harsh have the reviews been in India of Rohit Sharma? It's been a lightning rod for discussion.
Yes, a lot of people have gotten stuck into him for it. Because, you know, I think the fact of the matter, Gerard, is that the way people play cricket has changed, isn't it? I know Sunil Gavaskar was very critical of him on 7 as well. I've just read the reports. We don't get that feed here. But I think putting a price on your wicket and letting circumstance dictate how you adapt your game is also an important factor. And you just have to compare Pujara and Rohit and then wonder if the two of them, in a manner of speaking, have gotten dismissed at two ends of the spectrum.
Yeah.
One maybe being just a bit too defensive and the other looking to dominate when it was okay not to.
Yeah, that sliding scale there's so much debate in the middle of that. Ajinkya Rahane, the opportunity for him that he's crafting, if he was able to bring the Border Gavaskar Trophy home, Prakash, it would be a legacy moment for him, would it not?
Well, for him, it certainly would be for the team, for the country, especially in this year of the pandemic and so on. But you know, Ajinkya, I've had the honor, I think, of knowing him for a long time now. His personality is such that, believe me when I tell you that even if he were to retain the trophy and bring it back, he would just go and hand it over, metaphorically speaking, to whoever he has to, and get back home and carry on with his life. He's that kind of guy. He's not someone who's, you know, flamboyant. He's not someone who's going to go and shout from the rooftops. He's just a quiet performer. And I feel that his leadership quality and his ability to rally the troops, so to speak, has really come to the fore. It's almost like, you know, I keep saying that this game and this series, the last two tests particularly, in the latter half of third test and the fourth, is it almost the story of the bridge too far in World War II? Can India get across? Will the opposition hold them off before they get there? And will they be able to achieve the mission that they've set out on? Fascinatingly poised.
It is. What's your perception of this Australian team, which at various stages this summer has lacked the ruthless edge that Australian teams have exploited on home soil? How have you observed? How's India observing what Australia is putting forth?
Very interesting question, and we've talked about this internally quite a bit amongst friends and so on. Somewhere are the Australians trying to be non-Australian has been one query. By that, what I mean is, are they trying to be less in your face? Are they trying to be less aggressive? I don't think that's the case, because I think the cricketers on view are very, very fierce competitors, and they would definitely be doing their very best. But somehow, as you say, Gerard, you take Labuschagne and Smith for a moment out of the equation, and the batting looks fairly ordinary, to be honest. The bowling's been terrific, but the catching hasn't been of the standard you expect from Australia. But that being said, it's not been that way for both teams through the series. And I wonder if that whole, sorry saga of South Africa and then the rebuilding of the image has had anything at all to do with it, especially when you couple it with this obstinate Michael Chang on a tennis court kind of, I'll keep coming back to you, do what you will to me kind of situation. Is this mix leading to a slightly non-Australian kind of behavior? And by that, I don't mean to be rude. I'm just saying teams of the past have, I think it was Steve Waugh, wasn't it, who said, if a man's drowning, if the opposition's drowning, stick the pipe into their throat and just keep them down and make sure they don't rise up again. Has it been different on account of that? I don't know.
They're all interesting debates, and it's the beauty of a test series that plays out before us. Prakasha, it's great to have the chance to chat with you. We'll see what transpires over the next 2.5 days.
Indeed, and my best to you and the rest of the gang, and please look after yourself. Stay safe.
Prakasha Bhakanka, who's a cricket broadcaster in India. And yes, he's a terrific voice to have the chance to tap into and feel what the conversations are like in India around this series. You can visit iCanWin.com.au for your chance to win a Dometic cooler full of Bundaberg ginger beer, the great Australian brew. The lunch break on day 3 at the Gabba, 4 for 161. Agarwal 38, punt 4. So still a decisive session at hand. Anthony Hudson and Chris Rogers to get it underway for you shortly on SEN Test Cricket. For Henley Homes, transparent pricing. And for Western Union, send money fast online.
Breakfast with Kane Corns and Andrew Hayes.
Well, Hazy, what a year we've had.
Oh, absolutely. There's a lot to look forward to as well, Kane. For example, Port Adelaide. Can they go a couple steps further, hold up that Premiership Cup?
Can the Crows win more than 3 games?
Let's hope so. Stay locked at 1629 SEN SA. Will guide you through what promises to be a massive year on your home of sport.
Unbeatable ABN offers on brand new Mazda BT50. Tyre Power. Get your free 5-minute tyre safety check.
An important message from the Victorian Government. To help stop the spread of coronavirus, all residents and travellers wishing to enter Victoria must now apply for a permit. To find out whether you are currently in a red zone, orange zone or green zone, and what you must do to enter Victoria, visit coronavirus.vic.gov.au. Stay safe, stay open. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
Summer's the time to make the most of your yard. The Nilex Premium Misting System stops you overheating, lowering the temperature by up to 10 degrees. Mist like a Nile expert, water like a Nile expert. Nilex Misting Systems, available at Bunnings.
It's the final days of Beaumont's January price dump. Prices dumped on tiles, bathroom, kitchen, laundry floors and walls, 20 to 50% off. Hurry in for the final days of Beaumont's massive price dump.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
I'm just astonished how many people are still using the wrong girly cages, Pat. You need to get your cages down to the bottom to the whiting. Look at the design of the whiting's face. They're shaped so the mouth turns in underneath their jaw and they feed hard on the bottom. So where are they going to be? They're going to be on the bottom.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
Introducing the 7-seat Kia Sorento large SUV with a must-have, elegant design, first in-class safety features never before seen in the category, class-leading tech, and interior space offering the finest comfort across all 7 seats. Plus, Australia's best 70 warranty.
Fantasy
West Side's about this back in Chicago.
The 7C Kia Sorento large SUV.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. It means you can get what you need now, get back on the road safely, and pay for it later, taking advantage of the interest-free periods. So if you need new tyres or mechanical repairs, don't wait till it gets worse. Get them now with Zip Pay or Zip Money at Tyre Power. No fuss, no wait, no worries. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 132191 for your local owner-operator.
The massive headlines.
Nathan Buckley had a phone conversation with Adam Trelaw. The senior group didn't want him around the club anymore.
The huge moments in sport. He gets to the line of 20. The Melbourne Storm have won it. And excitement. Oh, that's a good-looking kick off the boot. You're kidding me. Across every town and city, sport is the glue of our local community. Listen anywhere, anytime on the SEN app. The latest news articles, podcasts, live sport and more. Download the SEN app today.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
SEN Test Cricket, Australia versus India. For Western Union, another fast delivery by Western Union. Send money online with our app. And for Henley Homes, transparent pricing, no spin. On SEN Test Cricket, the second session.
Second session is just moments away as the Indian batsmen get ready for a resumption. Rishabh Pant comes out without his helmet. It must be somewhere on the line between the outer and the pitch. He's marching out with Agarwal, who impressed largely so far, batting at number 5. India 4 for 161 on the new Hilux Rogue scoreboard. They trail by 208 runs. Chris Rogers is in the expert seat for Maccas. The McRib and El Macco are back at Maccas this summer. What's your assessment, Buck, as we head into this second session?
Yeah, afternoon, Doc. I think, it's still a little bit of an arm wrestle we saw this morning. Australia will be pretty happy with their work in terms of being able to prize out the wickets of the 2 senior Indian batsmen in Rahane and Pujara. And both of those players had faced over 90 deliveries. So they were well and truly set. So they were big wickets because India would have been desperately hoping one of those was going on to make a big tally. And here I have a feeling, well, Hazelwood does have the ball in his hand, but I think Cummins will come from the other end and a little bit of blood in the water here. I think that they're 1 wicket away from getting Washington and Sundar to the crease, and then from there they perhaps think that they could get the last 5 wickets for 30 runs.
Yes, so Josh Hazel with ball in hand. He has 2 slips in that floating gully, as well as Cam Green in the regulation gully position. He's going to bowl to Agarwal, and it's a good delivery on the off stump, but he was able to just get the bat down in time.
He really was the best bowler of the first session, wasn't he? He just came on, and it just looked like Australia were getting frustrated, and then it was starting to get away from them. And he just bowled an excellent spell. He got a few player misses. He used his bouncer well, and then he bowled an absolute peach to Pujara. Just angled in straight and little outside edge through to the keeper. It really was high-quality bowling.
He's bowling his 14th over, has 1 for 18. Delivers to Agarwal, who slashes and he's caught! A juggle, but Steve Smith never lost control at second slip. And Josh Hazelwood did it before lunch, and he's done it after lunch. And now there is blood in the water. 5 for 161. Agarwal couldn't resist and pays the price.
We've seen some absolute horrific shots throughout this series, and that's right up there. That is a terrible shot. I mean, second ball after the break, it's waist high. He's on the front foot trying to slap it through backward point. I can't understand why he would be playing that shot. That you've got to give yourself a chance. He's
and he can't either, can he?
What is that? You just have to wonder what's going through their mind. This is Test cricket, you know, and India are playing for a draw in many respects. You can't really win this Test match. You look back at moments like that, they lose the Test match. There's probably 2 shots in this first innings for them in Rahane and now Agarwal, where they'll think that's just madness.
It's a good catch from Steve Smith. He didn't take it cleanly the first. He more just batted it down in front of himself. And he's springing the step of the Australians is palpable now.
That's a gift, really, isn't it? And credit to Australia. I mean, I'm not sure what he was thinking, whether he was trying to put a bit of pressure back on Hazelwood, but no need to. And an excellent catch.
So Washington, Sunback arrives at the wicket. Spinning all-rounder. First-class career. We know he hasn't played first-class cricket for 4 years. 532 runs at an average of 31, so decent numbers. But this is different. This is Test cricket with a captivating series on the line in the here and now. India still trailing by over 200 runs. 5 for 161. The tallest left-hander. Waits Hazelwood, who gives him a bouncer, but it was a pretty innocuous one.
Still a bouncer, though. It's still welcome.
Welcome to Test cricket.
Yeah, and just know I can bowl that one. This is the Gabba. You're going to get a few short ones. I'm blown away. You're a top order player. You've had 4 poor innings in the series, and all of a sudden you're 38.
Yeah, you've made the start.
You've had a little break. Come back out. Just get stuck in again.
It just fits in with he's got plenty of mates, hasn't he, in this Test match. Hazelwood bowls, and he's turned away, and he's off the mark. He's coming back for the set. No, he's not. He changes his mind midstream. What they don't need now is a run out. Washington is off. He's won. And Rishabh Pant, who's still the wild card.
What it does for Australia, too, is it means this game's now going to move forward pretty quickly, because Pant's not going to block it. He's not going to kind of sit there and just drop anchor. So it's just really opened it up for Australia.
What will his approach be, Rishabh Pant? Largely contained himself before the break.
Enjoying that chain on his front arm as well. As someone who never played with jewellery on, I always laugh when I see that stuff.
He's his own man, Rishabh Pant. He's batting out of his crease. Hazelwood with 2 for 19. Goes around the wicket, targets the off stump. He's back, and he uses that deep point to his advantage there. Pant, he can just push it out there for 1 and get to the other end.
Oh, they're just going to play on his patience now. Probably feel he actually can't just play sensible cricket for a long periods of time. So just spread the field and bowl to Sundar and the other batsmen to come.
He might be feeling like he's the responsible one out there now, Rishabh Pant, compared to some of the others.
He looked quite calm just there around there. He was lining up to the ball.
Washington has a higher score in first-class cricket of 159, his only century. Hazelwood bowls again over the wicket. He lets it strike him on the body. Was there any glove in that?
Falcon.
Matthew Wade diving forward in that floating slip position. Had it bounce up and strike him. The over is complete. A successful one from Josh Hazelwood. 14 overs, 2 for 20. Fine figures. It's for Henley Holmes delivering value.
See, the thing about this is he'll have to do a concussion test now.
Will he really for that?
Yep. You get hit in the head.
I don't think they're doing one.
I saw Davey Warner signal to the...
He did.
Well, maybe they don't. Bit of common sense. I take it back. Apologies.
And it is Pat Cummins. 19 overs away from the second new ball, so he can have a sharp spell here, and if they get success, just keep on going. If they don't, he can come... Well, we know he doesn't always get the second new ball. Doesn't always get the new ball anyway, does he? So
I don't think that they're going to be too bothered about... They just want to...
Get it done.
Get it done as quickly as possible.
Hunt takes the first ball from Cummins from wide of the crease. He bowls. Pat thought about the single. Thinks again as he defends it up to mid-off.
He looked like he had so much time there, Bharat. As a back of a length delivery, or a good length, and he just kind of pushed into the ball. It was probably a foot outside his crease by the time he made contact.
What an innings in Sydney. 97 from 118 balls, 12 fours, 3 sixes.
He scored that 100 in the warm-up game, and I was coaching it against Australia, and just his hitting was extraordinary.
Cummins bowls at the off stump, and he turns, and this time he does go as Stark works to his left. And he gets a single. Pat goes to 6, very restrained at the moment.
He's keen to get off strike, isn't he?
Not sure how keen Washington is to get on strike, but takes his guard. 5 for 164 now. Pat Cummins, the figures of 1 for 38 in his 15th over.
I think Australia might have just seen that the last ball of the last over, which Sundar kind of pushed forward a little bit, and then it was a short ball, and he had to drop his hands and hit him in the chest, so might get a few of those.
Cummins pushes it up there, just short of a good length. He's defended. Cummins on the way through, muttered a couple of words. Be interesting to get inside the head of Washington. I mean, never would have expected to be playing Test cricket on this tour, particularly.
He's done himself no harm.
Yeah, no doubt.
He bowled well, bowled to a plan. Got a couple of very good dismissals as well.
He could really make himself a hero here for India if he can occupy. Cummins again from wide of the crease, just on the off stump, and he gets in behind it and defends to Harris at mid-off.
He actually looks all right. I think he's lined up those two balls pretty well. They're both pitched up, and he moved into them. It's not like he's just hanging back waiting for the short ball.
The challenge of facing Pat Cummins, he has this ability to make batsmen play when they don't necessarily want to. Just a slight movement. He bowls a bouncer. He had to twist his body there, contort to get out of the way, but he's able to do it.
I think that'll just give him a little bit of confidence. He played that pretty well. It was a good bouncer. It was right on the money. Will know a lot more than us about Washington Sundar's batting ability, so the fact he's been pretty keen to get off strike suggests something.
Cummins continues around the wicket, and Washington gets a shot when he fends it. It bursts through short leg, and Marnus Labuschagne, they're going to get one. Mass confusion. There was probably 2.5 in it, and in the end they've only got one.
I think Steve Smith went to throw it and it just popped out of his hand, and they could have taken another 2, but Sundar was not interested.
And that's the end of the over. 5 for 165 on the new Hilux Rogue scoreboard.
Don't miss your Adelaide Strikers at Adelaide Oval. Watch them take on the Brisbane Heat this Thursday night at Adelaide Oval. Adults from $22 and $5 for under 18s. Game starts 6:45 p.m. Tickets are available online at adelaidestrikers.com.au.
It's the final days of Beaumont's January price dump. Prices dumped on tiles, bathroom, kitchen, laundry, floors and walls, 20 to 50% off. Hurry in for the final days of Beaumont's massive price dump.
Josh Hazelwood to continue on SEN Test cricket. On the Robot Building Supplies scoreboard, Robots got it. India 5 for 165. Hazelwood with success straight after lunch. Bowls again, and he's driven by Washington. He's driven beautifully.
Wow.
Ever so casual after he played the shot. That's because he didn't need to run at all. He took a couple of steps. And that speeds away to the mid-off boundary for 4. A Blunston boundary. Blunston 150 not out.
India have a bit of a habit of getting their batsmen, their spin bowlers to be able to bat. Ashwin did a pretty good job in the last test, and we've seen Jadeja already this series.
Goes back over the wicket, and he defends to Harris at mid-off. Josh Hazlewood, 13 wickets in the series at an average of 16.76. Economy of 1.94, so under 2 and over, getting a wicket every 51 balls. Still has the only 5 in the series. He's eyeing off another bagful here. 2 for 24.
There's been times where he's probably looked a little bit innocuous, but the fact that he just gives no runs away means he's always in the contest in terms of his average.
Bowls again, shortish, outside the off stump. Tim Payne, mouth wide open. Takes the ball on its way through. 5 for 169, the score right now.
He just never lets batsmen get on top, does he? And lets the run rate spiral.
India trouble exactly 200.
Just felt that this pitch was going to be a pretty good one for him because he could just bowl his length and with the extra bounce find a few edges.
Now he's back around the wicket again, just outside the off stump. He can't make his mind up here as to where to bowl to the left-hander. Started around, went back over. Now he's back around again because he made his test debut against India. Josh Hazlewood at the Gabba in 2014, taking 5 for 68 and 2 for 74.
He doesn't look a day older either.
No, we saw the clip, didn't we, the other day? Picked up Pujara, Kohli, Rahane, Dhoni and Ashwin, and that's not a bad collection for your first 5. He's only got more wickets against England than India. Leading the way, he bowls again short, and Washington resists the temptation to get into a pull or hook shot. So I wonder what sort. I mean, Washington has played in the IPL and short form cricket, but I wonder what sort of plans they actually have for him as a batsman with a red ball. They're clearly thinking that it's worth bowling some short stuff to him.
Top of odd bouncer. That's a pretty standard one, I think.
Hazlewood again, Fuller. He doesn't go to drive this one. I'm trying to repeat the dose from the first ball of the over. So India 5 for 169. Our expert for Maccas, the McRib and Al Macco, are back at Maccas this summer.
Cricket's for all of us. Our love of the game is unbreakable, just like the Toyota Hilux. Take a test drive today. Here's a cricketing moment to remember.
Here he goes for the hat-trick.
Awaken your unbreakable today in the new Hilux SR5 Rogue and Rugged X at your local Toyota dealer.
Sundaresan has played 26 T20s for India. Just 9 innings, though. Only 40 runs at an average of 6.6. Cummins, he's going around the wicket to the left-handed Pan, who waits and plays it late and plays it well in the end. Bursts through gully, and it's not going to be 4, though, as Lyon trots around from deep point, and there's 2 runs for Rishabh Pant.
Fair to say the ball's hitting the middle of his bat at the moment. Rishabh Pant is just doing it easily. He's very still and just letting the ball kind of come next to him and just sliding it off down to point.
What a talent. Cummins, good delivery, but given due respect by Pat, who defends.
It's pretty uncomplicated, isn't it? It doesn't look like there's much that can go wrong.
It's nice if you're that good that it is uncomplicated, isn't it?
Yeah. I used to play with a guy named Ryan Campbell, and just the way he would hit the ball, it's just extraordinary. It's probably a bit like partners. There's a lot going up in their head, though. You just don't know about. Used to bat with him and felt like a ticking time bomb.
Cummins bowls and he defends on the offside. Spent a bit of time with Ryan in the studio in the early days of the IPL for Channel 10. So, some late nights into the middle of the morning covering the IPL back from Australia.
Yeah.
He's overseas, isn't he?
He's coaching the Dutch. Has been for a while. He worked in Hong Kong as well. He was the batting coach there for my one of my good friends I used to live with, Charlie Burke. He was the coach of Hong Kong. So I went to Hong Kong a few times and visited them. What a city. Happy Valley races on the Wednesday.
Cummins from wide of the crease, and he's driven through the covers by Pan out towards the boundary. Didn't quite strike it at his absolute premium, and Lyon comes across to do the fielding and saves the boundary. We haven't seen one yet from Pat, who's 11. Unusual. I wonder how far into his innings without a boundary he's ever got. He's got to 11 so far. They collected 3 that time.
Just so easy to watch. You watch him and just think it doesn't look in any trouble whatsoever.
Cummins rolls in, bowls to Washington. It's full, it's driven, but straight to Marcus Harris.
He always used to bat down the other end of as Cambo, and you'd almost be counting the balls. Just you'd be walking down, going, mate, you okay? Okay, just nice and calm, keep playing good cricket shots, and then out of the blue, he would just try and play the most audacious shot. You just like.
Well, he was so innovative, wasn't he, with the ramping?
Well, the Dilshan scoop, that he's furious about that because actually he reckons he was the first one to do the scoop. He did it for Australia, actually, in a one-day game.
Cummins from even wider of the crease, and he played it late into the second of the gullies. And that is the end of the over. 5 for 174. For Henley Holmes, delivering value.
G'day, Move Hughes here for Scott Pack Business Finance. A bowler needs great control, and you're always in control of your business cash flow with Scott Pack Cash Connector. Because you choose when to access the money you are owed. Search for Scott Pack today.
Don't miss your Adelaide Strikers at Adelaide Oval. Washington taking the Brisbane Heat this Thursday night at Adelaide Oval. Adults from $22 and $5 for under 18s. Game starts 6:45 p.m. Tickets only available online at adelaidestrikers.com.au.
Watching some interesting replays of the pace bowlers for Wagner Vitamins from Chemist Warehouse. 5 for 174. Hazelwood's in. And Part is waiting and defending. Actually, short legs in an interesting spot. He's behind the crease there, isn't he? What's the thinking there, do you think?
Oh, just maybe the way he defends, maybe to the leg side. Because that back foot kind of goes back towards fine leg, he gets a little bit shut off at times. So if he has to defend kind of the ball that's aiming at his right shoulder, he'll kind of push that down towards fine leg, and he won't be able to control whether he can hit that down or in the air. So I think that's what he's there for. Morne Morkel used to do it. Morne Morkel, his short leg would stand there.
Hazelwood. And he pulls well in front where the regulation short leg would be. Would have been a miracle catch. Goes away for 1, and Part goes to 12. It's 5 for 175. Did you see Ryan then sort of were you playing with him at state level at that stage when he was working on those sort of scoops or ramps?
Yep. Yeah, he would. I mean, he would always do things outside the box because he just didn't have enough patience to sit there and But I still remember, you see it quite often now in T20, but he sliced this kind of Yorker, wide Yorker, over backward point for 6, and that was just, no one did that then.
Hazelwood and Washington lets it go. Flem joins the conversation for Maccas. The McRib and Al Macco are back at Maccas this summer. Afternoon.
Obviously talking about Ryan Campbell.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he innovator, wasn't he, in one-day cricket? You know, that shot, well, he had, 2 or 3 shots which had wow factor in at that time.
Just loose wrist, wouldn't he? And then he could almost that lasso when he would play the cut shot, you know, the Dhoni lasso, he would do that as well.
Picked up length really quickly, you know, clip it through the leg side, hit your back over your head, ramp.
He played in an era of just some excellent wicket keepers.
Hazelwood throws it up wide of the off stump, and Washington not tempted. 5 for 175, trailed by 194.
Although you always thought you were a chance with the new ball in 4-day cricket. He did make a lot of ducks. But, he's travelled the world now, hasn't he? I saw him, he got me over to Kowloon Cricket Club for a chat on the way to the IPL. Rhino.
Terrible place in the world, isn't it? Kowloon Cricket Club and Hong Kong Cricket Club, I think, are the 2 wealthiest cricket clubs in the world.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Because of the real estate.
And
Hazelwood on the charge. Washington plays late defensively into the gully.
And not surprised in Hong Kong, just unbelievable settings.
Oh,
you know, when you're upstairs at the Kowloon Cricket Club looking down at the ground, it's a beautiful ground, but then all the surrounds and buildings and hills.
But then they'd point at the building and kind of point at the apartment.
We own that.
They'd say, we looked into renting that place, and then they would say the price of rent there, and it was like, oh my God, you had to rent a place over here for 2 months for that.
Wouldn't be a problem for Flem, I wouldn't have thought.
Concerns, you know.
Hazelwood again. Washington gets a short one, and Payne takes it down the leg side. The over is complete for Henley Holmes, delivering value. Let's check the new Hilux Rogue scoreboard. India 5 for 175, trailing by 194.
A 7-hour drive with your famously tight-lipped father-in-law would break most, but the off-road features of the new Hilux Rugged X make an all-terrain shortcut the obvious option, so you can stay unbreakable.
What do you reckon, shortcut?
Yeah. Awaken your unbreakable with the new Hilux. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Beautiful delivery. Gone for nothing.
With Western Union, you can send money online to bank accounts overseas for zero sender or receiver transfer fee when you pay with Poland. Download the Western Union app today. Western Union also makes money from currency exchange.
Part 12, Washington 6. Still going to be Pat Cummins. What's your assessment of where we're at, Flem?
One more wicket. Bang. I'm not backing India's tail against our fast bowling. We were talking on 7. Washington, being a net bowler, and mustn't have brought any cricket kit because he's got right-hand pads on and he's using a Rishabh Pant bat.
He's using a left-handed bat. Right-handed pads.
No, he has to wear. He has to get a left-handed bat. You can't use a right-hand one.
2 slips in the standard gully. Cummins. He's bowling back over the wicket. Beautifully played down to third man by Pant. It'll beat the dive. Yes, it does. Of Nathan Lyon at third man. Full stretch. He ends up in the Gabba turf. A little forlorn. It goes for 4. It's his first boundary for Blunston. 150 not out. 5 for 179 now.
Flem, that's not a bad ball. You bowl that ball, you wouldn't be unhappy with that. But he's just able to kind of cut that off almost a 4th stump line to backward point for 4. That's high-quality batting.
He doesn't move the feet a lot, so his bottom half's ready quite early, and he just delays his hands.
Comes to party, lets it go.
He's such a watchable batsman.
I was just going to say,
there's a few around. Quinton de Kock from South Africa, wicketkeeper batsman. He just scores, and you just feel like he's going to take them on.
Who's been your most watchable cricketers over the years? 0433 98 11 16. That'll get the machine going. All our social feedback for Summit Internet. Faster business internet, besides the obvious.
Chris Rogers.
Yeah, well, we said the same thing, the obvious.
You make me laugh a little bit.
2 slips in the gully. Cummins bowls, defended by Pant. So just finally on Ryan Campbell, he was annoyed, was he, that it didn't get called the Campbell scoop? Or
I could probably find some. I mean, I'm actually in a group with a lot of the guys from Hong Kong in that group, because there were a lot of expats over there, and that regularly comes up. Yeah, he gets a bit frustrated that he doesn't get the credit for that.
He's not backward and coming forward on Twitter.
Campbell.
Yeah.
Pat Cummins has Pant at his side. He goes full. He's driven back past the bowler. Another glorious shot from Richard Pant. It'll tease, but that's about all for Marcus Harris. He couldn't stop it as the runs start to flow off the bat of Richard Pant. Another Blunston boundary, 150 not out. He's totally captivating. So now if you're listening, you're going, well, I want to keep listening, but I want to watch this as well. But wherever you are, it's get around the cricket.
Pretty simple, isn't it?
Yeah, he just has this lovely loop with his backswing as well. His bat kind of comes from out to in and then comes down the line. I mean, that was a perfect straight drive, wasn't it?
Good execution. He hit it straight enough that Cummins couldn't quite stop it. And there's no fielder there.
He bowls a bouncer, he pulls, he top edges. It's going to fall safely. It could have gone anywhere.
That doesn't make him any less watchable, is it?
No.
Selection.
No. It's actually interesting. It was like a cue ball where when it landed then. Did you see? It just kind of landed and went on a 80-degree angle. But, yeah, he's not going to hold back.
Yeah, he's already got 2 boundaries in the over, but he wasn't satisfied. He's up to 21, and it's 5 for 184.
The short ball threat constant for Washington.
What is the plan when you're bowling to someone who you think's a bit of a ticking time bomb?
Short leg, I should say leg gully in now. Because Washington's on strike, he eludes the Cummins delivery. 5 for 184 for Henley Holmes, delivering value.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. It means you can get what you need now, get back on the road safely, and pay for it later, taking advantage of the interest-free periods. So if you need new tyres or mechanical repairs, don't wait till it gets worse. Get them now with Zip Pay or Zip Money at Tyre Power. No fuss, no wait, no worries. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
First nominations through Gilly and Brian Lara.
Good start.
Good start.
They were brilliant, weren't they, both of them? I mean, Lara is probably that question you were posing.
Yeah.
Hazelwood continues. He's bowling to Pant, who drives through the covers again. More runs for Richard Pant. Again, he didn't take full toll. Ever so slightly over pitch ball, he'll get 2.
Did you play in that series, Flem, where it was almost when you were watching Brian Lara, it was like felt like I was watching highlights.
Yeah.
Did you play in that way?
No,
McGill played instead.
Yeah, McGill and Warney. I did my shoulder in the Boxing Day test.
Right.
So wasn't fit for the test. Not that I'd know if I was going to play and come back for the one-dayers. So I had to bowl to him in the one-dayers, but... So I didn't play test match cricket, which was against Brian Lara, which was good because I knew he could only bat for 50 overs in one-day cricket.
Hazelwood, and it's a careful Pant defending this time.
But one of those plays, pretty deflating. Once he got going, it was really tough just getting a dot ball. So you're relying on him making a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, he was just so much better than every other player in his side at one stage. But I've heard him speak a couple of times, and one of the common themes he says is, they ask him, how did you score so many, such big scores? And he said, I just had a mindset that I was the best player on the side and that I should be batting for 2 days.
Not bad.
Hazelwood around the wicket again. Short Pant. Played it late and he's caught. Caught by Green. Richard Pant falls. The small batsman, the tall fielder. He waited. He tried to go up and over the cordon. But you can't go over Cam Green. He drags it down in the gully in India. 6 for 186. And it's Josh Hazelwood again.
He might not have a test wicket Cam Green, but his catching's been fantastic.
Oh.
Both hands up, and in the end, it just clung to his right hand. Because that would have been hard to ride because he closed the face and tried to hit it down. It wouldn't have come straight to him. Often Nicks will be rising. That one was going down. Wow, he is an outstanding fielder, Cam Green. And Rishabh Pant, he's watchable all right, even when he's dismissed.
Well, he's the latest in the... It's been a parade of forlorn batsmen coming off the grounds, hasn't it, in this test match? Just dejected. He's kicking the turf, just gruntled. He's angry. All of those things and more. Josh Hazlewood has the figures now at 3 for 27 and India 6 for 186.
Poor dismissals, Agarwal, and then that one. And then,
And
he had a time... Buck, he could have actually opened up the face, and it would have been safe, I reckon.
He should have been trying to ramp that up over the top. There's no third man, and not quite sure why he's almost hitting a backhand volley smash kind of thing, like trying to get over the top of it and roll it down.
It's an odd shot, isn't it?
If he'd opened over the face, he could have hit it over the slips easy.
He could have gone for 6, just about, but... That's another curious dismissal. I would love to have known what's been said in the huddle this morning when they all got together. Are they playing for a draw? Are they playing for what? Because you'd think that actually playing for the win here is a little bit...
It's unnecessary for them, isn't it? I mean, it's great, but...
Just keep handing back the ascendancy to Australia. But Australia did a little bit of the same in their batting.
Yeah, not what you were talking about with Brian Lara, who just wanted to keep batting.
Yeah.
Shardle is the new batsman. Takua has a first-class average of 16 as Hazlewood bowls. He opens the face and defends.
In one ball, he looks a better tail ender than most of the Indian bowlers I've seen. Averaging 16. He played that quite nicely.
But then... I think we saw Saini had an okay first-class average.
No good.
And then his innings in the last test was terrible. But, that's
It's come off the middle of the bat, effectively.
Just open up the face. It's a shot I've seen him play before. Uppercut down to third man.
Hazlewood this time goes over the wicket. Big appeal for LBW. Some confusion in the running, and the throw comes in, it misses.
That was almost a run out. He got called through, and he was just sort of lumbering, watching the ball, and then Josh Hazlewood was in his way.
DRS timer runs out. They shouldn't be showing Tim Payne. He should have nothing to do with
he's
any
gone
DRS.
Now. He needs to get a diploma in DRS.
Just back to Part's dismissal, do you think he was actually trying to do the right thing and hit the ball down into the ground?
I'd be saying just leave it.
But maybe he's confused himself.
Well, it just shows that he's got that good an eye, had enough time to actually consider it.
6 for 187, last ball of the Hazlewood over. And Washington stands tall to defend. Gerard's coming in. It's going to be a very interesting 30 minutes ahead. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering value.
Hi, it's Michael Clark here. Since retiring from international cricket, my days haven't slowed down, so it's important I get the support I need. Try Wagner Fish Oil 1000 from Chemist Warehouse. It contains omega-3 fatty acids, which support the healthy function of the nervous system, heart health, brain health, and eye health. Find the new look Wagner Fish Oil 1000 at $2 for $25 at Chemist Warehouse.
Always read the label. Use only as directed. If symptoms persist, see your healthcare professional. Chemist Warehouse. Lowest prices guaranteed.
Cam Green with the classic catch. Don't let your luck run out, TAC. That might define the session. Just listening to the two of you, I'm with you, Buck, is Part seemed to confuse himself into what he was trying to do. 6 for 187. Shardul Thakur yet to score. And Washington Sundar is on 6. Pat Cummins with ball in hand at the Stanley Street end of the Gabba. He's supported by 3 slips with Thakur on strike. Cummins bounces him. He swings into the deep, and he gets it away from fine leg. Hazelwood watches it go by, and it carries the rope for 6. That's the way to get off the mark.
Well, he looked solid, looked very solid. And then bang, don't bowl there to me. Who is this Patrick Cummins you talk about?
Wow. In, swung the blade hard through
Good
it,
shot.
lifted it up. Yeah,
Well,
no danger to that.
Yeah, I think 2 back now, and let's see if he can go again.
He doesn't care. He's taken on.
It's a proper Blunston boundary, 150 not out. So 2 deep and the short leg under the lid. 6 for 193.
Strike rate of 200 here. Secure. There you go.
Straight back, yeah. That's just, as soon as you see a tail end to do that, it's 2 back. Okay,
we'll go upstairs for a visit.
Cummins on the follow-up, outside the off stump, and played with a back foot punch ever so neatly. Wide of mid-off for a couple. Tucker to 8. 6 for 195.
It's not a real competitive list, but he's number 1 in the Indian tailenders this series, and he's only been out there 4 balls. I don't consider Ashwin because he's got test hundreds, but the rest of them have been awful.
Yeah, can't argue with that. Knowing what's coming next, Saini Siraj and then Natarajan.
No thanks.
Who goes in at 11. There's quite a series of numbers on him. Shardle ducks the next bouncer. He slipped over as he did so. He got in underneath it.
That was a quick one.
Bit of a grin.
He's having a chuckle.
So whatever happens will happen quickly. It's a very strange approach after lunch, as Buck was mentioning. Agarwal out, second ball, crazy stuff. Punt hit the accelerator.
You actually felt that Australia probably thought that they could get this India side out in this session. Only needed 1 wicket, and they got a second ball to a horrific shot, and then now look what happened.
Cummins, Tataka, who drives for 4 through mid-off. What a bat swing he's got. Shardul Thakur, he's redefining the Indian tail. He's 12, and he's taken the long handle to Pat Cummins, 6 for 199.
He's played 2 of the best shots of the match in 4 balls off Pat Cummins. Bucky, you would have loved that off drive.
Oh, he's given it everything, hasn't he? Probably thought,
gets better and better.
Yeah, Pat, if you could just pitch one up to me, I'll just...
If he hooks another 6, he's a legend. 12 off 6 he is.
Pat Cummins, the best bowler in the world.
Yeah. Didn't rate him.
Muscles in, bowls, Thakur defends the rising delivery up under the armpit. Got it in short of Labuschagne.
Isn't it interesting, though? Like, he looks quite sound with his batting technique. Shot selection's everything. And he's got it right. He's defended a couple of good balls, and he's got the opportunity a couple of times to play his shots, and he's played them well.
Why does he average 16 in first-class cricket if you can bat like this?
I don't imagine the net bowlers have been given a great amount of time with the bat either on the tour.
Both these
they've got the sidearm artists who come and they pay him.
Cummins bowls. Tucker almost bobbed that up to Labuschagne.
Position.
Yeah, that was a nice ball. Rising on him, tucked him up, got it to ground. Shardul Thakur providing some of the highlights for Nilex experts in watering. India 6 for 199.
Having to crawl chin first under a house through 40 years of spider carcasses would break most. But no matter how uncomfortable things get on the job, you can stay comfortable and unbreakable in your new Toyota Hilux. Awaken your unbreakable with the upgraded Hilux range. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Don't miss your Adelaide Strikers at Adelaide Oval. Watch them take on the Brisbane Heat this Thursday night at Adelaide Oval. Adults from $22 and $5 for under 18s. Game starts 6:45pm. Tickets only available online at adelaidestrikers.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes delivering value. India 6 for 199. Shardul Thakur 12 from 8 balls. Washington Sundar 6 from 21. Josh Hazlewood 3 for 27 from his 17 overs.
Washington a bit more sedate than Thakur at the other end.
Hazlewood bowls and Sundar watches it go through to the keeper. So this could be a really lively phase in the game. I'll give you Natarajan's numbers because if it does happen quickly, I want them on the record before we start. T. Natarajan coming into this test match is the only Indian not to score a run in 10 consecutive first-class innings. Naught, not out, naught, not out, naught, not out, naught, not out, naught.
64 first-class wickets, 28 runs.
Washington wrapped on the pads from Hazelwood. There was an inside edge as it squirts away to point, no run.
Always liked looking at those stats as a kid. Bowlers who had more wickets than runs. He's got double the wickets. He's right up there. I'm calling it early.
Yep.
That we could be history made today. We are seeing one of an elite few of the worst tailenders to play Test match cricket.
Sampath Bandarapali tweeted that at the start of the Test match. He's 3 innings away from breaking Mark Robinson's world record of 12 innings in a row of not scoring a run. Hazelwood around the wicket to Washington Sundar, who dabs the ball down through the cordon. Smith can't pull it in on the bounce. It'll run down to third man, pursued by Warner, and they will be able to take a couple. Sundar to 8. India beyond the 200 mark, 6 for 201.
Exciting times if they can just get those couple of wickets. 3 boundaries in his whole career in first-class cricket. He's hit 1 in 50-over cricket.
So some Sunday afternoon action at the Gabba unfolding. A couple of wickets since lunch for Australia. Hazelwood in around the wicket bowls, and Sundar gets underneath it as it passes through to Payne.
If you were coaching India, though, you'd be very disappointed in this session. They were still in a position to... Agarwal was well set. Pant's a natural stroke player, that it could have been a big session runs-wise because the pitch is flat. One good session with those two going, you're getting up near Australia's total.
So, and yes, this has been the ebb and flow of the series. Just when a team looks like it might be able to grab an ascendancy, Sundar has a flash at one well outside the off stump. He misses. It's through to the keeper. Some local knowledge coming through. Flem. Amlan Sanyal has text through. Shardul Thakur is a ferocious power hitter and opened the batting in T20s for his state. Basically the fast bowling Nareen.
Good intel there, because what I'm seeing, that doesn't surprise me. But isn't it interesting, from that first ball, the way he defended, it just looked really solid. Good footwork.
Hazelwood bowls Sundar in behind the rising delivery. He fends it down to the leg side. 2 from the over, 6 for 201 on the new Hilux Rogue scoreboard.
New mini hotcakes with Nutella have arrived at Macca's. Our famous hotcakes made mini with a delicious layer of creamy Nutella. Try them today and flavour your summer with Macca's. Available for a limited time only.
G'day, Merv Hughes here. Summer is here, so get your car's aircon serviced at your local Repco authorised service centre. Their fully qualified mechanics will keep you cool all year with a comprehensive aircon service. Book online today at repcoservice.com.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering value. Now, Shardul Thakur has hit Pat Cummins out of the attack. Damien Fleming.
Yep.
Nathan Lyon comes in to rescue the best bowler in the world.
40 years down the track, did you ever face Pat Cummins, Grandpa? I hit him out of the attack. 6 here, a couple of 4s there. This is exciting. I reckon it's a good bowling change because we know he's going to attack, and if he's good enough, well, it's going to be enlightening cricket.
So the troops will be deployed deep with Lyon bowling from the Stanley Street end. Thakur, 12 from 8 balls. He's back and he tried to cut and he played underneath.
This is where Nathan Lyon's really good. Like he still throws it up, but there's no pace, and it generally hits short of a length that you can't just step and hit. If you're going to try and take him down the ground, you have to use your feet.
Line over the wicket, bowls. Tucker drives fluently to cover Harris Field's no run.
Oh, he's a lovely cover driver.
Yeah.
That was beautiful.
Perfect arc. Textbook stuff. Line in operation over the wickets. Bowls. Tucker plays back and defends. A slip and a short leg. It looks like there's 3 deep on the leg side. A long on a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square. A point, a cover and a mid-off. Line bowls. Tucker watches it go by outside the off stump.
Well, in the last T20, he actually scored 17 off 7 balls with 2 sixes.
Gently on the crease. Takura goes back and covers the stumps up well. Doesn't offer. Rushes through to Tim Payne.
Playing the ball on the merits so far.
Yep. And a patient look at Lyon throughout this over. He bowls and Takura defends the ball from the off stump. A maiden to get Lyon underway in this spell. 6 for 201. The new Hilux Rogue scoreboard.
This NFL season, stream every single game live in HD on NFL Game Pass, including the playoffs and Super Bowl 55. Catch every touchdown every Sunday with NFL Red Zone exclusively on NFL Game Pass. Plus game-in-free highlights and more on mobile, tablet, desktop, and your smart TV. NFL Game Pass is your 24/7 NFL network. Live and on demand. NFL Game Pass, a must for every American football fan. Start watching today at NFLGamePass.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Josh Hazlewood has made his play to be the player of the day for Bingley. Sale of the year on now. He's taken 3 of the 4 wickets. Pujara, Agarwal and Punt. He's tagged out. Mitch Stark returns to the attack. He picked up the wicket of Rahane. 12 overs, 1 for 43 with 2 maidens mixed in there for Stark. Washington Sundar to see the new ball of the fresh spell. He edges through third slip for 4. Played away from the body. Big, thick edge. Smith never flinched. And watches it run down to third man. 6 for 205 as a result. The boundary for Blunston, 150 not out.
Yeah, sometimes it goes against you. I mean, they could have a third slip because Sundar doesn't look like the type that's going to smash it through the covers. But having said that, he's had 3 nicks off his bowling today, Stark, that, why didn't they just go finer? The cricketing gods aren't certainly on his side, but just keep hanging in there, Starky. It'll change.
He sets in again and bowls, and Washington plays away from his body out to mid-off. So how did you read the wicket? As Rahane had flashed twice when we were together in the first half hour. It flew through 4th slip. Payne eventually goes to 2 gullies. So he makes the decisive move. Ball's going in the same spot again. Is long-term plan, batsman error, repeat. Can he captaincy? That's for sure. Washington Sundar is on 12. Stark bowls to him and he leaves.
Actually, the first 2 balls there, he did play away from his body the way you described. He let that one go just because it was a little bit shorter.
It's interesting. 4 in the same spot, the same edge he's been able to draw during the day.
Is it a 4th slip? 4.5?
Yeah, it's a 4th slip or a 2nd gully. Take your pick. They've all gone to the same spot. Once there was a fielder there. Sundar faces Stark. He nudges the ball to point, no run.
Yeah, I don't think you need a cover. You'd rather him actually trying to hit it through there and hitting the outside edge. And watching his footwork, he looks quite a classy player, but there's not a big stride forward, is there? He gets inside the line. So if he's good enough eye and hand to hit you on the up through the covers, well played. You can't have another thick edge that goes to 3rd slip.
Labuschagne in under the helmet. He has the short leg duties for the time being. Stark in his 13th over. He bowls and Sundar drives to cover. So Abbott blocks that off. No run.
As good as Washington's going, and he's had a fine test match, I want to see Takura on strike.
Yeah.
He's talking about watchable cricketers. I mean, he's might only be a short time we see him, but I want to see him on strike.
3 wickets each when they were bowling, and now carrying the responsibility of the batting. Staring at a substantial deficit. Stark bowls, and it's defended by Sundar out to the offside to complete the over. 6 for 205, 4 from it on the new Hilux Rogue scoreboard.
Getting away with family and friends, switching off and hitting the road. This year is all about the Aussie holiday. And the big holiday sale on now at Tyre Power has you covered for tyre safety. Right now, you can buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumo, passenger and SUV tyres. And of course, the free 5-minute tyre safety check offers tremendous peace of mind. Find your local independently Aussie-owned Tyre Power at tyrepower.com.au.
India 6 down. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes delivering value. Trailing by 164. Shardul Thakur is 12. He faces the start of the line over and he fends the ball down past Labuschagne at short leg. He's sent back by his partner. No run.
So far, a lot of dot balls. Line to Thakur. Just testing the patience. Does he throw one up? Does he encourage the big shot? Why not?
Lyon tongue out over the wicket bowls. Thakur beaten past the outside edge. It's neither here nor there in that. So this is the interesting issue for Thakur is you can go down swinging, or it would be disappointing if he just edged one and expired that way.
That's beautifully bowled. One that went the other way.
Thakur defends the ball, spinning it at the pads, got it down in front of Labuschagne.
So that turned again. No, that previous ball, he threw it up for him to come down. And if he'd played for spin, he would have missed it and been stumped.
Lyon, half a dozen steps in his approach. He bowls and Thakur has it all intact as he leans forward defending. In the NFL today, Flem, these are the divisional championships as Buffalo has made their break against Baltimore. So the Bills 17, the Ravens 3 within a pick 6, an interception touchdown in the third quarter. Lyon bowls, edged by Thakur, short of Smith, diving to his right at first slip. And the Packers beat the Rams earlier on.
Rightio.
So Lyon looking at another maiden against Shardul Thakur. And he will get it as the tail-ender obliges by defending the ball to cover. 6 for 205, the new Hilux Rogue scoreboard.
It's the final days of Beaumont's January price dump. Prices dumped on tiles, bathroom, kitchen, laundry, floors and walls, 20 to 50% off. Hurry in for the final days of Beaumont's massive price dump.
Don't miss your Adelaide Strikers at Adelaide Oval. What's been taking the Brisbane Heat this Thursday night at Adelaide Oval? Adults from $22 and $5 for under 18s. Game starts 6:45 p.m. Tickets only available online at adelaidestrikers.com.au.
The stats and facts throughout our broadcast for Scott Pack. Turn unpaid invoices into cash. scottpack.com.au. Washington Sundar 12. Shardul Thakur 12. India 6 for 205. Trailing by 164. Mitch Stark bowling from the Vulture Street end. Just held up at the top of his mark while they do go to 2 gullies, or the 4th, 5th slip, the hybrid. That removed Rahane earlier in the day. So fully stocked in the way that Stark has been attacking throughout. He bowls to Sundar, who leaves outside the off stump.
Another one just having that bird's eye view of Mitchell Stark's run-up. It has lengthened throughout his career. When I first saw him for New South Wales, just in domestic cricket, the first thing I noticed was, geez, he gets a lot of pace off a short run. I think sometimes the longer you run, you've got the opportunity to overstride and get yourself off balance. Wonder if he'd ever consider shortening his run-up so, that doesn't come into play.
Stark in bowls. Sundar dead bats past gully. Clever little angle with the wrists. Green slides in, does the fielding. But they will be able to take a couple. Washington Sundar to 14. India 6 for 207.
Chris Green looks very quick when he's chasing the ball. His batting's been encouraging, hasn't it? And hopefully it's on the incline. His fielding's been fantastic, the catching, but also his chasing. He's athletic. So we just need that last jigsaw puzzle, just starting to get some wickets.
Just to get him into his test bowling career. Stark strides in, bowls down the leg side and flicked away by Washington. Through backward square for 4. A stray ball from Stark is given the treatment. Sundar moves to 18. India 6 for 211.
Yeah, that's that classic Mitchell Stark where it doesn't come out right and it angles into the leg side. So for lefties, it's easy to whip away. Nice timing, though. Makes the ball, or waits for the ball to come to him. Sundar looks good.
The deficit is 158. Sundar faces up to Stark. He drives through mid-off for 4. Back-to-back boundaries. Stark over-pitched and given the treatments. Washington Sundar races to 22. 6 for 215. The Robot Building Supply scoreboard robot's got it, Flem.
Beautiful shot. Half volley, but didn't try to overhit it. And it was a check drive. It wasn't an expansive off drive whatsoever. Just moving in towards the ball. Full face the bat. That was not getting stopped at all. So, handy little partnership here for India and the two inexperienced players actually showing how to some of their more established players how to bat.
Not a great sequence for Stark, who's lost the right to that second gully and pushed out to backward square in the deep. Stark bowls. Sundar is in behind it and defending to the offside. 1 to come in what is now an expensive over. He's been the absolute mixed bag, Stark, today. He has the wicket of Rahane. And he hasn't quite got the control that he is searching for. He bowls to Sundar, who flips it one down the leg side, untouched through to the keeper. 6 for 215. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering value.
This is big. The big deal is now on at Mazda, and we're putting great drive-away value on 2020 plate vehicles front and centre. Like Mazda CX-5 Max, take it home from $32,990 drive away. All great run-out prices on last remaining Mazda CX-9 stock. Plus, exclusive plate clearance bonuses across the range. Now, that's kind of a big deal, but be quick, stocks are limited.
There are some sweet replays so far for Washington Sundar and Shardul Thakur in their bowling, in their batting partnership, having done plenty with the ball. The replays for Wagner Vitamins from Chemist Warehouse, both with lovely arcs on their drives. And the cross-bat shot, none too shabby either. 3 in the deep on the leg side with Lyon bowling to Thakur, who's on 12. India 6 for 215. Lyon bowls, and it's defended. Just stroked back to the bowler in his follow-through. Both time and run so valuable for India in their endeavours. Lyon bowls. Thakur left his crease. He defended when he arrived and he blunted it away to short leg. Lyon moves in and bowls again. Thakur plays from the stumps. The short arm jab got it past Lyon but didn't beat Hazelwood at mid-off. No run. Yet to score a run from Lion. In this spell, Takur leans forward and defends. So that is 16 dot balls in a row in this matchup.
That's not what T20 sloggers do.
He's got a good temperament. Lion balls. Takur goes back, cuts a low one. At the jag down and late, couldn't get a run to cover.
It's good control from Nathan Lyon, though. He's not giving him a half volley to play that lovely cover drive that he does have. Not too short to cut or pull either.
Last ball of the over, Lion balls. Takur defends. So another maiden from Nathan Lyon. 6 for 215 with the drinks break now. So we will shortly be at the Gabba with Adam Collins and Ian Healy in that phase of play. Agarwal, Court Smith bowled Hazelwood for 38 and Park Court Green bowled Hazelwood for 23. The wickets to fall on SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering value. Drinks on the field for Dometic. Everything you need for adventures, big or small.
SEN Track is the new sound of chasing, pacing and racing. And each Saturday, you're invited to join the Saturday Trackside team. Be part of the banter, the fun and the expert analysis. And of course, there's plenty of tasty horse racing tips.
Get your pens, pencils, crayons and have your form guides be ready.
With Simon O'Donnell, David Taggart and the Saturday Trackside team. Listen via the SEN app and follow the tips via Twitter at SEN_track. Saturday Trackside. This Saturday from midday on SEN Track. The new sound of chasing, pacing and racing.
It's important as parents that we create the right environment for our family to play, learn, thrive and grow in comfort. At home, create the right environment for your family with Mega Air. Their Dayton specialist dealers focused on creating custom-designed air systems to meet the top Aussie standards and your unique lifestyle and home design. Mega Air Air Conditioning. Create your environment. Request a quote now at megaair.com.au.
An important message from the Victorian Government. To help stop the spread of coronavirus, all residents and travellers wishing to enter Victoria must now apply for a permit. To find out whether you are currently in a red zone, orange zone or green zone, and what you must do to enter Victoria, visit coronavirus.vic.gov.au. Stay safe, stay open. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
Nilex hose highlight reel. Nilex retractable hose reels. Water like a Nile expert. Slashes and he's caught! A juggle, but Steve Smith never lost control at second slip. And now there is blood in the water. Played it late and he's caught! Richard Park falls. He tried to go up and over the cordon, but you can't go over Cam Green. And it's Josh Hazelwood again. The Nilex hose highlight reel. Nilex retractable hose reels. Water like a Nile expert.
The drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. We're at the halfway mark of the third day of the fourth and final and deciding test match here at the Gabba. Adam Collins and Ian Healy with you. India 6 for 215. They lost 2 wickets in that hour. Mayank Agarwal, who was caught by Stephen Smith from the bowling of Josh Hazelwood for 38. Then Rishabh Pant, a screamer from Cameron Green in the gully, again from the bowling of Josh Hazelwood for 23. At that point, they were 6 for 186. Now they're 6 for 215 with Washington Sundar and Shadul Thakur putting together a nice little stand in Healy as the many drinks waiters for Australia make their way from the field.
And would someone help Will Pekoski, please? Have a look at him. He's got a drink in his bad shoulder. He's got about 10 things in his left arm. So he's just dropped it all now over the rope and off he's done. The job's done. But absolutely spare hands everywhere. And Will's got his full.
So Sundar,
now, what was your question?
Sundar's on 22 and Thakur is on 12, but they've both found the boundary a couple of times and they're willing to push back against this Australian attack.
Yeah, it certainly hasn't been a submissive effort by a tail end, an unknown tail. So they're down. Oh, look what they've got now. They've got a deep, straight third man down on the fence. So you'd suspect, so left-handed slash shot. We've got a catcher right down on the rope. 80 metres away. So you'd suspect it's going to be some short stuff, and he's coming around the wicket. So it could be at the body because there's a leg slip in place and a short leg, and then offside, big slashing man catching.
Change of plan for Stark. Start of a fresh hour outside the off stump, and Sundar's able to shoulder arms. But yes, that's almost like a deep fly slip all the way back on the rope. We've seen a number of balls go through that region today. A couple taken in there as well.
There's no one in front of Washington Sundar on the offside. So if he just gets any sort of bat on the offside, he might get two, but Stark will probably have to be the fielder. And now Marcus Harris, who was at mid-on, has gone to square mid-wicket. So he's not going to get anything pitched up here.
The game of chess continues. Stark away from us, Walter Street end, bouncer. Didn't get up too high. Sundar got underneath it, but the periscope was up, not far away from the ball, running into that bat, actually.
No, he was very calm. He got done. The ball didn't get up and wasn't really the bouncer that he was expecting, but he just still went down and had a look at it go over his head. It was quite cool, calm batting.
India trail by 154 on the Robot Building Supplies scoreboard. Robots got it. And as we've seen throughout the series, especially since 36 all out in Adelaide, they just don't back down. When they're in a tough spot, they scrap, and that's what these two are doing here. Stark passes umpire Wilson and bowls, and on the back foot, Sundar defends into the offside. And we've seen, Ian Healy, the Indian players, as they've been dismissed today, they walk out beneath us and they come back through past us as well, and they were gutted as they left the field today. This means so very much to them.
It seems to, yes. And that they're working hard. They're not just eating time out of this game. They're batting quite enterprisingly to keep the game moving forward, knowing that, you know, if we bat well today, this might be the best way for these two, Thacker and Sundar, to survive. Just bat normally, play some shots and see how we go.
Stark stays around the wicket to Sundar from his hip, gets it round the corner just into that gap and gets himself a single.
See, that was good running between wickets. You know, plenty of tails there would have hesitated. Thacker was a non-striker who saw it go past Matthew Wade at short leg, and Marnus didn't have a whole lot of room to get to it and pick it up from leg gully, and yet Thacker just coolly called him through for a single, and plenty of tails wouldn't have taken a run there. So it's good. They know that they're going to have to bat well this afternoon, then they're going to have to bowl well, and then they're going to have to bat well again, because they know exactly what Australia have to try to do to them. So, you know, they're doing the right thing.
So they're 6 down, and Saini will bat, according to reports on the television. He was bowling in the nets this morning. Stark over the wicket, bowls short, an uppercut, an attempted uppercut there from Thacker. Cameron Green running back with the flight from gully, puts a dive in, can't haul it in. So a shot he was not in control of. They'll get a couple. Thacker moving to 14, but again, that intent. They're going to keep having a crack here. Indeed, I think they might have taken 3. 6 for 218.
No, it was Thacker when they played the shot. Yeah. I don't like Cameron Green putting his body on the line that much. I don't think he was ever going to get there, Cameron Green.
Ooh.
He's covered 20, 30 metres, wasn't going to get there, but still dived and, you know, at least he exposed his left shoulder. He landed on it. But as we see with Will Pekoski, he can't play sometimes with a sore shoulder. So if he can't make it, don't put the body on the line.
They've been together for 50 deliveries. They've added 32. Last ball of the Stark over the wicket. Striking Thacker on the pad, but well outside the leg stump. The end of the over. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes delivering value. India 6 for 218.
It's the final days of Beaumont's January price dump. Prices dumped on tiles, bathroom, kitchen, laundry, floors and walls, 20 to 50% off. Hurry in for the final days of Beaumont's massive price dump.
Don't miss your Adelaide Strikers at Adelaide Oval. What's been taking the most with him this Thursday night at Adelaide Oval. Adults from $22 and $5 for under 18s. Game starts 6:45 p.m. Tickets only available online at adelaidestrikers.com.au.
Adam Collins with you, Ian Healy with me. One of our experts for Maccas, the McRibbon Macco, are back at Maccas this summer. And Nathan Lyon is going to continue from the Stanley Street end. Hasn't had the most probing day as yet. 3 spells, not long spells, but getting an opportunity here at the left-handed Washington Sundar. Lyon has such an impressive record against left-handers, especially in Australia.
If he bowls a good ball here, first ball, I reckon we'll see Marnus come in from short cover to short point.
So two catching men, a slip and a short leg. Man out at deep backward square. Line bowls and Sundar pushes straight back to him, collected in his follow-through line. So just his 17th over out of 75, which is a little bit down on what we may have otherwise expected.
Oh, no, not too bad.
Not too far down,
for the first innings, but the 17 haven't had any impact.
Wide of the crease, and Sundar lunges forward and blunts the spin.
That's okay. He's been inconsistent, that's all. He bowls a good ball. His action's good at one for a little bit, and then, decelerates at the crease. He's not driving through and being a presence that the batsmen are wary of.
Can he settle into a long spell here? Bowling to Sundar on the back foot, pushing to cover. No run available. Marnus Labuschagne doing the work there. 6 for 2, 1-8.
Same. What do you think? I think he's bowling the same stuff too often. Same trajectory for too long, eh?
Yeah, we saw in the 2 or 3 overs ago now from this Stanley Street end as Line arrives at the crease and bowls wide of the crease again, and defending is Washington Sundar. He bowled 2 deliveries that, with that extra overspin, went straight on. And that's been his comparative advantage, especially in Australia with that extra bounce, not least at the Gabba, the ground he loves bowling at so much. But that's not been something he's been able to replicate over after over. Pushing hard here. He's taken 397 test wickets, and Sundar flicks him through the onside. Nice little flourish there. Back heel kicked in the air as he made contact with the ball. He moves to 24. India 6 for 219.
I don't expect him to have a super lot of impact in a first innings at the Gabba, but I want to see him deploying some weapons, sort of trajectory.
3 out on the leg side. Last ball of the over. That goes. Happy to knock it on the head. The end of the line over. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes delivering value with Thacker 14. Washington Sundar 24. India a 6 for 219.
G'day, Merv Hughes here for Scott Pack Business Finance. A good old-fashioned bouncer always gives the crowd a real giddy-up, and good old-fashioned cash flow can do the same for your business. Just talk to Scott Pack Business Finance. Scott Pack puts you back in control of your cash flow by helping you access money your own in as little as 24 hours, so you can rest easy, pay the bills, or fund new opportunities to grow. Take control of your cash flow. Search for Scott Pack today. Scott Pack, finance that keeps your business moving.
Second new ball due in 4 overs. Patrick Cummins is back on the field as well. I'm sure he'll be using it. Mitchell Starc to continue from the Vulture Street end. Around the wicket to Sundar. Has the fly slip. 2 conventional slips in the gully. A short leg, a leg gully as well. He bowls here. And clipping through the leg side is Sundar. Times it well through square leg. It'll just about have the gas to get to the rope. Just pulled in at the very last. They come back for a third. Marcus Harris was doing the work out there. Sundar moves on to 27. India 6 for 222.
It's an aggressive line that Starc is taking from round the wicket to the left-handed Sundar. I thought it might be because he's more comfortable with his front foot on the bowling crease. But as soon as he delivered that one, he turned around and didn't like the footmarks again, or the foothold. So he's coming back over the wicket to the right-handed Thacker.
Sundar down the other end. Thacker facing up over the wicket. Again, through the leg side. So Stark's giving them the chance to score in that direction, and they're taking those opportunities. Just for one, helped on its way there. Thacker moves to 15. India 6 for 223.
Bowling with an ice skating blade on his front shoe.
Yeah, now, we've been following this through the course of the day, Heels, where Mitchell Starc hasn't been happy with his landing or his boot, and he's been sliding through it. Must be a bit disconcerting landing in those circumstances.
Definitely, because you just don't know, is this one going to grip? Is it going to slip? And then you've got a whole heap of other stuff to worry about: lines, lengths, pace.
Staying around the wicket to Sundar. It's a high bouncer, way over his head. Tim Payne moving to his right to take it. No concerns there. India just taking time out of the game where they can and eroding this deficit. And remember, there is some weather around on day 4 and day 5 according to the forecast. And they've earned the opportunity to play this way. And by this way, I mean take as much time out of the game as they want. batted with some purpose today, but the deeper they can drag it, the harder it will be for Australia, who still need 14 wickets to win, and they'll have to bat a second time, of course. Stark bowls round the wicket, and Sundar defends from the crease.
It'll be very intriguing to see how tight Australia want to cut it. You know, if they keep batting well today, will Australia risk a loss?
Well, this will remind me of the teams you played in, Hills, where often you were setting teams in, fewer than 300 on the final day, giving them a chance to win in order to take your 10 wickets. They might be in a situation like that late on day 4. Time will tell. Still got 4 wickets to take here, though. Stark round the wicket and defending into the onside, but a gap there. Well timed by Sundar. Gets 1. Down to mid-on. Harris again doing the fielding. He's 27, 6 for 224. We may see an enterprising declaration because there's nothing gained by allowing this to peter out into a draw if there is weather around.
Yeah, Australia really don't want to lose, but that's what they might have to put on the line.
Yeah.
It'll be not the world's biggest chase for a 4th innings. They might have to, activate that. But, we'll see.
So last ball of the over. Back over the wicket. Bowls here. Backer happy to just duck and let it sail over the top. Another good over for India. 5 runs added. On the robot building supply scoreboard, Robot's got it. The visitors are 6 for 224.
Montaigne, everybody's talking about Montaigne.
And everybody is still talking about the amazing relaunch at Montaigne Mount Barker, with 4 of the top 10 brands on sale. Mitsubishi, Ford, Hyundai and Kia, and dealer principal James Bedford is giving away $500 worth of free genuine accessories with every car delivered this month. Also mention the words Montaigne family and receive an extra bonus, and that's why
Everybody's talking about Montaigne.
MBD 182170.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes delivering value. Nathan Lyon preparing to bowl his 17th over. Sundar on test debut, an unlikely test debut. 28 from 52 deliveries. Wasn't in the test squad when the series started. But here he is on the big stage. Lyon bowls around the wicket. Sundar defends into the onside, playing nicely.
I think the best declaration captain I know is Michael Clark. He was extremely aggressive with when he pulled stumps and told his bowlers to get out there, and if you bowl badly, we could lose.
Lyon bowls, a man out, long off, and Washington Sundar doesn't want to take it on, happy to defend.
He's won more than anyone I know, declared as the commentators were just starting to talk about a possible declaration. He's quite aggressive.
2 catching men. Lyon here, and Sundar in defence. Down to one of those, Matthew Wade at short leg.
He had a very trustworthy attack that he under his watch, but he certainly didn't make it easy for them. Other sides would make more runs and get a bigger total for them to bowl at, but it made them a better attack even.
Lyon delivers, and off the back foot, Sundar thinks about flaying through the offside and checks his stroke to cover. No run.
Because when you're playing under pressure, you become a better cricketer. Whether you win or lose under that pressure on any given day, you now know what you've got to do next time you get under pressure, and he put his attack, a quality attack, in that area more than anyone else.
Lyon with a slip and a short leg bowls. Fuller glided. Sundar leans on his defensive shot, out to cover, again no run.
Yeah, maybe. I think they'll take the new ball straight away, but
feels that way, doesn't it?
Maybe Marnus. Maybe Marnus to these tail end. No, they're not tail enders. These who can bat. The lower order batsmen.
Lyon bowls, and again to finish the over, Sundar is well forward. On the BizCover scoreboard, test bizcover.com.au and BizSave on your business insurance. India 6 for 224.
When you want a fence that'll look fantastic forever, who do you call? Call the Sheriffs. When you want high-profile fencing with privacy and security, call the Sheriffs. What about aluminium, tubular, sheet, rail and post fencing? Sheriffs! Sheriffs! SA's best price? Definitely Sheriffs. When you want fencing, talk to Sheriffs Fencing and Steel. They'll beat any competitor's price on an equivalent item. And Metro delivery is free. High-quality products, wholesale prices. Visit sheriffsfencingandsteel.com.au for a sponsor.
Ian Healy's called it. There is a bowling change for Australia. The Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew, and it is the hometown boy, Marnus Labuschagne, replacing Mitchell Stark from the Vulture Street end. We haven't seen him used in his innings yet. I welcome back Ryan Harris as well to the expert chair. Good afternoon, Ryan.
Afternoon. Ian Healy, who is...
Well, he'll take it, won't he? I'd rather see him for 3 or 4 overs.
Well, he might just do that. You don't know.
He'll be looking to go through them here.
Yeah,
Marnus will say, I'll get him. I'll get him.
But if we see something here that Tim Payne likes, and there's no need to rush to him.
Not really.
If there's a chance.
I want to see him go round the wicket. He didn't go round the wicket, if at all. Definitely not enough.
So there's 4 out, 3 on the leg side and a deep point. First ball from Labuschagne. Defended by Shardul Thacker, and Labuschagne collects in his follow-through and threatens to throw back at the stumps.
He's the greatest bluffer in world cricket.
Labuschagne, one catcher, a slip, bowls, and Thacker off the back foot to backward point, no run. The crowd are engaged here, watching the Queenslander bowl, no doubt about that.
It's a little bit of spin there for him.
Labuschagne arrives and delivers, and Thacker deep in the crease again, finding the man at backward point for no run. So there's a long on, deep mid-wicket, about 10 metres in from the rope, the long boundary on the western side of the ground. Josh Hazlewood at deep backward square, at deep point as well. Cameron Green patrolling that rope. Labuschagne bowls, flights it a fraction more. Thacker lunges forward. Labuschagne feels like he's in the game. He wheels around, running back to his mark, all energy, all the time.
That's what he's like. He is in the game. Those 3 there that have squirted to the backward point.
Delivers, flighted, full. Isn't put away from Thacker. He picks out the man at mid-off.
He's missed out there, Thacker. But the 3 balls before that have scratchily played towards sort of backward point, haven't they?
Oh, Marnus didn't sleep last night because of this. Got his chance.
Slow clap from the crowd. Fraction shorter there on the back foot. Thacker pushing into the offside. Pretty good maiden that from Labuschagne. The 79th over of the Indian innings. They're 6 for 224.
Breaking news. The saucy McRib and legendary El Maco are back at Macca's with delicious pork dripping in smoky barbecue rib sauce or juicy beef with chunky Mexican salsa. Grab yours today. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
SENSA's studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company, Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
India lost wickets with the score on 161 and 186 in this session. They're currently 6 for 224. Nathan Lyon to bowl what might be the last over before they take the second new one. That's when it'll be due. 2 catching men. Bowls to Sundar here, who leans forward and defends. Getting a long way down the track. It looks good, Ryan Harris.
I was going to say exactly that. Big stride. He's a tall man. Big stride down. As we, because of that, just see a little slight change to the field. The short leg, Matthew Wade, walks across the wicket and goes to a silly point.
Silly point and a slip, the 2 catches for Lyon. From the Stanley Street end, he bowls and off the back foot. Sundar pushes out to cover on 28, no run.
In his 19th over, Lino, I wouldn't mind seeing him bowl over the wicket to the left-hander, pitching on leg stump, see what happens.
Passes the umpire and bowls, and off the back foot again. Does he find the gap? He does not. Cameron Green doing the job, wheeling around from point.
It's all been very conventional, is what I'm thinking from Lino. A little bit, not enough variations of speed and trajectory. And line, he stays on the one line for a long time.
Lyon bowls, he flights this. Sundar takes a single.
At a
down
time
towards that man at long off. He moves to 29 at 6 for 225.
At a time where it's at its hardest to bowl. Off spin in these conditions, it's difficult. So you need to, if you're good and you're a 100 test player, you need to try all your stuff He just hasn't.
3 out on the leg side as Lion bowls to Thakur, who defends, gets in right behind it. So 1 ball before the second Newey is due. Won't be long before we see Patrick Cummins and Josh Hazlewood deployed, I assume, given that Stark just bowled.
Yeah. There's not a lot of demons in the pitch at the moment, is there? It's pretty well paced.
Last ball of the line over. Defended with, again, a nice straight bat from Thakur. He's done well there. He's 15. Sundar is 29 after 80 overs. India are 6 for 225.
Hi, it's Michael Clark here. Since retiring from international cricket, my days haven't slowed down, so it's important I get the support I need. Try Wagner Fish Oil 1000 from Chemist Warehouse. It contains omega-3 fatty acids, which support the healthy function of the nervous system, heart health, brain health, and eye health. Find the new look Wagner Fish Oil 1000 at $2 for $25 at Chemist Warehouse.
Always read the label. Use only as directed. If symptoms persist, see your healthcare professional. Chemist Warehouse. Lowest prices guaranteed.
So the Labuschagne experiment has lasted exactly 1 over. The second new ball has been taken immediately, held in the air by umpire Blocker Wilson. The change of bowler, sure enough, will be Patrick Cummins. The bowling change for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew, Ian Healy.
Very good Australian brew, exactly.
I've been sipping on one during this stint. I can vouch for it. Very nice indeed.
I saw you put those labels over that other stubby. No, Marnus didn't even get a chance to turn his Bunsen burner on, did he? He got the chemicals in the beaker, but as an experiment, he didn't heat it up. He bowled pretty well. I'd be, with this second new ball, when it's 40 overs old, for example, I'd be employing him quite a bit.
I'll tell you what, Hills, if this ball gets to 40 overs old, they're in a bit of trouble, Australia.
So that means, what, we've got another hour here, then they'll be getting close to the end. About an hour's play tonight.
Yeah, well, I think Australia need to be batting tonight to have any hope of, if the forecast is correct.
And they might get, out of that, they might get 80 runs in the 40, let's say, 80 runs in 40 overs, so they're only 40 behind. They need to make hay then, don't they, Jeff?
India trail by 144 runs as the second new ball is taken. 3 slips in a gully, short leg as well. Cummins away from us at the Vulture Street end, over the wicket. Bowls to Sundar on his hip, pushing to mid-on, no run. Cummins has been, by his standards, a fraction expensive actually in the innings so far. 1 for 65. He picked up the wicket of Shubman Gill yesterday with his second delivery, caught in the cordon, but he has given India the chance to drive him, Ryan, which is what you've said throughout the test match at the Gabba. You have to be willing to do that as a fast bowler.
Yeah, exactly. And being driven for injury is fine. Obviously, you probably look at the way he's bowled. He's beat the bat a lot. I don't mind it, but at least he's given himself a chance to find the edge.
Cummins on the approach, bowls over the wicket. Leg stump pushed into the short leg by Sundar. Well collected there under the lid. Marcus Harris flicked at the stumps, but nothing on there. Back in his ground.
Feels good. The fielding positions at the moment is right for mine, but bowling a little too straight, those two. So I'd go wider, try to go across Sundar, use your catches while this ball's new. You might get a little off-cutter, which is a leg cutter to the left-hander, and then go to the body.
Warner, Smith, Wade and Green, the catches behind the wicket. Cummins bowls here and Sundar punches off the back foot and beats the man at mid-off. A misfield there. A rare one from Marnus Labuschagne. They come back for a couple. Sundar on debut is into the 30s. He's 31. India 6 for 227. Again, to think that Sundar wasn't in this squad. 3 of the Indian 11 playing in this test match weren't going to be part of the red ball part of the tour until they experienced all those injuries. And here they are doing the job in tough circumstances and pushing through.
It's a great shot off the back foot, though.
31 from 65 balls he is. The left-hander facing up, digging out a full delivery, only as far as Mitchell Stark at mid-on, who makes a diving stop. Good enthusiasm in the field from the big fast bowler.
Diving half-volley stop.
It was good, and he saved 4 runs. There's no doubt about that. And India brought their whole squad over with them, and they had to do that for both white ball, both formats of white ball and Test cricket. I'm not 100% sure how many went home after that.
Well, the fact that they were here as net bowlers, owing to COVID restrictions as to you couldn't use local net bowlers like you normally
Correct.
would. Thus, Natarajan and Thacker sticking around, and likewise Sundar. Here he is, facing up and defending down the ground. Well played once more, but Mitchell Stark working his way around from mid-on to deny a run.
3 of the 4 that departed are probably at Shikhar Dhawan's house. Just hanging out with him.
Hanging out, watching.
Oh, he's finished with Test cricket, is that right?
He hasn't played since 2018.
No. I thought they could have done with him around.
Finished with it, but just don't know.
Or they're just not picking
you.
Averages high 40s, got 6 Test hundreds.
Very good player.
I thought after the Adelaide or during the Adelaide problems, that they were missing someone like that at the top.
Last ball of the Cummins over, going around the wicket here now. Bowls a short ball. Sundar good enough to get underneath it. The end of the over on SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, delivering value. With India 6 for 227, we will go back to Melbourne with Anthony Hudson, Chris Rogers and Ryan Harris will stick on.
It's the final days of Beaumont's January price dump. Prices dumped on tiles, bathroom, kitchen, laundry, floors and walls, 20 to 50% off. Hurry in for the final days of Beaumont's massive price dump.
Having to transport a prized piece of your niece's amateur art through a storm would be the most. But the motorised roller cover on the new Hilux Road means you can keep it dry at the touch of a button and stay unbreakable. Awaken your unbreakable with the new Hilux Road. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
So the second new ball has been taken, 1 over bowled with it. Shardle is 15, Washington is 31. Afternoon, Buck.
Hello, Doc, how are you?
Pretty good. Rhino, 41 between these two. I think that's what the third highest partnership and could soon be the highest. 49 between Pujara and Sharma, 45 between Pujara and Rahane, 41 of 87 balls between Takua and Washington Sundar. That's Josh Hazelwood with the figures of 3 for 29. New ball in hand. Marches in and bowls pretty lame first ball, to be honest. Wide of Shuttles off stump, he lets it go through.
Old fast bowler loosener.
The old loosener. When I was growing up, you used to hear that all the time. Rodney Hogg was the best at it. He'd give about a half pace, half pitcher first up and show no care whatsoever. But you don't really see it as much these days.
Oh, it hurts though. It hurts because you can't simulate hitting that hard surface. So ripping your muscles and that toe, big toe, smacking against the front of the boot. Don't miss that.
Hazelwood bowls, and it's a little quicker, but still wide of the off stump. So it's the foot that hurts, is it?
It's one of the things that hurts, but yeah, it's just getting because you cool down, and you just can't simulate anywhere on the ground because on the grass, the nice lush grass, it doesn't. It's sort of you get a bit of movement, whereas if you hit the wicket, it's rock hard, obviously, and then they get that little bit of slide and toe going to the boot. Especially if you've got a little blister or something like that, you just have to rip it open, and it's not pleasant.
Oh, the travails of being a fast bowler. Thought they were tough. 3 slips in a gully. Terrific delivery. Too good for Shardle. Tucker. It was similar to the delivery that found the edge earlier. It was up there coming into the batsman. Maybe even moved away through the air as well as off the pitch. Beautifully bowled.
Some swing. We've seen some swing. We haven't seen a lot of swing with the Australian bowlers. Maybe they picked the wrong ball, Buck.
Not back to that again.
Did you pick it, Rhino?
I did. Yes, sometimes.
3 slips in a gully. 6 for 227, and this time it comes from the pad, and it's gone quick and fine for 4. Down the leg side ever so slightly. Was there some bat on that? 6 for 231. And Hazelwood there was. 3 for 33's figures now.
Rhino, were there many times when you were just not looking at the captain, just thinking, please don't ask me to bowl here because it's hurting too much?
I'll come back to that, but not many times, but there was probably one in South Africa, the famous test match when we
Hazelwood bowls, gets right through him, and there's an inside edge. Payne couldn't get a full glove on it. It's gone for 4. Almost cut him in half. What a delivery. And yes, it's runs and it's 4. So is it a chance from Payne?
No, I don't think you'd be pretty harsh on Tim Payne if you think he can grab that, because that's done plenty, actually. He's bowled a couple of outswingers, and then that one's just, I think it's hit a crack.
No, he didn't touch his glove.
Yeah.
It's gone for a Blunston boundary. The replay for Wagner Vitamins from Chemist Warehouse. Oh, it's lively with the second new ball. There's runs. Will there be a wicket? No. Tempered defensive shot from Shuttle. He's 23. And Washington is 31. End of a lively over. 6 for 235 on the BizCover scoreboard. Test bizcover.com.au and BizSave on your business insurance.
Hi, it's Michael Clark here. Since retiring from international cricket, my days haven't slowed down, so it's important I get the support I need. Try Wagner Fish Oil 1000 from Chemist Warehouse. It contains omega-3 fatty acids, which support the healthy function of the nervous system, heart health, brain health, and eye health. Find the new look Wagner Fish Oil 1000 at 2 for $25 at Chemist Warehouse.
Always read the label. Use only as directed. If symptoms persist, see your healthcare professional. Chemist Warehouse. Lowest prices guaranteed.
7th wicket partnership of 49 now. Frustration's growing for Australia. Pat Cummins. Around the wicket, he bowls, and Washington opens the face. Can't beat Green in the gully. What about the first bowl of the summer, Ryan? Like, I know cricket's almost a 52 week of the year sport when you're a professional, but how's the shoulder first time you bowl after a break?
Yeah, usually, with your first sort of bowl into a training session is always tough, and it's something that my body never really used to get used to, which it probably should have after a few years, the amount I bowled. But it was always a sore, start back to the bowling crease, I guess, and it was always testing.
Cummins delivers, and aggressive shot from Washington. He's worked it well, he's guided it through gully, and it's going to go all the way for 4. Green couldn't close it out. And Washington goes to 35. And these are very valuable runs. The 50 partnership is up. It's 53 from 95 balls. The numbers for Scott Pack. Turn unpaid invoices into cash. scottpack.com.au.
Valuable runs, aren't they, these? That's the thing with the new ball. You take it, obviously, to try and clean up the lower order or the tail, but it can be quite expensive as well because it comes onto the bat nicely.
First 50 partnership of the innings, coming for the 7th wicket. Cummins again, short one, fends it off the hip, doesn't make any contact.
You tell that story about Cape Town, day 5 when you couldn't quite get the last couple of wickets. You were a bit sore that day, weren't you?
Yeah, that was probably one of the worst days I felt they bucked, but I mean it worked out all right because we ended up winning. So it was an easy fix after in the celebrations with a couple of beers there, but that was a tough day. And we were all, to be honest, pretty tired then. We'd bowled for a long time.
Cummins from wide of the crease to the left-handed tall Washington who defends.
Were you looking away from Michael Clark?
I might have been looking and walking away from him by the end of it. Yeah, as I said, we were pretty solid. We bowled for about 140 or 50 overs then, and everyone had gone pretty hard, but he sort of walked over to me and I was fielding a gully by this stage because I couldn't really run, and he sort of said to me, look, I'm going to need you one more time here. And I said, yeah. He said, it's either you or me. And I said, well, you can't be bowling. You haven't bowled an over since I don't know how long, so give it to me, I'll have a go.
Cummins is having a go now. It's well handled again by Washington.
Was that the test where James Pattinson was wearing Dale Steyn shoes, probably because of the front toe stuff, and then ended up sledging Steyn?
that might have been it, because that was the famous Michael and Pup and Steyn had a bit of a crack at each other, didn't they?
Yeah.
And then, James jumped in.
I remember that. He was wearing his shoes. He had those shoes, so he wore Dale Steyn. Dale Steyn was kind enough to lend him some shoes, I think. And then he got stuck into him.
Cummins, the figures of 1 for 71. Last ball of his 20th over is defended off the slightly inner portion of the bat up to mid-off. And so far they've survived the new ball through 3 overs. 6 for 239 on the BizCover scoreboard. Test bizcover.com.au and BizSave on your business insurance.
G'day, Merv Hughes here. Summer is here, and that means two things. Our big piece of steam in on the pitch, and your car's aircon needs to be on top of its mark. Your off-stump will be blown away by the aircon service at your local Repco authorised service centre. Their fully qualified mechanics will keep you cool all year with a comprehensive service on your car's aircon system, no matter what you drive. Book online today at repcoservice.com.
Aussies would love something to happen here. Maybe a classic catch for the TAC. Don't let your luck run out with the TAC. Hazelwood, good tight line, defended by Takur.
I guess the other question then, and more related to the match that's going on, Riley, if you've bowled all series and you kind of get to this position in the last test, are all the overs you've done before, are they all kind of mounting up now and they're catching up with you, or are you pretty seasoned, I guess, and happy to keep going?
Oh, you're pretty seasoned, and a lot of it will do to go down to your recovery between test matches, and this being a short turnaround. Speaking to Paddy Cummins this morning,
it was a no ball, that first one, so Hazelwood goes again, and it's quietly defended by Takur. It's still 6 for 240.
They got a lot of massage. He said a few massages. I don't think they would have bowled too many balls between, so it's up to you to do what you need to do to get yourself up. But you'd definitely be feeling a bit tired and a bit sore, but again, you're sort of conditioned for it, and your recovery is just so important to get yourself back up ready to go again.
Stark bowled 39 overs in Sydney. Hazelwood 47, Cummins 47, Nathan Lyons 77. Hazelwood's in his 20th now. He has 3 for 38. He bowls full. He's on driven, but straight to Mitch Stark, and there's no run. What was the worst type of injury where you could play, Ryan, but it would really hurt as the match went on?
My knee would have been the worst. That test we're talking about, that was my knee. That was shot then, and I knew I was virtually booked in for surgery when I got off the plane, so I knew that no matter what damage I did, at the time I was hoping it wasn't my career ending, but it probably was in the end. But
Hazelwood short. He resists the temptation to have a crack here.
But that was probably the worst. You'd always play, and you hear it spoken about a lot, you always play with niggles, sore hammies or sides, even shoulders. But it's amazing how you wake up of a morning and you feel like there are times that I couldn't nearly get out of bed, but the first 3 or 4 steps you'd be, oh my God, this hurts, and then it's amazing how quickly once the blood flows, it eases a little bit, and then when you get out in the ground and start warming up and doing all those sort of things.
Hazelwood again. Desperate to break this partnership. He can't with that. Shuttle gets across and defends to mid-on. Still 6 for 240. Shuttle Takur is 23. Washington is 35.
Mind you, there was, Rhino, one of the worst warm-up drill was where you had to kind of just run through and touch the ground. Yeah. Oh, I just couldn't stand that one.
Yeah.
It used to hurt so much.
Yeah, agreed. That was one of probably the easiest ones, but it was one of the worst as well.
Just as you're running, just bend down and touch it. It doesn't sound hard.
No, it doesn't.
But it was.
Hazelwood. Bowls again. He gets through the defences. Big shout. Hazelwood pleading. Umpire says no. And Tim Payne wants to go upstairs. They say no, Tim. Not this time.
I think height might be an issue too. Yeah. New ball, gave a wicket.
Aussie's desperate. DRS or third umpire for the TAC. Don't let your luck run out. Drive safely these holidays. Let's have a look at the replay. Fair bit of movement off the pitch.
I think that's hit the flap. Oh, a little inside edge as well.
One more to go in the over. Hazelwood testing out. Takur here, and another outstanding ball moving away from the right-hander. He'd had enough. He had a swing at it. Tried to play down the line. He missed everything. 6 for 240 on the BizCover scoreboard. Test bizcover.com.au and BizSave on your business insurance.
An important message from the Victorian Government. To help stop the spread of coronavirus, all residents and travellers wishing to enter Victoria must now apply for a permit. To find out whether you are currently in a red zone, orange zone or green zone, and what you must do to enter Victoria, visit coronavirus.vic.gov.au. Stay safe, stay open. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
Frustrations just starting to grow a little more for the Aussies now. They removed the danger man quickly after lunch, Richard Pant, but this is unexpected resistance from the Indian tail, only trailed by 129 runs now. Pat Cummins, second new ball in hand, starts his 21st over, and off the high edge of the bat it goes into the ground. Off Washington and into the gully.
Should be frustrating the Australians. This is a great little partnership, isn't it?
It's just something we haven't seen from India, have we, through the whole
series
not really,
so
but
far. They lost with losing Jadeja. That was sort of losing the runs in the lower order. And we saw Ashwin as well do well in Sydney, Stonewall in Sydney. So by losing those two, they were losing some experience down the back end. It's amazing to see these two doing what they're doing and doing it so easy.
Cummins, Fuller, and correct defensive shot from Washington, getting forward, way through the ball. He's 35 not out. What a terrific test debut from him.
Yeah, it is. Even technically, you just watch him there. He just took one stride forward into the ball, stayed side on. It's actually really, really good. So, bit of a surprise. I don't think we were expecting that, were we? And Shadul Thakur, he's held his own as well. He's been a bit flashy, but he's played some good shots.
He's really still, isn't he, Sunda?
Yeah.
When he stands at the crease.
Cummins bowls, he beats the outside edge. There's one sure way to fix him up, and that's to start singing his praises as that beats the outside edge. It's all for Henley Holmes, delivering value. SEN Test Cricket. Our replays are for Wagner Vitamins, and you can get those from Chemist Warehouse.
Tim Payne makes me laugh. It was a half and a pill, and then the first thing he does, he catches it, and he looks straight at the slips, as if he needs their approval.
Good movement off the pitch too, wasn't there?
He sat by a mile.
Yeah, he did. Cummins persevering. This time he stands up and hammers it just in front of point. Not completely flush though, and Nathan Lyon gets around to do the fielding.
Still a pretty good pitch to bat on this. It just seems pretty true. There's not too many tricks.
So is it going to, how significant will it disintegrate over the next couple of days?
I think it's going to depend on the rain, doesn't it? I mean, you need the sun, you need it obviously to be played on to dry it out even more. The cracks are there, they're just not in play. They're a bit sort of wide or not in line with play. So if they get bigger...
Cummins tries a bouncer. He almost got off balance, Washington, then eluding it. In fact, he did. He ended up on the turf. Then he gets up and brushes himself off.
Then to get a bit bigger and a bit longer.
His dad said, I think he was interviewed about how well he'd started. He's a better batsman than he is a bowler.
It's probably I know this is harsh, but it's a fair call because as a spinner, he only really just turns the doorknob. It's not like he's putting huge amount of revolutions on it. He was just pretty accurate.
Last ball of the Cummins over, and off the open face, he runs it square again. And sees out a maiden over from Pat Cummins. India 6 for 240 for Henley Holmes, batting for first home buyers since 1989.
As a Daikin specialist dealer, A4 Air offset the carbon footprint of every air conditioning system they install for 10 years. The choice you make for your comfort today will impact your children's climate tomorrow. It's time to clean bold climate change. A4Air.com.au.
New mini hotcakes with Nutella have arrived at Macca's. Our famous hotcakes made mini with a delicious layer of creamy Nutella. Try them today and flavour your summer with Macca's. Available for a limited time only.
India trailed by 129. Hazelwood searching for another breakthrough. Won't get it there as Thakur gets across and plays it square of the wicket on the offside. Just been told this is Ryan's last over. So you got more engagements up there at the Gabba, have you, Rhino?
Yeah, one more today.
Same stories as yesterday, just to a different audience?
Similar. Yeah, there's a few of the same people in there, so they must be getting sick of me now.
How's,
sorry, mate.
How's Cherie, your wife, going with all these engagements, afternoon engagements, Rhino?
Oh, look, she's happy-ish. They're long days at the cricket, aren't they? So she's happy.
There's it again, short. Half fends, half gets it away for a run behind square. They'll take that. Happy-ish. That's an interesting description, isn't it? India trail by 128 now. All the numbers for Scott Pack. Turn unpaid invoices into cash. scottpack.com.au.
Just avoiding your responsibility with the kids, or?
Yeah, well, I've got to work too. That's the big responsibility.
You don't call this work?
Well, that's exactly what I'm doing.
Right, okay. What would your career have been, Ryan, if you hadn't played professional cricket?
Oh, good question. I'm not sure, because I didn't really do that well at school. So I'm very happy and very lucky that it was a cricket. But I don't know. I've been asked that a few times since I've sort of been playing and finished, and thankfully I didn't have to worry about that.
He wanted to be a golfer.
A golfer, yeah. Well, who didn't? Washington's got an injury here. He's been struck on the left hand.
Got a feeling that might be his bowling hand. That came off the bat there, is it? Might be looking at. Oh, no, it's his left hand.
Yeah, it's his left hand, so it's a finger that's getting some treatment. Just what India need, another injury.
Yeah, not another one, especially another crack. And he looks quite tender there, just looking at those shots on TV.
All your social interaction for Summit Internet, faster business internet. As it stands at the moment, 6 for 241.
No, it's all right.
Just taping it up.
Well, he could bend it, and generally when you've got a broken finger and someone squeezes it like that, it's a bit of, yeah.
That was the funny thing with Jadeja in Sydney. He sort of did that. He moved it, and it looked like because at first when I saw it sort of going to the glove, I thought, geez, he's in trouble. And then he moved it around, and but it was it ended up being a crack. I think it dislocated too, which is not good. But let's hope he's okay here.
Need a hand specialist, don't they, on tour?
Yeah. And it's just been phenomenal, the number of injuries they've had. It really is almost unprecedented.
Almost a world record, wouldn't it be? The amount of injuries.
Yes.
And people leaving tour, and
I think there's a reference to an English tour here. I can't remember what year it was, but where they had more injuries. It's hard to believe they could have. There's famous stories, isn't there, from across the years of players playing in local cricket in various countries and being, particularly county cricket in England, and being called up into international teams.
Well, that's why guys went over there, wasn't it? When Australian tours were over there, just in case.
Mike Whitney, Greg Campbell.
Was it was Young? Was he
Sean Young?
Yeah, Sean Young. Something that
might have been. Colo, no doubt, will remember a few. All the stats and facts for Scott Pack. Turn unpaid invoices into cash. scottpack.com.au. Just still the treatment going on SEN Test cricket. So let's just assess where we're at right now. India trail by 128. Very handy 50-plus partnership, presuming Washington can bat on. How long can Australia afford India to continue, do you think? Or, I mean, the great unknown is the weather, obviously, and trying to work out what's going to happen from here.
Yeah, you'd think that, I mean, they wouldn't probably set anything less than 350. So that means they've got, that's 220 still. They've got to get at some stage, and that's still with 4 wickets to go. That's probably going to take at least 2.5 sessions. So then you just start working out the time, and India will be thinking, if we can just take it into this day 5, then with some of the weather that's around, who knows what might happen there. And then you're losing time out of the game. day 5 as well with that.
He's back, set and ready to continue. So is Hazelwood. And good leave just outside the off-stump. Colo, I think you got a couple for us up there?
Oh, yeah, Sean Young's perhaps the pick of the litter, really, as far as how that all played out in 1997.
Thanks, Colo.
Probably the wrong formulation of words there, wasn't it? But no, 97 played the final test match at the Oval, having been playing for Gloucestershire, and played against the touring Australians not long before, and they were short of a first change bowler, and there he was, his one and only test match there in 1997.
Right place, right time. It'll be interesting to see how much Test cricket these guys play, won't it, going forward for India? Right now, Washington in the centre gets a 4-1 and he takes it away off his pads. Forward of square for at least 2 runs. And they're going to move comfortably back for a third as Harris's chase comes to an end, and a throw back. And Washington goes to 38. And India to 6 for 244. They're only 125 behind now.
Valuable runs here. Wouldn't call them tail enders back, would you? They're a bit better than tail enders, but...
Yeah, Takua looks like he's got a limp up as well. Surely not.
Probably a strut. But 24 is pretty active himself.
He's a bit of a hitter in the lower order in the short form stuff, but he came out aggressively, but has been pretty good since then. He's jamming down on this next one and defending.
It's always the thing sometimes, just see if you can get the 20 quickly and then bat properly.
Yeah. Three Test 50s for you, Rhino.
Oh, 3. Was it 3? I haven't really looked at my batting stats. I know my best. I know my top score. I should have got 100 that day, but I was thinking too much about getting my 100 and how I was going to celebrate it, and I got a score.
Just 26 short.
Yeah.
Hazelwood delivers a full ball, not off the middle, but it will get a run. Shuttle take it out into the covers. And India 6 for 245 now, trailing by 124. Test cricket for Henley Holmes, batting for first-time buyers since 1989.
Oh, well, you sent that one with a lot of pace, and...
With Western Union, you can send money online to bank accounts overseas for zero sender or receiver transfer fee when you pay with Polly.
Outstanding figures!
Download the Western Union app today.
Incredible speed and gone for a big, beautiful zero!
Western Union also makes money from currency exchange.
India 6 for 245 for Henley Holmes. Batting for first-time buyers since 1989. Still no half-century makers in this innings. Top score, Rohit Sharma, 44 from yesterday. Leading run scorer for Victoria Police. You're more suited than you might think to join Victoria Police. Pat Cummins bowls full. Takua takes it through mid-on. It was a fractionally uppish, but he's hit it pretty well. Determined Stark charges after it, but all the determination in the world is not going to prevent another boundary. And this is India's best 7th wicket stand at the Gabba ever. And how handy it's been. And how the same story just keeps repeating in this Test series. Every time India look to be on their knees, just about out of it, they find a way to fight back. And that's another Blunston boundary.
I actually think you kind of stumbled onto a point there, because every one of these Indian batsmen, bar Shubman Gill, who only managed 7, have contributed in this innings.
And Shuttle runs this one past Gully, and that could be 4 more. Green may have taken a tiny bit of pace off it, but it goes for 4 again. And consecutive boundaries for Takua. He is now 33. He's chasing Washington, who's on 38. I'm glad the way he said I stumbled onto something that was worth saying. High praise indeed. 6 for 253 is the score.
But it probably wasn't something I'd thought about either, but it's just the fact that they did need everyone to contribute just about. It wasn't a case of, look, we can only rely on perhaps Rahane and Pujara, because they're human, they're going to make mistakes as well, as we saw. So the fact that the others have dug in deep.
Cummins can't tempt Sadul. He lets it go outside the off stump.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of poor dismissals, but for the most part, they've all they've all fought hard, and it's allowed them to get into this position. Albeit they're behind the game,
but
there's hope for them.
Well, they don't have to win it, do they, really, to walk away still holding the trophy. Tea break coming up. Your interaction on the Tyre Power talkback line is welcome. Tyre Power, know your tyres. Cummins delivers a bouncer, and Takura's done enough for the over. So Pat Cummins, we're not used to these figures, are we? 22 overs, 1 for 79. They're not even particularly economical figures by his standards.
Hey, you just wonder, like, talking to Ryan then and saying, that they are conditioned to be in these positions, but it's still... He's bowled a lot of overs. He's been the go-to bowler for Tim Payne, so whether they've been short, sharp overs or even long spells, as we saw...
Still got 3 slips, and he can't entice any sort of shot from Shadul on that occasion.
As we saw in Melbourne, it's probably been a fair bit of responsibility on his shoulders, so you could forgive him for maybe being a little bit tired at this back end.
And his face just showing a bit of strain as he gets back for one last delivery before the break. All your social interaction for Summit Internet, faster business internet. And there's a question through, when do we ask questions of Lyon? I'm sure if you do it in his 100th test match. Cummins bowls, last ball before the break, and Shadul gets down, gets bat to ball. And what a response for this 7th wicket from 2 of the most inexperienced Indians in the team. Washington Sundar and Shadul Thakur have put on a half-century partnership. Washington is 38, Shadul is 33. Pat Cummins, 22 overs, 1 for 79. And India get to tea at 6 for 253. All the numbers for Scott Pack turn unpaid invoices into cash. scottpack.com.au. Australians still looking for someone to lead them all the way. The wickets have been largely shared. Josh Hazlewood's been the standout, the leading wicket taker for Atlanta Energy, supporting your home team. He has 3 wickets. Some quick words from Chris Rogers before we take a short break and come back for the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. India 6 for 253, trailing by 116 runs.
Well, I mean, Australia had the best possible start to that session when Hazlewood managed to get rid of Agarwal, and you thought from there, with Washington Sundar coming in, playing his first test, not knowing exactly how good a batsman he is, that maybe Australia could run through India, but they've managed to hold on, even despite Pant playing probably a bit of a disappointing up and under shot that he got caught in the gully. But from there, Thakur and Sundar have played fantastically well. It's probably not just the amount they've put on. I think they put on a 67-run partnership, but the fact that they've played so convincingly as well. Sundar in particular, he's been very comfortable at the crease. The crew have probably been a little bit flashy at times, and they've had a little bit of luck, but it just looks like Australia now, they're looking tired. I think they've bowled a lot of overs throughout this series, and just a couple of the bowlers are looking like they've had some long spells in them throughout the series, and they've just got to find another effort to try and take these last 4 wickets.
All right, so that's the scenario. 116 runs, 6 for 253. And as I mentioned, the leading wicket taker for Atlanta Energy, supporting your home team, has been Josh Hazlewood. 21 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 43. The pick of the bowlers, Stark, Cummins and Lyon, each with a wicket. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, batting for first home buy since 1989. We'll continue with Gerard and Bharat after this.
It's the final days of Beaumont's January price dump. Prices dumped on tiles, bathroom, kitchen, laundry, floors and walls, 20 to 50% off. Hurry in for the final days of Beaumont's massive price dump.
The drinks break is filled with refreshing colour from Dometic. The new Dometic Patrol Icebox comes in colours like olive, ocean, mango, slate and mist. The new Dometic Patrol Icebox, a colour for everyone. Grab a cold one, Dometic.com.
SEN Hi, It's Doug the tradie. If you're a tradie like me, you need the correct insurance. It's easy with IMAR. They offer competitive premiums, instant cover and no paperwork. Go online, get an instant quote and pay the premium or call an expert now on 13IMAR. You'll be covered in a few simple steps and ready to get on with the job. Visit imar.com.au today or call 13IMAR and get a quote, get covered, get working.
Well, the trade is late. That's
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Big Bash Nation.
It is punished by Michael Nisa.
He rockets through the middle stump, down the ground and smoked it. This summer, all the big sixes, all the big wickets and all the fun of the Big Bash is live on SEN.
Smith has launched Harris wrong. That is a massive wicket.
Big Bash Nation, live all summer on your home of sport, SEN. From McDonald's, the McRib and El Maco are back at Macca's this summer. And Dakin, Mega Air, custom designed Dakin Air Systems.
An important message from the Victorian Government. To help stop the spread of coronavirus, all residents and travellers wishing to enter Victoria must now apply for a permit. To find out whether you are currently in a red zone, orange zone or green zone, and what you must do to enter Victoria, visit coronavirus.vic.gov.au. Stay safe, stay open. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
This season, there's a lot to expect in NBL 21. Expect superstars. Rainmaker from Chris Gerard. Expect Summarisers. Expect non-stop entertainment. Play ball goes down. Expect intense battles. Expect the unexpected. NBL 21. Don't miss any of the action. That's it off to Mitch Creek. Watch live and free on SBS Viceland and SBS On Demand.
Get a Nissan Navara ST Dual Cab 4x4 manual from only $43,190 for ABN Rise, plus the standard 5-year unlimited kilometre warranty. Visit your local Nissan dealer. T's and C's apply.
With a header back in the shed and the dust starting to settle, it's time to start planning for next year's harvest. For that extra edge, it's time to consider upgrading to a John Deere S700 combine harvester. With automation and intelligence that offers seamless integration between you and your equipment, you can make every hour spent harvesting a productive hour and end next season on a high note. Talk to your local John Deere dealer now to secure your S700 harvester for Harvest 2021.
Hi, it's Michael Clark here. Since retiring from international cricket, my days haven't slowed down, so it's important I get the support I need. Try Wagner Fish Oil 1000 from Chemist Warehouse. It contains omega-3 fatty acids, which support the healthy function of the nervous system, heart health, brain health, and eye health. Find the new look Wagner Fish Oil 1000 at 2 for $25 at Chemist Warehouse.
Always read the label. Use only as directed. If symptoms persist, see your healthcare professional. Chemist Warehouse. Lowest prices guaranteed.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
I'm just astonished how many people are still using the wrong belly cages part. You need to get your cages down to the bottom for the whiting. Look at the design of whiting's face. They're shaped so the mouth turns in underneath their jaw and they feed hard on the bottom. So where are they going to be? They're going to be on the bottom.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
The call to arms for Enviro sustainability has arrived.
In air conditioning, A for Air is leading the way in energy efficiency.
As a Dakin specialist dealer, A for Air are a carbon neutral business committed to clean air. They go one step further by offsetting the carbon footprint of every air conditioning system they install for 10 years.
Partnering with A for Air is positive for your home, your business and for the world.
The choice you make for your comfort today will impact your children's climate tomorrow.
aforair.com.au.
SENSA studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company, Lumo Energy SA. today.
On SEN Test Cricket, Australia versus India. For Western Union, another fast delivery by Western Union. Send money online with our app. And for Henley Homes, transparent pricing, no spin.
Delivers an aggressive shot from Washington. He's worked it well. He's guided it through gully, and it's going to go all the way for 4. Takua takes it through mid-on. It was a fractionally uppish, but he's hit it pretty well. Determined mid-Stark charges after it, but all the determination in the world is not going to prevent another boundary.
Throughout this test series, we've marvelled throughout this test series at the resilience of India, and it's fresh before us again in that middle session of play on day 3. 6 for 253. Shardul Thakur is 38. Washington Sundar is 38. Shardul Thakur is 33. And between them, they'd faced 12 balls in Test cricket before they came together, and they have the most productive stand of India's innings. It is the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Visit iCanWin.com.au for your chance to win a Dometic cooler full of Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Gerard Whateley with you. Bharat Sundaresan is with me. Bharat, marvellous batting from India's, lower order.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's been the story of the series, right? There's been a hero at every corner. Every time India have been pushed into what we think is a corner, a hero emerges from nowhere. And for selfish reasons, Gerard, what Washington Sundar has done has put a huge smile on my face. I couldn't have timed that story better.
So just give us the background. You've been working up a story on Washington.
Yeah, so I got in touch with his sister yesterday, who also is a state cricketer. They're very close. It's a very cute story. Lots of stuff about them growing up and his father predicting his test debut, like I said in the morning. Started writing it last night, fell asleep, woke up. I was trying to do both commentary and write the story. And as as we neared the lunch break, I felt, oh, please don't come out to bat before my story goes up. And of course, I was too slow. I finished the story, but the Web's Cricket Buzz guys had some issues with the photos, and I was just hoping he doesn't get out. And by the time the story was up, he just faced around 40 balls. So people just started talking about him. He was in the news, and he's still batting. The longer he bats, the more relevant my story is. So, yay.
Perfect. All fine reasons to cheer. So, I mean, he looks pretty plucky. I must say Thakur, and we were told it, dashing T20 batsman, and the way he took to Pat Cummins, he took him for 12 in an over, but then he just settled into a proper innings. These two actually look well set.
Yeah, they both. I mean, Washington Sundar, as we know, started his career as an opener, and he's always more a batsman than a bowler in first-class cricket. He's played different roles. Shardul Thakur bats 7 for Mumbai, and the first time I was telling the boys earlier, we heard of him in Bombay was when he hit 6 sixes in a club match somewhere, and that's the first time we heard the name. And he's a very, very capable bat. He's a very competitive cricketer, very combative personality. He never gives an inch to anyone, whether it's in the nets or he's a hardened character. And Washington Sundar is just 21. But he just seems to have that maturity. Apparently, he's a pampered child. I've never seen a pampered child with more maturity than Washington Sundar.
It's a lovely insight. So, quick buzz to have a read of that. 1300 736 736 is the open line for Tyre Power Summer Scorcher sale on now. 0433 98 11 16 on the Temper text machine. There was just a hint towards the end of that session, Bharat, of a wilting Australian bowling attack and the cumulative effects of a series, and then particularly, I wonder if Sydney is coming home to roost at the moment.
It is. It really is. And, I think the problem with Australia is they're thinking 14 wickets and not 4 wickets, or not even 1 wicket right now. With so much talk of the weather, you can see it. They're already looking too far ahead. And when you look back at it, Gerard, it's almost like all the luck, everything that they could go the Australians' way went their way in that 36 all out. Because after that is when the catches have been dropped, edges are not going to the hands, or edges are flying through the slips. They ran out of all their luck, and that fortune you need in cricket. In Adelaide, it seems, and you can see the pressure, you can see the faces. Pat Cummins, you rarely see him at the end of his mark not look very happy about walking back to the top of his mark and running in. And it's the lengths. Josh Hazelwood has been spectacular because of the lengths he's bowled. Mitchell Stark's been okay, but when you see Pat Cummins without a smile on his face and just looking weathered and battered, it's not a good sign for Australia.
That's really interesting, Bharat. So I look forward to hearing from you again later in the day.
Cheers, Gerard.
Bharat Sundaresan, the fall of wickets for Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre. All your sheet metal products, Australian-made, quality guaranteed in that session at 161 and 186. But now India is 253. The tea break has been for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. SEN Test cricket for Western Union. Another fast delivery by Western Union. Send money overseas with our app. And for Henley Homes, batting for home buyers since 1989.
Breakfast with Gary Ryan and Tim Watson.
On SEN Breakfast in 2020, we spoke to some of the biggest names in the world of sport, including football great Harry Redknapp.
Did he have a bit of a bust-up, did he? Really? No, good for him. Listen, he's been for it all. I mean, as a young player, it was, it's only because your dad and your uncle and all that. He showed everybody what he's made of. He's a real strong character.
Join us when we return on January 27.
Breakfast with Gary Ryan and Tim Watson on SEN.
An important message from the Victorian Government. To help stop the spread of coronavirus, all residents and travellers wishing to enter Victoria must now apply for a permit. To find out whether you are currently in a red zone, orange zone or green zone, and what you must do to enter Victoria, visit coronavirus.vic.gov.au. Stay safe, stay open. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
Hi, it's Michael Clark here. Since retiring from international cricket, my days haven't slowed down, so it's important I get the support I need. Try Wagner Fish Oil 1000 from Chemist Warehouse. It contains omega-3 fatty acids, which support the healthy function of the nervous system, heart health, brain health, and eye health. Find the new look Wagner Fish Oil 1000 at $2 for $25 at Chemist Warehouse.
Always read the label and use only as directed. If symptoms persist, see your healthcare professional. Chemist Warehouse. Lowest prices guaranteed.
Beat the summer heat with cool air for your family. Contact Right Price Heating and Cooling now. Mitsubishi electric ducted reverse cycle systems stand for energy efficiency and low running costs. Get a Mitsubishi electric wall split fully installed from $1,490 with up to 6-star rating. And to make it even cooler, ask about 24 months interest-free terms. T's and C's apply. Lending criteria also applies. Right Price Heating and Cooling won't be beaten on Mitsubishi Electric. Online, by phone, or visit in-store.
Where do you find hope when disaster strikes?
The house was totally wiped out, lost everything, even the shirt I'm wearing now. Someone's worn it before me, but it's still a donation from my recovery. Now it's part of who I am, part of my new identity, as it were.
You can never get back what you've lost, but you can have a new beginning. I'm Richard Fox from messagesofhope.org.au. Trying to make sense of disaster can be confusing, but there is hope to move forwards. For more about coping with disaster, go to messagesofhope.org.au.
Well, you sent that one with a lot of pace, and...
With Western Union, you can send money online to bank accounts overseas for zero sender or receiver transfer fee when you pay with Whateley.
Outstanding figures!
Download the Western Union app today.
Incredible speed and gone for a big, beautiful zero!
Western Union also makes money from currency exchange.
So you're on the job, crawling under a house, shuffling like an injured snake over 40 years of dust, cobwebs and spider carcasses. And just when you thought things couldn't get more uncomfortable, you come face to face with the homeowner's overprotective Chihuahua. Situations like this would break most, but no matter how uncomfortable things get on the job, you can stay comfortable and unbreakable in your new Toyota Hilux. Awaken your unbreakable with the upgraded Hilux range. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Alinter Energy salutes you, the true cricket fan, who knows that an innie and an outie have nothing to do with belly buttons. Bales aren't made of hay. Slips have nothing to do with bananas. An overthrow doesn't involve a third world dictator, and a sitter is a catch, not someone you leave the kids with. So to celebrate you, the true cricket fan, catch a great energy deal with Alinter Energy, the team supporting your home team, and cricket fans everywhere.
On SEN, Test cricket. Australia versus India. For Western Union, another fast delivery by Western Union. Send money online with our app. On SEN Test cricket, the third session.
India set to resume 6 for 253, trailing Australia by 116 runs. The set batsman with a better than 50-run partnership going, Washington Sundar on 38 and Shardul Thakur on 33. 28 runs have come since the new ball was taken, so 7 overs for 28 runs as Australia's attack looked like it was just wilting. So for those who are joining our broadcast for the first time on SEN and on our relays around the country, welcome, as it's been the same encapsulation of the series. The parry met with the thrust. Australia looked like it might have been going to get through, and India's defiance has held them at bay. And now, as we head into the final phase of day 3, the timings of this test match do sit heavily over Australia, who must win to claim the trophy. Gerard, Whateley with you, Peter Lalor in the People's Republic of Marrickville. Pete, good afternoon to you.
Neighbours are in the pool again, Joe, taunting me.
She's sick.
Good afternoon. Yes, time is against them. At my back I always hear Time's winged chariot hurrying near with a rattle of bones and a grin from ear to ear. You can pick the poet. They're getting 2 wickets a session. They've got to go faster. And another thing that they need to do is pick up these wickets before too late in this session. I don't know if I'm being optimistic about them picking up 4 wickets in this session, but if they do it, the last thing they want is their batsmen to have an awkward half hour, 40 minutes before the bell. So we'll wait and see. But at last, India have found some tailenders who could bat.
Yes, this has been, I guess this is the lower order, isn't it? It's 7 down has been the collapse, but it's been wonderful stuff given that between them they'd faced 12 balls in Test cricket. That was when Thakur batted in his first Test match. He was injured. He batted 11. He was 4 not out at the end. Yes, I mean, he's looked stylish and Sundar has looked rock solid. So Washington Sundar on strike. Nathan Lyon around the wicket bowls and it's left outside the off stump. The question that sat heavily at the end of that session, Pete, is are Australia's bowlers puffed? Is this the cumulative toll coming home to roost? As Lyon in and bowls and Sundar nibbles a ball through the offside. No, he doesn't beat the dive of Labuschagne at extra cover, no run.
Well, it would be surprising if Australian bowlers aren't puffed, but I think what's contributing to this a little bit is this strange Queensland wicket that we've got.
Sundar faces Lyon. He plays from the crease and defends.
Yeah, so look, adversity and injury have in some ways played into India's hands because they've had a renewal of bowlers all the way through the series, haven't they?
Yes, through force, through necessity. Every man must serve. Sundar defends with bat and pad together.
It's a pretty strange thing to say when you've lost, 7 top-line batsmen, but I'm just trying to be positive about this situation for India.
Australia hasn't been able to get a lot out of Lyon in terms of wickets. If he is to make this a successful test, his 100th, he's going to have to play a big role from here. Sundar defends the ball off the inside portion of the bat to mid-wicket, no run.
And he's closing in on another milestone, isn't he, in numbers of wickets. Where's he up to on that, Gerard?
397.
Yeah.
Sundar to see the last ball of Lyon's first over after tea, and he defends with an inside edge into his pad, 6 for 253. So there just isn't the same threat that we expect from Australia. It looked like it might have been there when Pujara and Rahane fell, and it looked like it might have been there when Agarwal and Pant went in quick succession, but it has been dulled.
Yes, and you expect them to take that sort of all-out aggression approach, don't you, to the India tail. I wonder if these two have shown a little bit of resolve and had made Australia bowl full of lengths, to them, because they clearly couldn't bully them out. I think the Australians have bowled well today. I think Hazelwood's been outstanding. I think Stark's been a little bit better, and Cummins has been better, but it's just one of those peculiar wickets. I mean, how do you have a dry patch anywhere in Brisbane? Must be the only bit of dry territory in the whole of Brisbane. They've had a lot of tropical storms up there, haven't they, leading into this Test match?
They typically do.
They usually do at this time of year.
Yes.
So it's Stark that's going to take the ball to start the new session.
The partnership is worth 67. Mitch Stark didn't take the new ball, as was the case with the second new ball in Sydney last week. Shardul Thakur faces up, and Stark is driven through mid-off for 4. A perfect piece of timing from Thakur. And he takes down Mitch Stark with a warm-up delivery. 37 for Shardul. It's 6 for 257. The boundary. Oh, that is a boundary for Blunston. 150 not out since 1870.
That is a lovely stroke. Played it right under his eyes. Didn't need to overplay the shot. I was quite surprised it got all the way to the boundary. He didn't really look like he put anything on that. But obviously they've been listening to you, Gerard, not giving the new ball to Stark. You were calling for that, weren't you, early in the day?
Just posing the question, and it's an interesting trend. Stark bowls very wide. Very wide. So he was I ran through this with Flem right at the start of players. He took a wicket in his first over in Adelaide with the new ball, and the second new ball, a wicket in the first over. He took the new ball in the second innings, which was split across 2 days, and bowled 3 overs. So good at that stage. At the MCG, took the new ball, knocked over Agarwal in the first over. Second new ball, he took it, had Rahane dropped in his first over. And in the second innings, he bowled with the new ball and got Agarwal in his third over. So explosive at the top, as we have come to expect through the first 2 tests. Stark strides in and bowls to Thakur, who picks him up and flips him over backward point for a decisive boundary. Shardul Thakur is treating Mitch Stark with contempt. 2 boundaries in 3 balls. The partnership grows to 75. And India on the march after tea.
Well, that one's just sat there and said, hit me, and he's done exactly that over backward point. It's pitched quite short by Stark, but hasn't got up, which you'd expect with the new ball. And no danger there. There's no man down on the boundary. He's got that right in the middle of the bat. He's shaping up as a very nice batsman, isn't he?
He's up to 41 and making quite the impression. Stark in the follow-up. Strides in and bowls, and Thakur leaves outside the off stump. So then when we got to Sydney, it was 3 overs with the first new ball and 2 overs with the second new ball. 3 overs with the new ball in the second innings and didn't take the second new ball. And in Brisbane, it was 3 overs with the new ball and didn't take the second new ball. So, what we're seeing is diminished faith from a captain, from a bowler who isn't using the new ball in the manner that he wants.
I don't read it that way. I read it in, you give him a few overs, he gets a wicket, you keep him on. He doesn't get a wicket, you take him off and you go to Pat Cummins. I think it's a set plan. I don't mind it.
1 for 73, Stark in his 17th over. He's over the wicket as he bowls to Thakur, who keeps down on one that just seemed to keep a fraction low on the off stump. Got down to it, kept it out.
Once again, that bounce, you'd see Stark is not as willing. He put 2 balls out wide, and one of them went sailing to the boundary, so he's been forced to straighten his line up a little bit here. So he's looking for that lazy shot after the break that often gets you the wicket, as we saw in the second session with Agarwal.
It's perplexing, the shot that he played second ball after the break. But it hasn't triggered the collapse that Australia would have looked for. The deficit now is reduced to 108. Stark to complete his over. Thakur drives him away to points. Lyon fields no run. Pete Lawler's opened up with T.S. Eliot after tea. We'll have more on SEN Test Cricket for Western Union. Send money around the world.
Hello. Frank Walker from National Tiles. If you're a builder or tiler, join the National Tiles Trade Club now. Why? 16,000 builders and tilers across Australia who are members of the National Tiles Trade Club enjoy meaningful, genuine discounts on tiles, tools, adhesives, grouts and more. So if you're a builder or tiler, go to nationaltiles.com.au and sign up to our trade club now.
Medic. It's been a constant cry for India, and again the medical staff rushing onto the ground at the end of the over. Shardul Thakur on this occasion. Washington Sundar seemed to have an injured finger a little earlier on. So Shardul's 41, Washington's 38. Pete, 6 for 261 on the Scott Pack scoreboard. Turn unpaid invoices into cash, scottpack.com.au.
Looks like he might be rehydrating there, like he might have even gone the pickle juice or something. There was a small bottle of liquid. Do you drink pickle juice, Gerard?
No,
on
I don't.
Days in Melbourne?
No. Well, there'd be no justification for it, even if I thought it was a good idea.
You don't. I can't imagine that you sweat, Gerard. So, I think we thought Nathan Lyon was going to cruise to that milestone in this series, but it hasn't really worked out the way we thought it would.
He has been made to work. 1 for 40 as he begins his 21st over. Sundar bat and pad tightly together defending.
Good on you, Nate.
148 completed overs in the series, 38 maidens, 7 for 386, at an average of 55. Washington Sundar plays from the crease, he cuts and he beats extra cover. He won't beat mid-off as Cummins sprawls and fields and keeps it to 1. 6 for 262.
76 runs from 138 balls for these two.
Come on, Gary.
Bit of the chat out in the middle, trying to keep Australian spirits up. Thakur faces Lyon and he plays from the stumps and strokes the ball back down the pitch.
It's been a disappointing tour for Nathan Lyon, hasn't it? You'd say 7 wickets at 55.
Yep.
We expect more from him.
If Australia is to win this trophy, he's going to have to play a large hand from here. He bowls and Thakur blunts the spin back down the pitch.
It's a worrying sign that he's on when the new ball... Well, he took it when it was only 8 overs old, didn't he?
The runs were flowing on the way to tea with it. 28 from 7 overs. Thakur plays back on his stumps. The short arm jab back to Lyon.
I think Payne's been forced to be a little bit more reactive in some of these circumstances, which was good because he put Matthew Wade into that extra gully position to pick up the wicket of Rahane.
Lyon skips in, bowls. Thakur is forward and defending. So 1 from the over, 6 for 262. SEN Test cricket for Western Union send money around the world.
So you sacrificed your Saturday morning to help your niece hand in her final art project. But her oversized papier-mâché representation of a broken heart is in danger of becoming even less realistic thanks to the threatening storm clouds up ahead. Situations like this would break most, but with the motorised roller cover on the new Hilux Rogue, you can keep her masterpiece and her eyes dry at the touch of a button and stay unbreakable. Awaken your unbreakable with the new Hilux Rogue. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
India 6 for 262. Shardul 41, Washington 39. Our experts for Maccas, the McGrib and El Macca are back at Maccas this summer. Peter Lalor at the start of this third session of play. So if you're plotting a course, Pete, Ryan Harris says Australia has to bat tonight to be able to win the test match. Are you like-minded?
Well, they need to get in tonight, to move this game on. I mean, we don't know what this wicket will do on a 5th day, but we do know there's a lot of rain predicted for days 4 and 5. So, they need to be in there. I won't disagree with Ryan Harris.
Stark rolls the shoulders, gets himself moving. He bowls to Sundar on the off stump and he's driven back and the bowler knocks it up and he's follow through. Fields cleanly.
Just looking back through Nathan Lyon's returns for the series. So in Adelaide, he took 1 for 68 and didn't get his hands on the ball in the second innings. In Melbourne, he took 3 for 72 and none for 5. And in Sydney, none for 87 and 2 for 114. That's perhaps the most surprising return, isn't it? We would have expected him to get wickets in Sydney.
I think we felt like he bowled well in Adelaide without his just. there was nothing in the second innings in Melbourne. Australia didn't have anything to bowl at. Sunda defends Stark's short delivery to the leg side, no run. Yes, Sydney was where, I mean, both he and Stark were underwhelming in Sydney.
I forgive Stark more readily wayward games because of the nature of his bowling and what he's expected to do, but not so much Lyon. Not that I think you'd ever suggest he was wayward. I'm intrigued by Stark's shoes. Can someone at the ground get their binoculars on his shoes? Is he wearing two different shoes?
Yeah, one red and one blue by the look of it. The striping on the shoes, the branding. Stark over the wicket, bowls, and Sundar in behind it, defending, and he calls for the single as it rolls away to Labuschagne at mid-on. He heaves to the striker's end, but Tucker responded well. I'm not so sure Shardul Tucker is that keen on the sharp single, but he did respond to the call and go. So another for the Indian total.
Yeah, I don't know what he's complaining about there. He made it easily, but...
it might be his ankle that he's a bit bothered by.
Yeah. You have days like that, Gerard, where you've ever gone out with not wearing a pair of shoes?
It's not really my vibe, as my daughters would say. 6 for 263. I could see you doing it.
I have done it accidentally.
Yes, Stark bowls to Tucker, beaten past the outside edge. That's a nice delivery. Pitched up, moved away.
Sorry, that was a very nice delivery. That's a better line and a better length. Just around that crack that's up close to the off stump, I reckon.
Yep, that's the one that's in play.
It's the dangers of getting dressed in the dark, Gerard, when you've got brown boots and black boots that are the same design.
Stark from the top of his mark. He's in past the umpire and bowling to Cook. Went after the wide one, got it off the toe end. It bounced into the pitch and Stark reached up and fielded in the follow through. Was it an important day that you ended up when you realised that your shoes didn't match? Every Prime Minister or anything?
Every day's important. Made like his brother. There was a high jumper there to get that return, didn't he?
Yes.
Starkey.
Making sure nothing would flow from it. So he's only conceded one from the over with one ball to come. Can he tidy it out? He bowls wide. Thakur took to him. Thrashed it through extra cover and blasted it to the boundary for 4. Shardul Thakur has Mitch Stark in his sights. He moves to 45. A Blunston boundary, 150 not out. Blunston since 1870, 6 for 267.
It's the final days of Beaumont's January price dump. Prices dumped on tiles, bathroom, kitchen, laundry floors and walls, 20 to 50% off. Hurry in for the final days of Beaumont's massive price dump.
SENSA studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company, Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
Glorious replay for Wagner Vitamins from Chemist Warehouse for Shardul Thakur as he moves to 45. Pete Lalor, that stayed hit.
It certainly did, Gerard. It was pretty similar to the delivery before, but his timing was better on that one.
Line begins it over to Sundar, who punches wide of point. He's able to take a single as Green gets around from cover to field. 6 for 268.
I wonder if Cameron Green's going to pick up a wicket before this tour ends, or if it's going to become a thing.
Yes, it's a borderline thing for now, is what has he sent down? 8 overs, so 41 overs in his test career without a wicket thus far. Line over the wicket bowls. Thakur, just got the glove off the bat at the last as it threatened to rip off the glove or the shoulder and go to Smith at slip, but fell safely. But it's got Shardul wringing his right hand in the aftermath.
I think it got him on the bottom 2 fingers there, Gerard.
Yes, there it is.
Same spot.
Line back in, bowls. Thakur defends from the stumps.
Only the spinner bowling, but Shane Warne broke a thumb or a finger in Mumbai in 2004, playing the off spinner in the nets. Missed the last test.
You've got to play hurt has been the theme of the Indian series. Thakur thought about advancing, ended up just planting the back foot and defending.
Shane had taken the protector out. That's right, he'd taken the protector out of from his thumb because it was uncomfortable.
And wouldn't you know it? There for a reason, it turned out. 9 bowls. Thakur cuts the ball that cramped him at the last to extra cover, no run.
Cost his career a bit, actually, because there was a lot of wickets available on that 2004 Mumbai pitch. That's where Pup got 6 for 9.
Lions the last ball of the over. Thakur defends. So 1 from the over, 6 for 268. The Scott Pack scoreboard. Turn unpaid invoices into cash. scottpack.com.au.
An important message from the Victorian Government. To help stop the spread of coronavirus, all residents and travellers wishing to enter Victoria must now apply for a permit. To find out whether you are currently in a red zone, orange zone or green zone, and what you must do to enter Victoria, visit coronavirus.vic.gov.au. Stay safe, stay open. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
SEN Test cricket for Western Union send money around the world. 6 for 268. Shuttled 45. Washington 41. India's deficit is 101. Early stages of this final session of the day. Pete, I listened to the episode of Etc.
Cricket, etc.
Yes,
Gerard, please.
with Gideon telling the Colin McDonald story.
Oh, yeah.
Queen a sceptic on Yuri Gagarin heading into space. It was a story well told. It did sort of recast that there's an episode of The Crown built entirely around the moon landing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and the royal family gathered around like everyone around the world, I imagine, in those days. And Prince Philip, who is an adventurer at heart, sort of having his life and achievements cast into a pretty sharp light by comparison to Armstrong and Aldrin, and then they come to the palace and are fated, and they turn out to be sort of terribly boring astronauts, and Prince Philip reestablishes his self-esteem. But it would have been more interesting, Stark bowls, if Washington ducks out. It would have been more interesting if there had been a punchline of the Queen walking out of the room while the rest of the family was watching. Oh, this is all staged.
Fake news. Fake news. I'm old enough to think that I have a memory of the moon landing.
Yeah.
But you can never be sure about those memories, can you? Memory is very unreliable. We construct it in a way.
How old do you think you were? Oh, no, how old were you?
What year was it again, Joe?
69.
69. I was 5, I think.
The crowd trying to rise to the case of Mitch Stark as he bowls to Sundar, who's on the back foot defending. What can you clutch at? What do you think?
That we were invited to the presbytery at St. Teresa's School to watch it if we couldn't go home at that point, because it was during the school day. People might tell me that it's all wrong, this memory. I remember that I went home, as you could in those days, because we lived across the road from the school, and banged on the screen door, and nobody answered. So I went back to school and watched it there in the priest's house.
Stark in, bowls to Sundar, edge through the cordon and down for 4. Wide of Cam Green's dive inwards. It eluded the right hand. We've seen a bit of that from Stark's bowling today. It is a boundary. It brings the deficit inside 100. Washington Sundar goes to 45. It's 6 for 272.
And the kicker was that, in fact, my mother had been taken to hospital to have my younger sister.
Oh, right.
So she was up in, Well, we probably didn't know that she was having a baby, or weren't allowed to talk about it because those things were shameful in those days. So weren't to be mentioned.
Is your sister's birthday the day of the moon landing or the following day? Stark bowls. Sundar gets underneath a short delivery. Oh, it caused awkwardness in the family.
Let me get back to you on that. I know my mother's, and I know my son's, and I know mine, and I get my wife's after about 3 guesses.
Very good. So July 20 in the US, so I imagine July 21 in Australia.
Yeah, okay, but as I say, I've probably made this up.
2 in the deep on the leg sides. 2 slips a gully, a leg gully and short leg. Stark bowls to Sundar, who has a flash at him outside the off stump. He misses and it goes through to the keeper.
That was a loose shot. But this has been a very valuable partnership. What's it worth now? 272. That's about 84, is it? 86? I've just asked my sister and she said not today.
I do rather love that. 86 run stand. Very good. Last ball of Stark's over. Washington Sundar on 45. Stark bowls. He fends and then leaves. Payne leaps high and knocks it down. So no bye. 6 for 272, end of the over. The scoreboard for ScotPack. Turn unpaid invoices into cash. ScotPack.com.au.
Hi, it's Michael Clark here. Since retiring from international cricket, my days haven't slowed down, so it's important I get the support I need. Try Wagner Fish Oil 1000 from Chemist Warehouse. It contains omega-3 fatty acids, which support the healthy function of the nervous system, heart health, brain health, and eye health. Find the new look Wagner Fish Oil 1000 at 2 for $25 at Chemist Warehouse.
Always read the label. Use only as directed. If symptoms persist, see your healthcare professional. Chemist Warehouse. Lowest prices guaranteed.
SEN Test cricket for Western Union send money around the world. A test match by remote relies on all manner of syncing, and there are people who are going through all the same issues that we are. Shardul Thakur faces Lyon, start of the new over in defence. It's grouse how SEN on analogue is a few seconds ahead of Channel 7 because it gives me a few seconds to look at the telly if something happens, which is always nice. I have just a sense, Pete, from just the little moans and groans at your end that you might be a fraction ahead of me today and knowing what's coming. Line balls to Shardul, who defends back down the pitch.
Sorry, Nathan Lyon had delivered that ball 2 seconds ago. I get the joy of watching the delivery and then thinking, wonder how Gerard's going to explain this one.
So if this will be our last over together, I think, in this stint, if a wicket falls, just yell wicket and we'll see how it all goes.
Okay.
Lyon bowls to defence.
Sorry, he'd already bowled. My sister was July 15th. Who knew? But it doesn't make my story false because my mother was taken back to hospital with pneumonia. I do recall that detail, so it's quite possible that she was rushed back to hospital.
Lyon over the wicket, bowls. Tucker uses his feet. He was a bit tangled up when he got there. It falls away harmlessly in front of him. Pair of 45s at the crease. 86 from 164 balls. Slip, short leg in place. Lyon bowls. Thakur edges past the short leg down into the deep. It gets a single to backwards square. He's 46, 6 for 273.
You can just feel Australia tensing up.
Yeah.
As this partnership continues, it is the last thing that Australia want.
Yeah, you can just sense the flagging from afar. Line around the wicket to Sundar, who drives inside out, but it's fielded by Labuschagne at extra cover. We'll have one more together, Pete. 6 for 273 on the ScotPack scoreboard. Turn unpaid invoices into cash. ScotPack.com.au.
There's nothing more frustrating than a watering hose that kinks and stays like that. My FlexStream hose by Nylex never holds the kink, so the water flows perfectly. Flow like a Nylexpert, water like a Nylexpert. Nylex FlexStream hoses. Available at Bunnings.
SENSA studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company. Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
SEN Test cricket for Western Union send money around the world. India making good in the initial phases after the tea break. Gerard Whateley and Peter Lalor with you. Mitch Stark, 1 for 82. Is one of the questions after the 2 years ago when Australia got to Sydney for the fourth test and the attack had been battered into the dust, and Pujara had played a big hand in that. Australia wasn't proactive about it, and by the time they got to Sydney, they just had nothing left. That was one of the questions because of the short turnaround after Sydney and because of all the controversies that were flaring that never really got fully explored is should Australia have looked into that, given it's a tactic they had used before? Third man's gone back, 2 in the deep on the leg side. Stark strides in and bowls to Tucker down the leg side. Nothing there. And Pattinson's injury obviously took a little bit away from the possibilities, but Michael Nessa is in the setup as the local bowler. And it was something that Australia made an absolute virtue of at the Ashes, but haven't considered this summer, Pete.
Yes, but I think they made a virtue at the Ashes because they were looking for the right attack for the right conditions. The conditions haven't changed that much, so it would be difficult to argue going into Brisbane that these three weren't your first choice, and I think B, all of them were reporting that they were in fine fettle and ready to go, as I expected they would.
They're being made to toil. Stark bowls, Tucker ducks the bouncer.
But it does bother me that they bowling spin here and that Hazelwood and Cummins didn't come on after that break. I think I would have stuck with pace toward these two, even though they have shown that they know how to hold a bat. And they've certainly put their hands up because basically you've got net bowlers out there who both in their 40s, approaching a half century. And there's a tour against England coming up, so they're doing themselves favours here in the eyes of the selectors.
Stark strides in, bowls. Thakur lets it strike him. He couldn't quite get inside the line of it. It bounced off his lower back or rump and down to the boundary. I presume that would be evasive action, and thus 4 leg byes will be registered. 6 for 277. The boundary for Blunston, 150 not out Blunston since 1870.
I think he didn't quite get the fleshy part of his butt. Might have actually just got him in the lower back. That might smart a little bit.
Yes.
If it had got him in his butt, it might have been hard to sit down.
We got a couple of inquiries earlier on it. Given that they were net bowlers, did they have their own batting gear, or did they have to go around the room and find stuff to borrow club style? Stark bowls, Shuttle plays well from the stump, straight to mid-off. He goes with the stroke. He did it well. Labuschagne gets around, dives, throws, but he would have been well home if the ball had struck. So Shuttle Tucker to 47, 6 for 278.
I find it fascinating that India decided not to use net bowlers. It seems a really strange decision, as in use local net bowlers, because the Australians were using them. Don't know if they were worried about disease. Certainly their behaviour hasn't shown that they were too worried about disease after hours.
It's a tactic that has meant they had the reinforcements when the injury epidemic truly hit. Stark bowls and Sundar waves at it down the leg side, but it passes untouched to Payne.
Gerard, how many balls have we seen up around the armpit, around the chest area? Which is the usual tactic against the tail. Stark's puffing now.
Yeah.
It's a very humid day out there. I saw them rush out, take ice out in the last drinks break, ice wrapped in towels, which is an indication that it must be very hot in Brisbane.
Yeah, we are. I feel we're seeing the attack wilts and what that means for the fourth innings when the game gets that far. But trying to pick out these this wicket to at least expose the tail. Stark bowls, Sundar plays with a straight bat out to point. Pete, great to chat. 6 for 278. We'll head to the Gabba next. SEN Test Cricket for Western Union. Send money around the world.
The 7 St Kia Sorrento. We've extended the wheelbase, creating a VIP invite-only setting for no more than 7 people. Gave it thousands of watts of power from surround sound and our brand new high-definition screens. padded and ergonomically contoured armrests, cup holders, and dual reclining seats. Plus, one-touch access to the back row, making every seat the best in-house. Now, just add popcorn. The all-new 7-seat Kia Sorrento.
SEN Test Cricket for Western Union. Send money around the world. Adam Collins and Ian Healy with you at the Gabba. Nathan Lyon starting a fresh over. He's 24th on the way to Thakur, who dances and dashes over the top of long on. What a way to bring up a maiden half century in Test cricket. Bombing Lyon over the rope at long on. 15 rows back. Shardul Thakur, 53 from 90 deliveries. India 6 for 284. What a shot, what an innings, a fantastic partnership, Ian Healy.
I think more than half the crowd here today are Indians. There'll be some very enthusiastic Aussies there, but gee, a lot of the crowd were up with that. What a shot. Bring that man up now. It doesn't matter. They've cleared him twice, long on.
I was going to ask you about the moon landing, Ian Healy, but Shardul Thakur's tried to pop Nathan Lyon on the moon. Will he go again? 3 out on the rope on the leg side, as there has been throughout this spell. And this time he leans forward and defends. Goodness me, what a turnaround this has been. They put on 98 for the 7th wicket from 173 balls, blunting the second new ball along the way. It's now 16 overs old, and really neutralising the effect of Nathan Lyon in his 100th Test match. The spinners to the crease, and Thakur pulling through the onside to deep backward square. Gets himself a single, 54. Thakur, 6 for 285. Of course, 3 wickets in the first innings. Brilliant Test match so far.
Yes, he's really good. He's had an injury. He's really knocked that left index finger in or out of shape, getting hit on the gloves hard, but he's bounced back from that. This is probably the second funnest day there's been in Test cricket. Will Pekoski had one in the Sydney Test.
Line around the wicket to Washington Sundar, who picks out point on the cut.
These two are now finding it not only quite easy batting, even though there's some serious pace and body barraging going on. The spin of Lyon doesn't look to be a problem, but they know they're hurting Australia.
They've put on 99 this pair. Sundar goes through the offside, make that 100. Indeed, make that 103. That's another boundary for India. A big over. Washington Sundar to 49 with that graceful square drive. India 6 for 289. They have really taken the attack to Nathan Lyon. It continues, this partnership, as I say, past 100. It's been vital.
Feels like they've done it easy, doesn't it? But Shardul Thakur has faced 92 balls. Washington Sundar, 105 balls. There's been a lot of work going to this.
He's on 49. Nathan Lyon to complete his over. There might be a quick single to cover. He's sent back.
That's our best chance. A run out.
End of the over on the Scott Pack scoreboard. Turn unpaid invoices into cash. scottpack.com.au. India, 6 for 289.
So after 13 years and a total of 4 trips to the actual ocean, it's time to say goodbye to your boat, the land-bound money pit known as the Codfather. And with it go any dreams of one day conquering the sea. Situations like this would break most, but the 3.5-ton brake towing and 2.8-litre turbo diesel engine of your new Hilux 4x4 mean you can farewell this dry dock dinghy fast and stay unbreakable. Awaken your unbreakable with the new Hilux Rugged X. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota. Conditions apply. See toyota.com.au.
11 taken from the previous Nathan Lyon over. The deficit is now down to 80. This fight we've talked about throughout the series from the tourists on display again today on this third afternoon at the Gabba. Mitchell Stark to continue from our Vulture Street end. He's bowled 4 overs in his spell. 18 runs taken from him so far in this shift. On the way, bowls to Thakur. Another single down to fine leg. 6 for 290. Thakur is 55.
They'll be going for a win, the Indians.
Well, given the attitude we've seen from them through the course of this series, why would you deny them that thought?
Why are we still thinking about Australia winning? This is really good stuff. And, they might get close to the 370, 360, and then Australia's got to start from scratch. They might even get more. They could bat. These two could bat halfway through tomorrow.
Such is the beauty of Test cricket, how it's all turned in the last couple of hours. Mitchell Starc on the way to Sundar on 49. Ducks a bouncer.
They just haven't got that ball right today, the Aussies, and they've had plenty of time to get it right. At the front armpit of any batsman, right-hander or left-hander, leg gully has been useless. They put him in there. They've never even looked like getting a ball to there through good bowling. So that's the spot that they hope to be much more effective in. Getting it at the body of the Indians when they need to. Get it in the front armpit, getting their gloves up, cannoning off gloves, nothing.
So Stark's got two slips in a gully, a man around the corner and a leg gully. Fine leg, deep square legger out. Indian crowd very much involved with Sundar on 49. Down the ground, gets himself a half century. One to mid off, Washington Sundar to 50 from 108 balls. A half century and 3 wickets on debut. A fine performance this from the young man. He raises his bat to his appreciative teammates and so many Indian fans around the ground who know how important this contribution has been. Ian Healy.
Oh, he just needs to be careful hitting it to mid-off where either Hazelwood or Cummins are. He's taken on Cummins there, whose footwork was unbelievable to get to it on its feet, but it was pretty comfortable in the end.
Yeah, the way he ran it, called it, sprinted there comfortably. It's been that kind of innings from the outset. Both players have taken it to Australia. Thacker's turn here again. He's pushing off the back foot. Past mid-off, no man there. They'll get one. And they'll come back for a second. No, they don't take on Labuschagne, and rightly so. The throw was straight into Mitchell Starc. So 6 for 292. The partnership is 105.
Thought they were going to go for a second there, which would have been trouble, but very confident turn down of the intention. They were intending to go for two. It was Thacker who turned, expecting to be called back, and then, without overcommitting, was sent back.
They put on 106. Deficit now 77. Both men passing 50 after claiming 3 wickets in the first innings of the Test match. 2 catches on the leg side, 3 in the cordon. Starc to Sundar, up at the chest, a bit fleshy, down into the offside.
Bit better. Got a glove off the bat. Fended sort of at the right chest logo of Washington Sundar. So there's a short leg in place. Matthew Wade, he's been pretty hungry. There's a leg gully. Between leg gully and leg slip, Whitey's leg slip is Marnus Labuschagne, so he wants something tickled around the corner there.
Yeah, we talked a lot about the strip before play today, and yet to really see a ball rear off a crack.
Yeah, that's been very good.
Now goes over the wicket, on the way and bowls, and Sundar sways out the way of a short delivery. And that will be the end of his over. So India, 6 for 292. SEN Test cricket for Western Union. Send money around the world.
With a header back in the shed and the dust starting to settle, it's time to start planning for next year's harvest. For that extra edge, it's time to consider upgrading to a John Deere S700 combine harvester. With automation and intelligence that offers seamless integration between you and your equipment, you can make every hour spent harvesting a productive hour and end next season on a high note. Talk to your local John Deere dealer now to secure your S700 harvester for Harvest 2021.
Through the course of this 106-run partnership, Sundar and Thacker have struck 15 boundaries and 2 sixes collectively. Our boundaries for Blunston, 150 not out. Blunston since 1870. Nathan Lyon will continue taking their time between overs. A drink run out to the 2 batsmen, who of course weren't in this Indian squad when the series started, purely here as net bowlers. To think not only have they done the job with the ball, they're doing it again with the blade. True resistance. The fight back is on. Line bowling, and Thacker with soft hands to Stephen Smith working his way around it. Slip, no run.
Crowd still very much involved. 3 out on the leg side throughout this spell. Line to the right-handed. The Cows hit a couple of sixes. Deep in the crease and pulling. Down to deep backward square for a single. He's 57. India 6 for 293. 3 out on the leg side throughout the spell, Ian Healy. Not the most...
One of them hasn't been used, though. The mid-wicket has never been used. And yet he stayed out there the whole time for Thakur. So, you know, there's a bit I haven't really agreed with in the field placings today and the way that's synchronised with the bowling. I think we've been one-dimensional with Nathan Lyon. He's bowled from one end all day for a start. You know, try the other end and try this and try that. Try over the wicket to the left-hander. I don't think he's tried that even. He's always round the wicket to the left-hander, over the wicket to the right-hander. Someone needs to be constantly with him, sort of making suggestions. And
he bowls here line, and Sundar is well forward in defence.
And 1 or 2 might sink in. He might go, yeah, that's not a bad idea. After a while. So, but they haven't. And now they've been overshadowed again by this great batting.
He put on 107 for this 7th wicket. Slip and a short leg to catch as Lyon bowls, and Sundar with a flick of the wrists through mid-wicket for a single. Moves to 51 from 112 deliveries, 6 for 294 India. That deficit now down to 75. And as you say, they'll be thinking about a first innings lead, and why wouldn't they?
Yeah. Oh, these two will be loving it.
Lyon bowls, and Thakur goes down the ground.
There'll be that much cake in the dressing room tonight.
Absolutely. There's a long on in position, and that's where he's able to ease it to here, the right-hander. The benefit of having 3 men set back, no risk in that stroke, 6 for 295.
I love their cake, Indians.
Line to the left-handed Sundar, who swings. Does he beat point? It's through the gap. Cameron Green's got some work to do. He cuts it off. They come back for a second.
Oh,
direct hit.
That is the greatest piece of fielding I've ever seen. You see that? See what he did out there, Cameron Green?
A slide and throw in one motion.
A slide from behind the ball, picked it up, threw it, and hit the stumps.
End of the over. India 6 for 297.
G'day, Murph Hughes here. Summer is here, so get your car's aircon serviced at your local Repco authorised service centre. Their fully qualified mechanics will keep you cool all year with a comprehensive aircon service. Book online today at repcoservice.com.
SEN-SA studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company, Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
Change of bowling from the Vulture Street end. Mitchell Stark's gone down the race, and Patrick Cummins is into the attack. Our bowling changes for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Cummins has bowled 22 overs in his innings, 1 for 79, so nearly 4 runs and over. Of course, the wicket of Shubman Gill early yesterday. Feels like a long time ago now in this test match, it must be said.
That was Sydney, wasn't it? But, yeah, Cameron Green's fielding, right? Let's just think about this. He's deep, he should point. So he's running. The ball went well to his left. He turns. He's still on the left side of the ball. His slide, he jumps across the line of the ball. If he gets that wrong, the ball's run away from him. Right? And he times it, picks it up with his right hand. The slide finishes on his feet. He turns in that same motion and throws it back 50 metres and hits middle stump.
Made for quite the replay for Wagner Vitamins from Chemist Warehouse. Cummins, new spell, 2 slips in a gully. Thakur in behind it. No concerns there.
Oh, he's borrowed Pujara's bat now.
We talked a lot about the Indian lower order through the series and the tail averaging 6, I think it is, for the last 3 wickets. What these two have done is protected that. They have said, no, the buck stops with us. They've put on 111 and they've taken them from a position where, well, when they came together, they'd lost 2 wickets in quick succession. Agarwal and Punt, courtesy of Josh Hazlewood's spell after lunch. And it's reasonable, we would have been expecting to see Australia bat in that middle session, given what we've seen through the series. But Australia is still very much bowling. Lots of work to do. Cummins well outside the off stump and let go by Thakur.
I've heard lots of commentators sort of say this is a massive toil by the bowlers, but it's not yet. It should be. This is a normal amount of bowling you do in a test match. And sure that there wasn't this much expected of the Indian lower order. It was of the upper order. But I think it's showing up how poor Australia's batting was yesterday. How they didn't capitalise on good partnerships, and they didn't put India to the sword.
Cummins delivers here from the Vulture Street end, and again leaving outside the off stump. Yes, that mini collapse where they went from 5 for 311 to 7 for 315. Just that might have been 8 for 315 indeed. They lost 3 wickets for 4. We might look back on that. I mean, Tim Payne has talked about a lack of ruthlessness with their batting in this series, and we might look back at that, where they had the chance to really make life difficult for India, and instead they let them back in, and we know that this team's got grit. We're seeing it this afternoon. Thacker on strike to Cummins, and he plays him with soft hands behind point, off the front foot. They'll get 1, and they'll return for a second as well. Thacker into the 60s. He's 60 from 101 deliveries. India 6 for 299.
Sort of Matthew Wade, Marnus Labuschagne. You know, India bowled 115 overs. And that's not that much. Australia aren't up to 100 yet. So there's been no toil happening here. But Australia in that 115 overs probably should have been 420.
Yeah.
Not 308, not 360, whatever it was. If they kept batting in a positive way, looking to win a test.
Cummins bowls, and Thacker takes him on. Down towards spine leg. Got plenty of it. 4 runs. Another Blunston boundary for Shardul Thacker. He keeps going and going. The boundaries for Blunston, 150 not out Blunston since 1870. The deficit is reduced to 70, Ian Healy.
Yeah. You know, the common thinking is you win or lose a test in the last day and at the last part. But, you know, there's a time we might be able to think that Australia lost this in game 1, in day 1, not day 5.
The 300 also up with that boundary, 6 for 303. Cummins again bowls, and Thacker down the leg side gets himself a single off the pad. Leg by, looking for the signal. It comes now. So the partnership swells to 117 at the end of the over. India 6 for 304.
Nothing says Aussie summer like a barbecue. Sizzling snags and an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
India 6 for 304 on the Scott Pack scoreboard. Turn unpaid invoices into cash. Scottpack.com. Scottpack.com.au. Adam Collins and Ian Healy with you at the Gabba. Nathan Lyon talking about toil. He's got to put in the hard yards here. Got to find a way to get his name in the book a second time. Picked up Rohit Sharma yesterday, but wicketless on this 3rd day. He's now going around the wicket for Thacker, who's forward in defence. I was going to pick up the conversation Gerard and Pete were having about landing on the moon. You remember the moon landing, Ian Healy?
Oh, sort of. I like Pete when he sort of said, yeah, we do manufacture our memories at times. I thought it was in the morning. When Pete said it was middle of the day, I thought, oh, God, I thought I was a bit bleary-eyed as a 5-year-old.
Lyon bowls and defending again is Thacker. I went back and took a look, and I wondered whether there was Test cricket played that day. Not quite. It was between 2 Test matches, one where England played West Indies at Leeds, and the next week, a couple of days later, they played New Zealand at Lords. Lyon bowls, and Thacker leans forward and pushes to backward point.
They were having dual opponents then, were they?
Yeah, they had back-to-back series. In the case of the match at Lords, John Edridge, the late John Edridge, of course, passed away on Christmas Eve, was man of the match with a 2nd inning century.
Tough man, wasn't he? He's a hard man to get out.
Too right. Lyon here around the wicket. Thacker again leaning and defending back to the bowler, giving him absolutely nothing.
Coming back over the wicket. I'd then like to see Lino stay over the wicket if the left-handed Sundar gets on strike.
Still those 3 men on the leg side rope. Oh, that shoots through from Lyon, and Thacker was deep in the crease and had the presence of mind to get his bat down in the nick of time and turn it round the corner, getting himself another single. He's 65. India 6 for 305.
There has been a dead spot, only one dead spot bowling towards the Vulture Street end. The cracking is at the Stanley Street end. It's only been noticeable, this dead patch, to a quick or two that hasn't carried through to the keeper, but that one's skidded.
It was actually signalled as a leg by, so he stays on 64. Thacker. The moon landing, I'm told, on our screen, was at 12:56 p.m. on the 21st of July, 1969, Australian Eastern Standard Time.
Geez, I slept in.
That's according to the CSIRO, Mitch adds. Nathan Lyon over the wicket to the left-handed Washington Sundar, which we have not seen until now. Defended back to him. Lyon piffs the ball back at Tim Payne as well. Just to keep everyone on their toes, the end of another over where Australia have failed to break up this partnership of 119. SEN Test cricket for Western Union. Send money around the world. India 6 for 305.
So you're on your way home from a camping trip with your wife's family. You're taking your notoriously tight-lipped father-in-law home. He said 6 words in the past 7 hours, and 4 of them were... Yep. Situations like this would break most. Thankfully, off-road features like a bash plate, hoopla steel front bull bar, and LED light bar on the new Hilux Rugged X make an all-terrain shortcut the obvious option, so you can get home quickly and stay unbreakable.
What do you reckon, shortcut?
Yep. Awaken your unbreakable with the new Hilux. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Patrick Cummins to continue from the Vulture Street end. At Shardul Thacker, who's on 64. 2 slips a gully. Conventional field. He bowls and Thacker pushes off the back foot to point. No run there. Nice soft hands. Talking to Damien Fleming a couple of weeks ago about Brett Lee's debut, the MCG in 1999. He compared that to the moon landing for the Australian cricket team at the time. A guy who could bowl the better part of 160 kilometres an hour. It just changed everything when Brett Lee came into that Australian team as far as Flem's concerned.
It was a good change, definitely, because he had accuracy and speed. Every now and then was expensive, but not often. And I know they had to work on his economy in the one-day game, but he got that done.
Cummins to the crease and bowls, and driving as Thacker strikes it beautifully, albeit straight to Marnus Labuschagne at mid-off, no run.
That's Sachin Tendulkar. How good was that shot?
Oh, yeah. Graceful.
And you know, he's a little nugget at the crease, and he's really got his confidence up. Now, the ball before that was sort of a lifter, and it was getting close to his gloves, and he just fended it really comfortably. And then the next ball, he's ready to watch it again. Good footwork, balance into it, smashes it straight to mid-off.
Patrick Cummins turns and runs away from us at the Vulture Street end. Bowls to Thacker, who pulls through the onside. Down to deep backward square for a single, advancing his tally to 65, and India 6 for 306.
Those last 3 balls are a bit of an indicator of how Australia's bowled, I reckon. A little bit impatient. So there was that lifter. He didn't follow it with another attempted lifter. He pitched one up and got driven. Then he decides, Pat Cummins, to go short and leg side, and Thakur got inside it really well and controlled it down to the man that's down there, but no anxiety to play that shot or not, or to leave it. It's just full-on natural.
Yeah, they're just 63 runs behind now with 23 overs to come today after this. They'll be at parity by the close if these two are in, if not in the lead. Cummins bowls and Sundar leaves outside the off stump. Good carry, but didn't have to play. Partnership's worth 120.
Yes. Those words of Tim Payne will ring for sure. If Australia don't get this done, you know, we weren't ruthless. In the last month, we haven't been ruthless enough. Well, hang on. You're playing for Australia. You know, where did the ruthlessness go to? You know, they didn't have to be ruthless in Adelaide. They just got the rub of the green and got them out for 36. 36. And then, you know, they've lost their ruthlessness.
Cummins over the wicket. Sundar off his hip, gets another single down to fine leg. He's 54. India 6 for 307. The lead now down to 62, or should I say India trail by 62. Yes, to think that 36 all out, we weren't having a conversation about India bouncing back without Kohli at Melbourne like that, and then to draw the way they did in Sydney to open up this opportunity at the Gabba. Such an inexperienced team, but I'm sure in the fullness of time we'll come to see this performance, no matter what happens from here really, as one of the finest in modern times from a touring team. Cummins to complete his set. 2 slips in a gully. Playing off the front foot is Thacker. That's the end of the over, and seeing whether drinks are called as well. It doesn't look like they will be. Just waiting to get the signal from the umpires. They might.
They're going slow, aren't they?
We're trying to get a read on this. It's going to be one more over before the drinks break. India 3, or 6 rather, for 3:07.
G'day, Merv Hughes here. Summer is here, and that means 2 things. Our big piece of steam in on the pitch, and your car's aircon needs to be on top of its mark. Your off-stump will be blown away by the aircon service at your local Repco authorised service centre. Their fully qualified mechanics will keep you cool all year with a comprehensive service of the car's aircon system, no matter what you drive. Book online today at repcoservice.com.
Partnership up to 121 now between Takua and Washington, 65 and 54 respectively. 6 for 307, 62 behind Buck. Good afternoon to you.
Hello, Huddo. Yeah, just unbelievable scenes, really.
It's scenes, isn't it? It reminds me of when you're a kid and you sort of, you say, I'll try something. I'll go for a walk. I'll turn the radio off, turn it back on again. I'll try anything to get a wicket. Nothing's working for Australia right now. Lions bowling around the wicket, and Washington thought about going for a big swat through mid-wicket and then decided to let it go outside the off stump.
Well, they've put on, I think, 54 since tee. And you could have bet that Australia would have taken, after the break, they would have at least got 1 wicket.
From wide of the crease, a gentle off-spinner outside the off-stump, having nothing of it.
But it hasn't even looked that difficult for them either.
No, it hasn't. Australia obviously tiring. You can hear Tim Payne still urging on his troops.
They have to get 14 more wickets. That's the other thing.
Line again. Almost a Yorker threw it right up there, but dug out by Washington. Yes, it's not just now, is it? It's later.
Yeah. And every over they're having to put in now, it's going to drain them to the back end of this match. And we know there's a little bit of rain around too.
Lyon, this time he does entice the drive on the bounce to Wade at cover. 62, they still trail by.
It's kind of what we've been crying out for the whole test match, is just this kind of partnership where you just get stuck in and sap the opposition.
Lyon tries more air, driven straight to Wade on the bounce. Can't get through cover. I think the biggest partnership of the test match of the series was Jadeja and Rahane in Melbourne, just under 150. 121 here from even wider on the crease. He goes back, leans and tried to bash it through cover. Beat Wade, but couldn't beat Labuschagne. 6 for 307 on the Scott Pack scoreboard. Scott Pack turned unpaid invoices into cash. scottpack.com.au.
Beat the summer heat with cool air for your family. Contact Right Price Heating and Cooling now. Mitsubishi electric ducted reverse cycle systems stand for energy efficiency and low running costs. Get a Mitsubishi electric wall split fully installed from $1,490 with up to 6-star rating. And to make it even cooler, ask about 24 months interest-free terms. T's and C's apply. Lending criteria also applies. Right Price Heating and Cooling won't be beaten on Mitsubishi Electric. Online, by phone, or visit in-store.
Drinks break in 12 minutes for Dometic. Everything you need for adventures, both big or small. Australia need to find some inspiration from somewhere. Pat Cummins toiling away. His 25th over begins in the Brisbane sunshine. And he's met with the full face of the defensive Takua bat.
Oh, I guess one of the red flags for Australia, though, was... today, the dismissal of Pujara was a high-quality delivery. Hazel got the ball to nip away and took the outside edge. But apart from that, the dismissals have really been batsman mistakes. And I think this is about as flat a pitch as you can get right about now. We thought that the cracks were going to make a bit more of an impact.
And once again, he pulls in the air, out to mid-wicket. It's not going to be caught. It wasn't far off. Harris just couldn't cover the ground necessary. It wasn't controlled by Thakur, but he gets 2 runs for his efforts.
Well, I think he knew enough to hit that ball in front of square. The man who's out in the deep, he's good 20 metres behind square, so he did enough right there.
Trail by 60 now, 6 for 309. Colo just sending through the win viz as it stands. Australia 14%, India 15%, and the draw 71%. Cummins bowls, bowled him! In the end, it was Pat Cummins. Some sort of relief for Australia. The partnership is finally broken. Thakur goes. Cummins eventually getting through his defences. But what a performance from this Indian pair. Everyone who was allowed into the Gabba today should stand and applaud, as I'm sure they are in India. What defiance. A 2-gamer, a 1-gamer against perhaps the best attack in the world. A sensational 7th wicket partnership comes to an end. Thakur bowled Pat Cummins for 67. Australia finally break through. India trails by 60. Maybe they can come with a late surge.
Well, they obviously need to, Australia, but I mean, 123-run partnership. India were probably teetering at 5 for 186, and the way that these two have played, you just haven't expected that from the Indian lower order throughout this series. So, they could hold their heads up high. And great reward for Pat Cummins. He's toiled away. It probably hasn't been his best innings with the ball, but he was the one to get the breakthrough again.
He played all around it. I don't think there was any inside edge onto it. As we looked at the replays for Wagner Vitamins from Chemist Warehouse, Saini is the new batsman. We heard he'd been doing some bowling in the net, so...
Well, India are probably forced into a lot of these changes, but if you remember back to the second test and the changes they made there and the impact those players had... And once again, I mean, Thakur, not only has he got 67 with the bat, but he got 3 for 94 with the ball as well.
Yeah.
So, I mean...
As did Washington.
And Washington as well. There's been some incredible contributions. If we think back, Jadeja in the second test... Hart didn't play the first test, and the way he's come in and played for India has lifted them.
Well, now Australia with a little bit of adrenaline back. Can they run through the tail as they have so far in this series and at least take some sort of lead? Something Pat Cummins wants, and he's going to finally get. He wants Mitch Stark on the offside, so 3 slips in a gully, short catching cover, as well as a forward point and a wide mid-off. Pat Cummins into Navdeep Saini. And he just keeps it out.
I actually expected him to stand there with his hands up this innings, just after the way he was dismissed. If you remember back to the first innings of the last test,
the spoon.
He just popped a couple up to the offside because his hands were so low. He almost had to just pop it up. So he's gone and done exactly the same thing, and that's why they have a silly mid-off in. But Thakur was doing it pretty easy, and then even the ball before he played that pull shot, he hit it in the air. There was a high level of risk to that, and that was just trying to hit the off drive too hard.
Cummins digs it in, and that's allowed to pass by Saini. Hey, Cummins has asked the question here, and Payne, I think they might... Wade's saying,
it's nowhere near them.
I didn't think it was anywhere near it.
I think he's missed this by a mile, but...
You can't ask Tim Payne.
I don't.
They're going up, though.
This could be embarrassing.
I don't think we can blame Tim Payne this time.
I'm not sure a silly mid-off should be calling for it. You can't. You have no idea what's going on there.
Short ball.
And it might have flicked the right glove. You couldn't really see from that angle.
Replays for Wagner Vitamins. Snicko says nothing. Nowhere near it.
He's missed that by 5 centimetres?
Yeah.
He's missed that by 9. That's just... I just don't know how, like, it's interesting to slim it off because you're not actually looking at the ball. You got your back to the ball, really.
Was it Wade first and then Cummins?
I think it was Cummins and then Tim Payne kind of said, I'm not sure, and then Matthew Wade, I think, said, look, I think that might have flipped the glove.
Put it this way, if Tim Payne's not appealing and absolutely certain it's out, then sure you don't review because he's got no idea. Cummins targets Saney, and he plays very late and on the bounce to third slip. And that is the end of the over. Australia with just one review remaining. India 7 for 309. At last, a breakthrough. India trails by 60 for Western Union. Send money all around the world.
Breaking news. The Saucy McRib and legendary El Naco are back at Macca's. With delicious pork dripping in smoky barbecue rib sauce or juicy beef with chunky Mexican salsa. Grab yours today. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
SEN SA studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company. Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
So I wonder whether Washington's approach will change here. Takur finally dismissed for 67 in the last over. Washington is 54 not out. Saney yet to score. Nathan Lyon is going to continue. He bowls short and he tries to thrash it away, and he has. But there's a man out there at deep point.
He's not taking a single. I don't understand that. You're batting with a number 9 and you're number 7. You've got to take that single.
I have to admit, given we're calling off the TV, I thought it was 4 and he just wasn't running.
Well, unless they really are playing for a draw.
Yeah, well...
Maybe with 10-11, you'd think about it. But
yeah.
They're back number 9 to be able to hold the stick, don't you?
Lyon bowls short again. Similar shot. He tries to play it in front of the umpire at point. It goes to Labuschagne.
Mind you, we had with the guy yesterday said he was bat number 11 in D grade.
That's right. There he went.
Yeah. How bad do you have to be?
Washington 54. Lyon again from extremely wide, just turning away from the left-hander a fraction.
You'd want to be a good bowler. Wonder if he did get his fifer.
Yes, he was very positive about things. Lyon again. Can't entice the drive. Washington happy to wait and see. So is he going to see if he can find a single with 2 balls to go? Lyon, yep, he's going to make some adjustments to bring the field in. Try and make that job a little more difficult.
Because the other thing is, I'd probably back Saney to play out against Nathan Lyon
rather than
Cummins.
Yeah.
And now he's got all the fieldsmen in.
Lyon's going to try and lap it around the corner. He lapped it into his head. Hit him on the grill. Not with any sort of pace.
I wonder if the umpire's going to say... Need the doctor to come up here.
Should.
He's hit the grill.
Don't think so. More changes to the field. Man on the 45 now to try and stop the single.
Yeah, the ring.
Yeah, the ring is closing around Washington. Can he keep him on strike here, Lyon? He bowls down the leg side. He swats it away. High, wide, and... it was a close run. Think it might have got there for 6. Way over mid-wicket. He launches another boomer, Washington.
just have a look at his head, what happens when he hits the ball. He's still looking at the pitch after he's hit it. That's Ben Stokes stuff, that. Look at that. He doesn't even look to see where the ball's going. Yeah. He just knew he got that out of the middle. That's all he's doing there to keep his head down, is making sure he keeps his shape.
They're going to take a drink. We'll find out and confirm whether that was 6 or 4 in just a moment. The drinks for Dometic, everything you need for adventures, big and small. It's 6. Confirmation over the rope. Washington to 60, India 7 for 315. For Western Union, send money around the world.
Getting away with family and friends, switching off or hitting the road. This year is all about the Aussie holiday. And the big holiday sale on now at Tyre Power has you covered for tyre safety. Right now, you can buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumo, passenger and SUV tyres. And of course, the free 5-minute tyre safety check offers tremendous peace of mind. Find your local independently Aussie-owned Tyre Power at tyrepower.com.au.
ABN holders, the time for a new ute is now. With ABN offers now available at your Mazda dealer, enjoy better value than ever on brand new Mazda BT50. These offers are on top of the government instant asset tax write-off. And when you add immediate delivery, it's a win-win for ABN holders. It's the only ute that's the complete package. And with this value, brand new Mazda BT50 can be yours today. Visit your Mazda dealer. Conditions apply.
Hi, it's Michael Clark here. Since retiring from international cricket, my days haven't slowed down, so it's important I get the support I need. Try Wagner Fish Oil 1000 from Chemist Warehouse. It contains omega-3 fatty acids, which support the healthy function of the nervous system, heart health, brain health, and eye health. Find the new look Wagner Fish Oil 1000 at 2 for $25 at Chemist Warehouse.
Always read the label. Use only as directed. If symptoms persist, see your healthcare professional. Chemist Warehouse. Lowest prices guaranteed. Nylex hose highlight ring. Nylex retractable hose rings. Water like a Nile expert.
Dances and dashes over the top of Long On. What a way to bring up a maiden half-century in Test cricket. Bombing line over the rope at Long On. 15 rows back. Sinder on 49. Down the ground, gets himself a half-century. 1 to mid off. A half-century and 3 wickets on the move.
Ball him! Some sort of relief for Australia. Takur goes. There has not been a lot of joy for Australia as this day 3 has progressed, but finally Pat Cummins picked up a wicket. Takur going for 67. But Washington Sunder continues his magnificent Test debut. He's 60 not out to go with his 3 wickets. He's just hit Nathan Lyon for 6. And Nadeem Saini is the other not out batsman on naught as Damien Fleming rejoins us after our drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
Thank God for some wickets. Geez, I was calling a lot of runs. They'll be tired, the Aussies, but incentive, isn't it, that if they can just get rid of Washington Sunder, they should be able to knock over the other 2 very, very quickly. Hasn't done a lot, the pitch, to be fair, but how good was their application? How good was their respect in that partnership? And then when they had the opportunity to play the shot, did it to perfection. And time's the enemy of Australia.
Well, it is with the weather.
And if we get any wet weather, we're in real trouble.
It's such a shame in a way, isn't it? I mean, it adds to the uncertainty, but if there was no weather, it'd be 2 days to go and scores almost level.
No, we'd have a day 5 bowl out / chase. Like the Australians might not be able to score enough to bat India out of the game.
Well, that's the thing. Are they going to have to take a gamble and take the chance of going 2-1 down, or do they just push a little bit further and make sure they don't lose a series? But then the trophy still goes back to India.
Yeah, you've got to win a series, I think, Buck.
Yep.
A David Warner special would be very timely, wouldn't it? Oof.
Well, that's the other thing. Does Australia have to drive the game forward with the bat, and does that leave them a little bit vulnerable?
2 expectant slips. Oh, it's a short, dangerous ball. It's got over the slips. Saini has fended it, and it is going to go for 4. Gets away from Matthew Wade.
You're a tail ender here, and you know the ball's going to be up around you. your chest, your shoulder. Why is he standing with his bat on the ground as the ball's been let go?
The longer you're at test level, even first class level, if you hang around, you're going to cop all this. So you actually need a method. You need a method.
His hands are between his knees when the ball's let go. His hands have to go up.
I'd be having it up, ready to go.
Oh.
To first or second slip around bail height, and I'm ducking, swaying, or getting inside the line.
Yeah.
He got a boundary. He's off the mark. He's 4 not out. Cummins, full head of steam, tries it again, and he just kind of got everything kind of out of the road, kind of.
This can happen quickly, surely.
Oh, but he looks like a genuine number 11.
And this is the thing, okay, I said in the last test, they play a lot of T20 cricket. I'd love to see some T20 skills brought to it, in Sydney. Like, you should be able to bowl a Yorker now and just get rid of him.
I actually think, if anything, he could probably play the Yorker because his hands are so low.
I think after 2 balls like that, he'll be right back.
Is he set up for the full one? Cummins, no, it was just a bit innocuous outside the off stump and allowed to pass.
He actually let go of that easy, but there was no footwork at all, was it?
Just having a replay of that 6, and look at his head. I just love that. Didn't even look at it until he stood up.
Yeah, down on one knee.
Oh, that's Ben Stokes.
Watching Tim Payne too, the keeper gets it. Look, is it a chance to be caught? No.
He knew he got it right out of the middle.
Cummins again. Saney almost joined the square leg umpire to play that one.
If it's not a Yorker, I'm thinking bail height length because he's backing away, just putting his bat there because even those can hit the edge and just fly for 4 or 6, can't they?
I just think he's got to try and hit him in the chest, Flem. And then he has to kind of fend the ball, and with the way he's playing it, the ball will just pop up in the air.
I'd still like to see one ball on the stumps to see if he can hit it. It takes a lot of effort bowling short all the time.
You hit? They miss you hit?
Tries again, but he's got the line all wrong there outside the off stump, and so he survives. 140.8 Ks. It's all for Western Union, said money around the world.
One more ball left in the over.
And T20, the other one is, slower balls. I didn't think we bowled enough in Sydney.
Right.
With him pushed back like that, one of those off-cutter curve balls.
Third man in now.
Even if he hits it, you've got 2 men in close catching.
One on either side of the wicket. Pat Cummins delivers at the body. Ducked it pretty well. Got into the gloves of Payne, so he survives. It's India 7 for 319 for Western Union. Send money all around the world.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Auto replays for Wagner Vitamins from Chemist Warehouse. So Nathan Lyon will start a new over to Washington. Imagine if he goes on and makes 100 here. What sort of hero he'll be.
Well, it looks like he's going to be more proactive, isn't it? I don't think he's got a lot of faith in Saney. So if he hasn't got faith in number 9, he's not going to have much more faith in 10 and 11.
Hazelwood.
Yes, it is a bowling change. Hazelwood with a chance.
Don't mind that.
He'll be his chance to get Pfeiffer.
Well, there's no rear to hide now for Saney. And not allowing Sundar just to free his arms.
Yeah.
And he looked pretty comfortable against the spin, didn't he?
Yeah, not much in it for Nathan Lyon so far.
Hazelwood's on his way. He's 22nd over a new spell. He's defended by Washington to cover.
Yeah, a little 5 for Josh Hazelwood. We wouldn't be disappointed in that.
Just saying,
magnificent.
He's the only one with a 5 in the whole series.
Okay, did not know that.
I don't know how many 4 Test series would only have had the one 5-er.
Pat Cummins, I know, early on in his career was the king of the fourth.
Yeah, he was.
He doesn't take heaps of them.
Hazelwood's driving here. Over the wicket to the left armour. Left-hander, and he ducks another short one.
Good to get Saney on strike.
Entertaining to get Saney on strike. Who was the worst batsman you ever played with, Flem, or the worst tail-ender?
Early McGrath was tough to go past. I think he was averaging 2 for a period of time. Bruce Reid, played state cricket against him, backed away, got bowled, and played a defence. Merv said, what happened there? He goes, I'm prepared to play for Western Australia. I'm not prepared to get knocked out playing for Western Australia.
Hazelwood again, that rose sharply, but he stood his ground, Washington, and defended.
Terry Alderman. Carl Rackerman.
Terry Alderman, he helped Kim Hughes to the century, didn't he, in the 81 Boxing Day?
Every dog has his day. But they'd be the three off the
Alderman,
top.
Rackerman.
And maybe big Josh Marquette.
Right.
The big Melbourne University Ashwood man who played state cricket for Tassie. Big Joshy right up there. Anyone that's got more first-class wickets than runs is up there.
Hazelwood and squared him up ever so fractionally, but Washington defended it safely down the wicket.
Which I think Natarajan's on. He's 64 first-class wickets, 28 runs. Excited. Can't wait to see him back. Bucky, who are the worst? I mean, they've got more competent, haven't they?
I played a guy named Ben Edmondson.
Oh, yeah, Edo.
I reckon he should have turned around and batted right-handed. But also his vision was horrific. He was like negative 4 point something, which means he's looking through coke boxes, really.
Yeah, this certainly wouldn't help. Hazelwood, and this time Hammett off the back foot. He can't beat cover. Scrounging around to save it as Matthew Wade.
His best ball was a beauty, Edmondson. Reminded me a bit of Dale Steyn. It's almost dipping out swingers, skiddies.
194 first-class runs, 169 first-class.
He's right up there.
Sorry, 194
If any of the listeners could help us out there too, stats. So Simon Davis, I reckon, might have been close.
That's a good call.
Alan Hurst, Jim Higgs. I might pick an 11 if you give me a night of it. Imagine batting 11 in the worst batting team 11.
Short, and so Washington is kept at the crease, which means that Saney will be on strike for the start of a new Cummins over when we return. Scott Pack scoreboard, turn unpaid invoices into cash. scottpack.com.au, 7 for 319.
It's the final days of Beaumont's January price dump. Prices dumped on tiles, bathroom, kitchen, laundry, floors and walls, 20 to 50% off. Hurry in for the final days of Beaumont's massive price dump.
SENSA studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company, Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
Remember the one day when Bruce Reid played and missed a hole last over when we only needed a couple of runs to win?
Kept bowling those off-cutter curveballs and he missed 6.
Bob Holland gets a mention.
Yes.
Cummins bowls and Saney backs out of right and plays it somehow down to third man, and they could have got 2, but I'm sure they'll just stroll 1. Matthew Wade teasing there, trying to invite them to come back.
Haven't seen that shot a lot in Test cricket.
How would you describe it, Flem?
Well, it was, I'm going to get hit first, rearing away from the ball, and at the last minute, sort of let the ball hit the bat without really playing a shot. Monty Panesar.
I played with Monty Panesar.
4.68.
I was just looking up his stats. He's actually got...
Where were his hot zones batting?
I don't know, but my favourite piece of fielding was how terrible a fielder he was. And then one day he ran out to the boundary and he actually did this slide and stopped it just inside, and the whole crowd went bananas. They thought, how good's this? And he came back to pick up the ball and he picked it up and he had a foot on either side of the rope.
Thanks, Monty.
A lot of love for Chris Martin, as you'd expect.
Yeah,
Oh, yes.
Yeah, he might be 11.
Cummins bowls and got through Washington inside edge onto the pad. And India remains 7 for 320.
Entertaining average, Courtney Walsh, who walked out to bat at the MCG, West Indies versus Victoria, with 99 first-class ducks. You know, they used to put on the big screen. He walked back with his 100th first-class duck. 100 times he's had to walk out there with no score.
Our experts for Maccas, the McGribb and El Macco, are back at Maccas this summer. Pat Cummins continuing to search. He bowls, and Washington, full of confidence now, drives to a deepish mid-off but doesn't take the run. Gerard's in next. I think somewhere in there he'll probably talk to Fleem about this bowling performance from the Australians. Nathan Lyon's lack of being a real wicket taker.
Through the whole series.
Yeah.
And Mitchell Stark, probably after the Melbourne test, just hasn't looked threatening, besides just the odd spell. And now demoted. First change.
Pat Cummins turns, trying to dig deep and finish off this Indian innings. Still 3 wickets to take. Cummins bowls short and popped up, almost fell onto the stumps. Quite bizarre. He was already walking away and the ball was in a dangerous area. Replay will be interesting here for Wagner Vitamins, available every day from Chemist Warehouse. Oh, so it's missed his gloves. I think it his upper body.
It's got a little outside edge and then hit his back shoulder.
And just bounced back from the crease and was in the end, it was a foot or so away from the stumps. But...
No, it just hit the back shoulder.
Yeah.
I think he thought that was going over the slips. But in the end, it just landed near the stumps. He's a pretty cool customer, isn't he?
He is.
Wasn't too fast.
Some good nominations coming in now. Cummins bowls, slips underneath it. Dilip Doshi.
Yes.
Ajit Agarkar, who actually wasn't that bad a batsman, but had the worst.
Scored a test 100.
Yeah.
And I think myself and Steve Waugh were the men that started him onto that 6 consecutive ducks.
Right.
Caught a gully for a duck in Adelaide. 6 in a row. And then end up getting a test 100 at Lord's.
Alan Mullally. Bracewell. Sean Bracewell. The mattress, Devon Malcolm.
Yes.
Cummins, last ball of the over, fending Washington, and he's not quite caught. The leg gully, Harris was somewhere in between. He couldn't get there. Saini will have strike at the start of a new over. Maybe not any contact there. 7 for 320 for Western Union. Send money around the world.
So you're on the job, crawling under a house, shuffling like an injured snake over 40 years of dust, cobwebs and spider carcasses. And just when you thought things couldn't get more uncomfortable, you come face to face with the homeowner's overprotective Chihuahua. Situations like this would break most, but no matter how uncomfortable things get on the job, you can stay comfortable and unbreakable in your new Toyota Hilux. Awaken your unbreakable with the upgraded Hilux range. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
SEN Test cricket for Western Union. Send money around the world. Still Australia can't get through, even when it looks like they absolutely must. Damien Fleming and Chris Rogers in towards the end of day 3. Our experts for Maccas, the McGribb and El Macco, are back at Maccas this summer. 7 for 320. Washington Sundar 60. Saini is 5. He's hard to watch. You worry about him every ball.
Yeah, you actually think he's going to get hurt, just the way he's setting up.
So Devon Malcolm's asking for his apology. He's got 128 wickets and 236 runs. So he's not on the negative split.
I'm just thinking, if Saini's number 9, how bad you got to be if you're batting 2 behind him?
Yeah. We've already talked about it. I'm excited what's coming up.
Did you hear? So Natarajan's previous 12 first-class innings are all noughts.
Yeah.
A variation of out and not out.
Right.
I don't want to go to sleep tonight without having seen him walk out to bat, and even if he's not out, I'll get a lot out of that.
It'll be a cheap thrill. Hazelwood 3 for 43. He's in and bowling to Saini, who ducks the bouncer. Got out of the way, that one.
There was one test match I was really keen to get to bowl to the lower order of England, and did a hammy early for a change, so didn't. Their 9 was Gus Fraser, 10 Devon Malcolm, 11 Phil Tufnell.
So Phil Tufnell, 121 wickets, but 153 runs.
No, he's out. I can't pick him.
He nudges the right side of the
He's the only one I've ever seen a batsman just laughing his head out when he come out to walk in a test match. Just absolutely laughing.
Saini's on 5. India trails by 49. Hazelwood bowls to him, and Saini's in behind him, defending to mid-off. The next suggestion was Dilip Doshi. 114 wickets, 129 runs. So he's the right side of the ledger. We'll just keep pinging them off as you send them through. Jim Higgs has been a popular suggestion.
Yeah, Higgs here have to be
going everywhere. Hazelwood bowls to Saini. Edges short of gully.
Who batted ahead of themselves, Hurst or Higgs?
Just give me a moment with... so Higgs, 66 wickets, 111 runs.
Oh.
You wanted Alan Hurst?
I think Hursty batted below Jim Higgs.
Right. Seven for 320 in the live action. Alan Hurst. Saini edges, and he's caught at second slip. So up off the shoulder of the bat, Hazelwood picks him up. Saini goes for 5. India 8 for 320. Hazelwood has 4.
I think that was inevitable. I think Australia finally got their length right. It wasn't really the bouncer length to him. It was more of a stomach height, chest height, and from there he just can't go anywhere. He can't defend that ball onto the ground just with the way his hands are rising up in the air. So that just looked inevitable, and I think if you're going to bat number 9 in Test cricket, you've got a fair bit of work to do if you Navdeep Saini.
You need a method, don't you, because what happens also, and it's a really good call by you, Bucky, to bowl at the chest, is they square up.
Yeah.
They don't stay side on. So the ball's going to go nowhere. There's no attacking option. He could do worse than look to duck a lot more. But for Josh Hazelwood, 4 wickets. I mean, he's been a constant threat throughout. His line has been phenomenal, and then he just works his way up and down the pitch. He'll be eyeing a 6 for here.
Yes, he will. He will. Australia needs him to tidy it up really in the over. Alan Hurst, 43 wickets, 102 runs.
Jeez.
So he's safely out.
My problem with a lot of the Poms is, because they were quite poor in that, they got to bat twice. So you've got 2 opportunities. I'll keep looking at that team, Gerard. More wickets than runs.
Yep.
And then I might have to go averages.
Siraj is the new man in. Hazelwood bowls to him. He backs away and he clouts the ball through backward point for 4. That's a proper method.
One thing I've noticed through this innings, you do not bowl there to Siraj. Give him width and you'll pay.
Mohammad Siraj starts with a Blunston boundary, 150 not out Blunston since 1870. Alan Hurst did bat below Jim Higgs. Yes.
Yeah.
That
he
is
might have a
quite
record amount of pairs. If you're in the slips, Bucky, get ready.
Well, I think you should go straight at the stumps here.
Yeah.
He's just clearing his front foot.
Hazelwood in, and he bowls to Siraj, backs away, toe of the bat, gets it through extra cover. It's a chase for Abbots. He'll overhaul it in the shadows. 2 for the total. Siraj 6 from 2 balls. 8 for 326. The Scott Pack scoreboard. Turn unpaid invoices into cash. scottpack.com.au.
Hi Australia, it's Shikhar Dhawan when I'm not smashing Aussie bowlers to the boundary. I'm looking after my family by sending money home to India with the Western Union app. I can send money straight to their bank account online, no matter where in the world I am. And there's no sender or receiver fee when I pay with Kohli. Nice job. Send money around the world with the Western Union app. Download it now from Google Play or the App Store.
The last hour of play, don't you let your luck run out. Drive safely these holidays, TAC. 8 for 326. Washington Sundar is 60. Mohammad Siraj is 6. And Mitch Stark has been sent in to mop up. He could use the wickets, and Australia, well, the openers are going to be left with a nasty little stretch, one suspects.
Yeah, that's the other story, isn't it? Both openers out of the runs, and they'll come up against the Indian attack with the new ball.
He'd be pretty rested too. I've been back for long enough now.
Mitch Stark bowls to Sundar, who plays the dab, the late dab, down to third man. Will he come back for two? He hears back. A throw comes in from the deep. He judged it well. The throw was high as well. Washington Sundar pushing the issue. He's 62. It's 8 for 328.
Yeah, he hit it, thought about it. I can get two. And I thought if that was a good throw, he's in real trouble. Wasn't, so good batting.
It's with great regret I report that Alan Mullally took 58 wickets but made 127 runs.
He actually slogged him in a test I was playing in the second innings, which England went on to win.
He had a high score of 24.
I reckon it must have been that day.
Okay. Stark sets in. Washington's on 62. It's down the leg side. He has a little waft but makes no contact.
Mitchell Stark really does need to get wickets here. If he can't knock over or get a couple of these wickets, just boosts the figures a little bit, doesn't it? 3 for 90 as opposed to 1 for 90.
Yes, and he's been deposed with the new ball, so if you're holding that he can mop up at the other end, he's got to live up to that. But he's bowling to Sundar, who is well set. He's in behind, defending Stark back down the pitch. Who else was bowled up? Somebody bowled up Ajit Agarkar, which is a bit of an insult. He made 571 runs in his Test career.
Yeah, I think it was just those 6 ducks in a row.
Yeah.
I might bat him up in the top order.
So those are most of the suggestions that have been sent through, and all have cleared the threshold.
Chris Martin, obviously.
He's the one.
Yeah.
They're a great set of numbers for him. Stark over the wicket bowl. Sundar drives the full ball, touched by Stark on the way back, and it ricochets away.
Worth a go. Tommy Mbangwa always comes up from Zimbabwe too. Averaging 2 in his Test career. 34 runs, high score of 8.
Yep.
He's in. Didn't even get to double figures.
No.
Great man too.
Shadow starting to creep across the Gabba. 8 for 328. Stark bowls. Sundar fends straight to gully. Green takes a neat catch low down. And Washington falls. He goes for 62. It's been a splendid innings. And he has led this rearguard action at the lower order for India to put them in within reaching distance of Australia and sap time out of the game. Mitch Stark gets his second wicket. And some catching practice for Cam Green. He's taken his second classic catch today for TAC, catching before your Lux all-out TAC. And applause around the Gabba, quite rightly, for Washington Sundar. 62, India 9 for 328.
What a great debut. He did such a good job with the ball. You know, he doesn't have a lot of wow factor. He doesn't turn the ball a long way, but he used his angles really well, picked up 3 wickets, and then with the bat, thought they'd capitulate. But Sunda, you know, batted beautifully, really, 62. Looks a pretty handy player, really, especially for a man who was just bowling in the nets for the tour. So well played, and his Indian teammates gave him a rousing reception when he walked off.
Particularly Ravi Ashwin, he was the first one to get around him. So probably, and they bowl in a very similar way. You imagine Ashwin's actually been, I guess, tutoring him throughout this tour, because he's played almost the exact same role, hasn't he?
Yep, definitely.
But runs and wickets. Just another player who's been called up and has exceeded expectations.
Now this is exciting. T. Natarajan, 12 straight innings, noughts. He's on strike to Mitch Stark. Natarajan faces up. Stark bowls. He gets hit on the forearm. He just couldn't get out of the way.
Oh, that's the end of the over.
Yeah, that's the end of the over. So naught not outs in play. 9 for 328. SEN Test cricket for Western Union. Send money around the world.
So you sacrificed your Saturday morning to help your niece hand in her final art project. But her oversized papier-mâché representation of a broken heart is in danger of becoming even less realistic thanks to the threatening storm clouds up ahead. Situations like this would break most, but with the motorised roller cover on the new Hilux Rogue, you can keep her masterpiece and her eyes dry at the touch of a button and stay unbreakable. Awaken your unbreakable with the new Hilux Rogue. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Fancy when our Player of the Day conversation happens for Bingley. Sailor of the Year now on. Washington Sundar is going to be prominent in many a thought. Dismissed in the Stark over for 62. So 3 catches for Smith, 2 catches for Green, 1 for Wade, and 1 for Payne, and Stark took Rowett in the deep.
My concern is Siraj has backed away and slogged first 2 balls that I think we're Nataraj, and that's it. That's all we'll see of his innings.
Yep.
Just one brief little...
Oh, that was ugly too. That's asking to be hurt. He just turned his back on it.
Turned his back on it and just...
If you're bowling, I reckon a half volley would have knocked him over.
Yeah. Anything on the stumps. But this is interesting because they've got fielders on the leg side here for Siraj. I reckon he has zero interest in hitting on the leg side.
And they haven't bounced him yet.
Well, he's going to back away, isn't he?
Third man deep point. Hazelwood looking for 5. Bowls to Siraj. Goes across his stumps. He was going to whack that down to fine leg or deep backward square. He's a moving target. That much we know.
No, keep it moving. Can't get LB if you get hit a metre outside off stump.
What was that? There was an arcade game, I think it was Carnival, where you had to ping either the duck or the bear, and each time you pinged it, it changed direction. It just kept moving. That's Mohammad Siraj.
You reckon he might go the other way this time?
Oh, well, I think having been out to the offside, he'll back away to leg.
Well, if he just wanted to up his IPL price, hitting a few of these might help.
Hazelwood with the centre blunt. He bowls to Siraj, backs to 8 off, slashes it out to deep points, and took the run. Everyone fights for themselves at 10 and 11. Siraj is 7. India 9 for 329.
Neither of these guys have any interest in batting, facing these fast bowlers.
Siraj can score though. He backs away, throw the bat. Nataraj and is it 13th innings? Potential of a 0,
13 straight
duck
zeros.
Not out.
Yep.
Yeah, this is exciting stuff.
Natarajan on his test debut. Maybe holding his breath as Josh Hazelwood ponders the setup. So he's going to come around the wickets. He's got 2 slips at gully, a leg gully, a short leg, a fine leg, and a third man. Hazelwood bowls at Natarajan, who tries desperately to fend it through to Payne. It gets past the open blade.
That was fast and bouncy. I think he could bowl 100 of those and he isn't going to hit them. I think he needs to attack the stumps now. Oh, jeez.
Just one of those you miss I hit just to find out.
Yeah. He plays a David Gower-like cover drive, or maybe you pitch a bit shorter.
The form says no.
No.
Hazelwood's bowls, Natarajan cuts straight. He gets a run. He ruins the streak. He rolls it away through mid-off.
That's a shame.
They took one.
They took one?
Why?
There might have been two on offer, but Natarajan, I think he followed through a long way.
No, I watched Natarajan. There was no. He was never thinking about two.
So, yes, he's 12 straight first-class innings at zero out or zero not out comes to an end.
You're speaking about not being able to get LBW. Michael Hogan of Western Warriors fame, played 159 games, never got LBW.
Hazelwood bowls, Siraj backs away, swipes and misses. He went away to leg this time.
Always hit outside leg.
Never got LBW. He was never in line once.
I would say he had some slogging innings, but he would have had a lot of low scores. Because he's played hundreds of games of county cricket, hasn't he?
Yep.
He's a fine bowler.
But you can't get LBW if you're standing outside leg stump.
Taking out one of the potential modes of dismissal. Smart.
Which way will Mohammad Siraj go this time? India trailing by 39. Hazelwood trying to pin him to the spot. Might be his last chance for the fifth wicket in the innings. Hazelwood bowls. Siraj backs away, swipes it into the offside, clears the field at wide mid-off. It'll pitch and stop. Cummins gets there to field. A couple for Siraj as he defies Josh Hazelwood. 4 from the over. Siraj is 9. India 9 for 332 SEN Test cricket for Western Union. Send money around the world.
New mini hotcakes with Nutella have arrived at Macca's. Our famous hotcakes made mini with a delicious layer of creamy Nutella. Try them today and flavour your summer with Macca's. Available for a limited time only.
SENSA studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company. Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
There's a gentle sense of mirth mixed in with the nerves watching 10 and 11 go about it. The experts in their places for Macca's. The McGrib and El Macco are back at Macca's this summer. Damien Fleming and Chris Rogers. Siraj is 9. Natarajan is 1. India 9 for 332. Mitch Stark to begin his new over. He's in from the Vulture Street ends. And he's bowling to Natarajan. He lets fly. Natarajan gets out of the way, wafts the bat. It gets past and goes through.
Mitchell Stark's got one of the best Yorkers going around. We don't see it at test level. I'd like it to just pop its head out and just be delivered this ball here. Natarajan still in my team. He's made 1 run, but he's taken 3 wickets.
He has.
So he's still cool at this stage. If we talked about it in Sydney, Gerard, like the Yorker, where's it gone?
If Stark bowls 2 Yorkers in the over, one of them will get through.
Yeah.
Crowd sensing the last Indian wicket to fall. Stark over the wicket bowls. Natarajan just fends it down to short leg, a ball that followed him. It was coming up at the armpit. One way or another, he got it to turf.
In some ways, I just don't like looking at it either. You know, with the short pitch bowling to batsmen that, are certainly not going to take it on. Siraj, I think, he backs away, moves around. He's going to be aggressive if he gets hit or bad luck. But, certainly with Natarajan, I'd like them to be trying to dismiss him traditionally.
Starks drives away. He bowls to Natarajan. He gets out of the way. And it goes past the off stump.
Yeah, once again, just not hitting the stumps. The other option is, loopy slow balls.
Yeah.
They're not going to be looking for it. It's funny how I've been talking about it, how I actually want to see these new T20 skills more at test level.
Yep.
To tail, and then when nothing's happening in the middle overs, no swing, no seam. Okay, let's mix it up a bit.
Natarajan does not look like he's likely to hit it. Stark bowls. It's down the leg side. A wasted effort. So Australia's openers will have mixed thoughts about all of this. If the wicket falls now, they've got 25 minutes to negotiate. Australia's batting lineup for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Marcus Harris.
Yeah.
Especially, I mean, Warner's fine, but it would be a nasty little time for Harris.
Surely they're batting, though.
They are. Well,
20 minutes.
It's impossible to think that they wouldn't be. If Australia's quicks don't put the ball on the stumps. Stark in his 23rd over. Strides in and bowls to Natarajan, who defends of an inside edge into his boot. And that might have been going to hit off stump. Maybe.
So a half volley he showed he can hit. That still wasn't a Yorker. It still wasn't a Yorker.
You know, one of the great exponents of the swinging Yorker that in world cricket, one of the best we've seen, is not having a ping at it. The number 11 on strike. Stark bowls to Natarajan. There it is, the Yorker right onto the boot. They say appeal. The umpire says no. Flem says inside edge, a maiden over. 9 for 332 SEN Test cricket for Western Union. Send money around the world.
Oh, well, you sent that one with a lot of pace. And...
With Western Union, you can send money online to bank accounts overseas for zero sender or receiver transfer fee when you pay with Polly.
Outstanding figures!
Download the Western Union app today.
Incredible speed and gone for a big, beautiful zero!
Western Union also makes money from currency exchange.
We've watched the replay for Wagner Vitamins from Chemist Warehouse. Last ball of the previous over, no bat, but it was swinging down leg. Didn't quite nail the Yorker. Flem, but the line wasn't quite right regardless.
He's had a bit of practice, though. He's tried two up there.
Josh Hazlewood bowls to Siraj. It followed him. He plays the uppercut over the top of Tim Payne and over the rope. Short of the rope for 4. So Siraj does have a clear method. It serves him well. He's not going to get badged. He's on the move. He just opened the blade, placed it up over Tim Payne and helps himself to 4.
He's a very proactive cricketer. You know, he should play a lot of test match cricket or international cricket. Because what I'm seeing with the bat here, with confidence, he'll actually get better and better and get himself up the order. And scoring runs.
Hazlewood bowls. Siraj whacks the ball out of the off stump. He's pumped it to deep backward points. Lyon does the fielding. They didn't take the run.
I think on the evidence we're seeing now, I think Siraj has worked it out.
Yeah.
Natarajan's not going to score. So I'm comfortable with this. And he's 13 off 8.
Yep. Being off a couple more boundaries will get out, but don't worry about
They're
the
nasty runs for the Australians too,
so
isn't it?
The lead is now only 33. Every run that gets scored has to be returned with some extra. Siraj comes to the offside this time. He tried to whack it down leg. He was inside it, didn't make any contact.
And this just messes with your head bowling-wise. You know, what is the plan? No doubt he just wanted to pin a tail ender down one end, a few shorter balls, and then the straight one. Whereas if he's bowling short balls now, there's a chance that they'll get hooked or pulled for 6.
Just got to look at a pitch map which said the fast bowling since T had 4 balls hitting the stumps and 86 others scattered around.
A good Yorker here. He's moving around that much. It'll just hit the stumps.
Hazlewood to the moving target that is Siraj. He backs away and he's bowled. Josh Hazlewood gets his 5th and puts a stop to the rocks. Siraj goes for 13 for the second time in the series. Josh Hazlewood can raise the ball But India have done plenty of damage. They post 336 and they force Australia to really drive the game the hard way. Hazelwood finishes with 5 for 57. And that is fierce resistance from the tourists, Damien Fleming.
It was, and even to the end, even the last wicket partnership was annoying. Siraj come out and played his shots, and in the end it was a half volley. It wasn't even a Yorker that rocked off stump. But for Josh Hazelwood, I mean, he's a trump card for the Australians. He's so reliable. If he's not getting wickets, he's still building pressure. Probably 2/3 of the way through his career. He's got a lot of Test cricket ahead of him. I think it's only the second 5-wicket haul by an Australian in the series. So him and Cummins have continued to rise. It's been tougher work for Stark and Nathan Lyon, but they've got a lot of work to do in 2 days' time. So they'll need to rest up, and Australia have to score big, and I think quickly.
Yes, so the lead is only 33. So state of the game, it's sort of draw and then anyone.
Well, it's slightly ahead. Yeah, sorry. It's heading towards a draw because the Australians have to firstly bat well, then get into position to give themselves enough time to get 10 Indian wickets, which they couldn't get in Sydney. There'll be half an hour extra play on both of these days.
Yep.
But they'd still want to be declaring after tea sometime tomorrow.
Yes,
to get enough time.
And that's with weather. So Josh Hazelwood, the leading wicket taker for Alinta Energy, supporting your home team. 5 for 57. Stark 2 for 88. Cummins 2 for 94. Lyon 1 for 65. Green none for 20. Labuschagne none for none. And from India's perspective, Takar 67, Sundar 62. They led the way with a century stand, which is rare for India at the Gabba. All out 336 in reply to Australia's 369. And the openers with 20 minutes work to do. Warner and Harris, we will have you at the Gabba for that. Coming up next on SEN Test Cricket for Western Union. Send money around the world.
Hey, it's Matt McKeldin, and I'm Steve Johnson, and we're the hosts of The Driver's Seat, Australia's #1 motorsport radio show. Each week we go through all the big news stories and chat to some of the biggest names in supercars. Here with Mark Winterbottom, the pump's ready to go. Davey Reynolds here, got a Sonic the Hedgehog phone follow. Jamie Whincup, welcome back to The Driver's Seat. Feels good to be back. Plus you can catch up and get all the exclusive interviews first on The Driver's Seat app. Get radio's #1 motorsport show on your smartphone. Thanks to Kubota, building Australia.
For all of us who love less distractions, love putting the feet up, getting away from it all, camping, caravanning and casting a line along the way. This summer there's a lot to enjoy with Dometic, especially camp chair exercise, aka the act of reaching into your Dometic Control icebox and grabbing a cold one while sitting in your camp chair. Are you with me? Dometic, everything you need for adventures, big or small.
So after 13 years and a total of 4 trips to the actual ocean, it's time to say goodbye to your boat, the land-bound money pit known as the Codfather. And with it go any dreams of one day conquering the sea. Situations like this would break most, but the 3.5-ton brake towing and 2.8-litre turbo diesel engine of your new Hilux 4x4 mean you can farewell this dry dock dinghy fast and stay unbreakable. Awaken your unbreakable with the new Hilux Rugged X. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota. Conditions apply. See toyota.com.au.
G'day, Merv Hughes here for Scott Pack Business Finance. After a long tour, I love coming back to my family home. It's my safe place, separate from work, and that's why I reckon businesses should talk to Scott Pack Business Finance. Scott Pack provides your business funding without needing to use the equity in your home. The secret is using business assets you may not even know you have, like outstanding customer invoices, vehicles and equipment. Keep your home out of the picture. Search for Scott Pack Business Finance. Scott Pack Finance that keeps your business moving.
SEN Test Cricket, Australia versus India. For Western Union, another fast delivery by Western Union. Send money online with our app.
A few cracks, but there's not too much happening there, so hopefully they open up. But lead now and have another bowl later.
It wasn't seen to be a great deal with the new ball happening.
No, just a touch of swing, maybe the nip, but flattens out pretty quickly. So we get through tonight and then we can come back and bat again tomorrow.
Congratulations on your 5 wickets, your own performance. Fantastic 9th time in your career.
Yeah, it's always good bowling here at the Gabba, and apart from the heat probably, but the wicket's obviously nice, and yeah, they're coming out pretty well, so pretty happy.
Josh Hazlewood's 9th 5-wicket haul in Test cricket. They're talking to Fox Cricket during the innings break. Adam Collins and Ian Healy with you at the Gabba. Heels, the final 4 partnerships for India took them from 6 for 186 to all out 336 and even 150. Quite outstanding batting from an Indian lower order who have been quite rightly criticised throughout the series.
Yes, and so even that's improved. It's unbelievable. They're not supposed to be that good, these rookies. So really, really good. They weathered many storms between Pat Cummins, Josh Hazlewood, Mitchell Stark, Cameron Green heated a few up as well. So congratulations to the Indians. Very, very good. And they've, you know, it's not the worst thing for them to be knocked over now. They have a little touchy bowl at the Aussies. This is the bowl that Australia missed out on last night. They had an hour and 15, hour and a half they could have been bowling for when the match was called off. So India get a chance to turn the tables here. It's been a magnificent effort by them, and they're right into it. They look very together. They're very enthusiastic. I'm not so sure about Rishabh Pant. He looks like something from my golf club. He's like, there's that many knee guards and arm guards at a golf club. He's got this big black elbow brace on and short sleeves, not even hiding it.
No. You usually see wicketkeepers in short sleeves to begin with, but that's a debate for another day. Washington Sundar, he made 62 after putting on 123 with Shadul Thakur. He becomes just the 5th man to make a half-century and take a 3-for in Australia on debut against Australia. So, I mean, it just reinforces what a fine all-round effort it's been from the 21-year-old who wasn't even in the Indian Test squad when they were playing in Adelaide a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, they've had a real crack, and that's been the words of Rahane. The attitude and the environment he's been able to set seems to be working very well. Just find some enjoyment. And he is using all his experience to know that if a talent like that, an unknown talent, can find some fun, you know, he'll back that the results aren't the worst. And, gee, what a great debut. Warner and Harris come to the crease. They leave the rope. The Indians in a tight huddle, setting some plans for what? 23 minutes.
Yeah, I reckon we're going to have 21 by the time the first ball is bowled here. So Harris in the first innings was out to a relatively soft shot around the corner for 5. And, of course, Warner nicked off in the first over of the Test match for 1. David Warner has a fine record batting in the 3rd innings of Test matches in Australia, make no mistake. But different circumstances here, knowing that it's not a case of batting a team out of the game. He's target setting. If indeed that's Australia's disposition, they are looking to bat with purpose and potentially set India something on the final day if they're looking towards pulling off what from here would be a tough victory with the draw. Gee, by far the most likely scenario you would think, Ian Healy.
I think if you get 2 good I think all 3 are level. Australia winning, a draw, and India winning.
Okay.
You know, if India nip 1, maybe 2 out here tonight, it's going to be interesting to see if a night watchman's used. 21 minutes, let's say 5, they might squeeze the 6th over in. Left-hander and right-handed Siraj is starting to, with the new ball from the Vulture Street end. They're having a great time out there. Who's number 96? Can you see that? That's Saini. He looks like it's his shape.
Saini's back on the field. That's a great sign. Saini bowled in the nets this morning.
They're giving each other high fives, low fives, and they're having a great time out there.
Good on them. That inexperienced Indian attack who brought so much joy to this summer. So Mohammad Siraj will start from the Vulture Street end. I always find it useful to take a quick look at the WinViz measure at this time of a Test match. So, of course, it's a backward-looking measure. It's not saying this is what will happen. It's saying that using what they do know in the past, they're saying a draw's 64%, Australia winning 23%, India winning 13%. That's quite interesting, seeing that analysis there with Australia carrying a 33-run lead into the 3rd innings, and, of course, they'll get to bowl last. But first things first, they need to bat 3rd.
I'd go 20, 20, 60.
Okay.
I reckon. Lot to do if you're going to win this match by either side.
3 slips in a gully. Marcus Harris on strike. Siraj bowls and Harris leaves his first ball well alone outside the off stump. So players started with 21 minutes remaining. Irrelevant how many overs they suggest will be bowled today. It's purely about time because they're not going to get in the allocated 90, that's for sure. It's been a relatively slow over rate today. So 21 minutes should mean they sneak in. They should get 6 in if they want it, but probably 5.
Well, why not give Sundar one somewhere along the line there, either end? Maybe the 5th one, so you can get your 6th one in.
3 slips the gully. Over the wicket, Siraj bowls and Harris defends into the onside. I wonder whether there is a night watchman padded up, and I wonder if it is the man playing his 100th Test match in Healy. We've seen him be night watchman many, many times before.
Well, I think that would be a good idea. If you were going to use a night watchman, I think he's a good one. Although he's starting to play quite expansively, Nathan Lyon, and he might, fancy himself peeling off a little quick 15 as a night watchman before he gets that job done. But, he's in good touch.
Full cordon. Siraj bowls and Harris defends out to the offside again. Firm call of no, finding the middle of the bat, which will feel good after having failed in the first innings. So the slipped cordon, Pujara, Rohit Sharma, Shubman Gill at third, and the captain Ajinkya Rahane in the gully.
I wouldn't like to be an opening batsman. It's just the pressure you don't need.
That's a timeless tweet, as they say on social media, Ian Healy.
21 minutes that you've got to put up with no one else.
Siraj bowls and Harris leaves on length.
And it could all end in tears. And in their life as an opening batsman, it ends in tears probably 10 times,
Well, we just had Matt Haddin in the box in between stints, and yes, when we made the point that it's not a fun time to walk out, he wasn't disagreeing with us.
No, and normally he'd show a bit more bravado than that, wouldn't he? Like, no, I used to love it. No, he said, no, you're right.
Yeah,
he's not good.
So Siraj.
Those 3 slips are a bit close together.
Yeah, they sure are. Leading this attack, Siraj down the leg side. Harris can't quite catch up with it. It ends up in the gloves of Rishabh Pant, dancing down the leg side.
So Marcus Harris's practice shot there was much better than the one he actually delivered live. Chris Rogers is saying he sort of closed him up, not closed him off, but squared him up side on. So he likes to play more side on than he once was, to sort of make sure he can get across to the offside balls better and not get caught in cover or backward point or gully as much as he used to.
Siraj to complete his over, and again it's well outside the off stump. Harris does not need to play a maiden to begin Australia's second innings. They're none for none.
Montaigne, everybody's talking about Montaigne. And everybody is still talking about the remarkable Hyundai i30 exclusively at Montaigne, Cheltenham and Mount Barker. The Hyundai i30 is a multiple winner of the Australian Car of the Year, and Montaigne has i30s ready for delivery today. Also, Justin and Daryl are giving away $500 free genuine accessories with every Hyundai i30 sold and delivered this month. So remember, everybody's talking about Montaigne.
MED 182170. Natarajan, who picked up 3 for 78 in the first innings of this Test match on debut, will get the new ball from the Stanley Street end. David Warner, 1 in that first innings, was caught at second slip from the bowling of Siraj. Has his opportunity here late in the day. 3 slips in the gully. Natarajan, the left armour, over the wicket, and Warner leaving the first ball outside the off stump.
I wonder what they're onto. Natarajan bowled this end all the time, didn't he? Vulture Street end all first innings, and quite well. Siraj from the other end, they've swapped. It's interesting.
Yeah, I wondered how that's been informed by the way they've seen the pitch just open up a little bit through the course of the day.
Yeah. More inexperience of the Gabba. Now they know what they like, so they'll be better off for this innings if it works, and then next tour they say, hey, I'm down this end.
That didn't carry through to punt, but it did move a fair bit. Natarajan goes again to Warner, who again leaves quite a way outside the off stump. Warner, who's enjoyed his time at the Gabba over the years, averaged 70 here coming into this Test match with 4 centuries, including 1 last year against Pakistan. His return to form after a dismal 2019 Ashes series. 3 three slips the gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. Natarajan, Bowles and Warner. Again, he's able to leave. That's a long way outside the off stump. Needs to find a way to make Warner play here. Wasted delivery.
If he gets it right, it'll be all right because it's swinging. If he starts spearing that in the middle, taking it outside off, it'll be a real handful, especially if Davey doesn't move his feet. He's got to get really definite with forward movement or back and across.
Work to do here, Australia. In their second innings, Natarajan, Bowles and Warner, again, leaving well alone outside the off stump. So, yet to play from four deliveries so far. Decent shape, as you referred to before, but just not getting it on the line of the off stump where Warner will be brought forward and bringing those three slips in the gully into play.
It'd be good now if one didn't swing.
Yes.
Then you get the corridor right, you get your line right, and Warner's got a decision. Is this one going to swing or not swing? You're going to have to play. You get drawn into the shot.
Which is what Josh Hazlewood did so well today, especially early on. Natarajan Bowles and Warner defends out to cover, gets himself a single, gets off the mark. A dive required. Maybe it wasn't required, but David Warner dived anyway, comfortably into his ground. And the throw was off target anyway. Australia get their second innings going, none for one, with one ball to come in the second over. The lead's 34.
Hey, David, remember that groin?
Yeah.
Why are you putting it under so much pressure just to get off the mark? He pushed it into the covers. The fielder had a bit to do there. He was always going to make it, but he's had to make it with a dive at full pace. First run with a groin that a lot of people don't think is 100%.
So last ball of the Natarajan over. Running towards us from the Stanley Street end. He arrives and delivers at Harris, who leaves on length outside the off stump again. The end of 2 overs in the third innings of this test match. Australia lead by 34. SEN Test Cricket for Western Union. Send money around the world. Australia none for one.
Alinta Energy salutes true cricket fans who know that an innie has nothing to do with belly buttons. An overthrow doesn't involve a third world dictator, and a sitter is a catch, not someone you leave the kids with. So for you, catch a great energy deal and score $300 worth of KO Basic on us. Alinta Energy, the team supporting your home team. T's and C's apply. Only whilst on Sports Pack Electricity Plan. Basic plan information documents available at alintaenergy.com.au/BPID.
Adam Collins with you at the Gabba. Ian Healy with me. Our experts for Maccas, the McGribbon Al Macco, are back at Maccas this summer. Mohammad Siraj preparing himself to bowl his second over, and we have a fourth slip. One for the purists. There's 4 slips on the gully. Makes for a beautiful sight at the Stanley Street end of the ground.
See, it's not really a gully either, is it?
It's for a fifth slip.
Yeah, it's fifth slip, and they're covering. There's 5 of them in there covering about as much as 4 should. So they could even spread out and flatten out heaps better and get a lot better span.
It'll make for a nice photo for the snappers beneath us here at the Vulture Street end.
India playing like this. They found quicks that enjoy conditions of Australia. They've got catches that are taking some good catches. They've dropped plenty, but, Rohit Sharma's second slip catch in the first inning was excellent.
4 slips a gully, or 5 slips. Siraj arrives at the crease and bowls to Warner, who's able to shoulder arms. He's been able to do that too often so far, as has Harris. Only had to play a couple of times so far, although it must be said there was some movement back towards the left-hander, but after it passed him. So the job for Siraj is to get Warner playing somehow.
They've got bad line and sexy length.
Yes.
Neither are any good. So this is the third over. It's time to get it right when you've only got 5 or 6 to get through.
134 kilometres an hour, Siraj so far on the way over the wicket. Bowles and Warner again is able to leave. That's not the right line at this time of the day with 12 minutes remaining on the clock.
What a good day.
Oh, fascinating.
What a good day.
We've been blessed through this series, Ian, to have had a number of days that have taken twists and turns. You can't quite get a read on it, and that's the beauty of Test cricket.
Yep. The contest between bat and ball has been spot on.
To think when we arrived this morning, our main point of attention were the cracks on the pitch, and they've barely been part of the conversation through the 80 overs since. Siraj bowls, and pulling through the onside is David Warner, and running out towards the boundary at mid-wicket. Warner's first boundary. That's for Blunston. 150 not out Blunston since 1870. He moves to 5. The lead is 38. Australia none for 5.
He's a better puller from outside off than when it gets at the body. You know, England quite fancy him at the body, short at the body, and he sort of fiddles with it more than, you know, full faces it. That was a ripper, but it was well outside off.
Through the air, but there's a big gap there, so he's entitled to play that shot. Siraj again to Warner, who drives through the offside. He's timed that nicely, David Warner. Will it be back-to-back boundaries? It will. Into the rope in front of us at long off. David Warner moves to 9, Australia none for 9. Back-to-back boundaries, Australia away.
Watch him in the replay on that big screen. He's limping. Warner's limping.
Oh, yes, he is. Now, he's taken his glove off between deliveries, and I suspect over the next day or so, we're going to spend a lot of time not just talking about this test match, but what's ahead for Australian cricket. And it includes 3 test matches against South Africa, and it includes a number of calculations around the World Test Championship, which we might save for tomorrow. But David Warner's groin, it's not right. That much is clear.
Good shot. Good footwork. Good timing.
Around the wicket now, Siraj. And Warner, cut him. Make that 3 boundaries in a row. That's Warner at his best. Striking the ball between gully and point. Racing down to the rope. Warner moves to 13. The lead swells to 46 with 1 ball to come in this Siraj over, but moving to around the wicket did not change the result. 4-4-4, but he does look like, again, Ian Healy, as we see him in the close-up, he's not going well as far as the groin is concerned.
That's what I'm talking about. If you saw a replay of that, he's got a wide stance at the crease, and he just moves his weight between front foot and back foot, doesn't actually move the foot. And he was able to play a cut shot because he got some comfortable widths to swing the hands at.
Our replays for Wagner Vitamins available every day from Chemist Warehouse. Will he go for 4 in a row? Around the wicket, Siraj to Warner defending into the onside. No run is the call. The end of the 3rd over of Australia's second innings there. None for 13. SEN Test cricket for Western Union send money around the world. Now Harris will be the man who is looking to not only get off the mark, but go to bed feeling like he's got a bit of wind in the sails. So when he comes back tomorrow, he'll feel like he can make a positive contribution.
And this is the 19th opener that Warner's had, something like that, partner.
I think they've used 24 different combinations since Chris Rogers retired.
And I reckon at least 22 of them probably thought in this situation, gee, I wish I was him. 13 not out, and I'm nil.
So it's going to be Natarajan to Harris. 3 slips Gully. He arrives and bowls from the Stanley Street end, and Harris is allowed to leave outside the off stump now. Natarajan getting good shape, and that length isn't quite full enough to draw him in to play. Australia lead by 46. So Tim Payne will have some decisions to make at some stage, provided they can get a run on, because the only way they win the trophy is by winning a test match. That much is clear. Natarajan arrives and bowls, and Harris defends. And India, of course, have earned that opportunity. They've earned their position in the series, and of course they won the last time these teams played, even though they don't look like they're taking a negative attitude towards this. They certainly didn't today with the bat, but nonetheless, with 2 days left in the series, they do hold more cards than Australia when you consider what Australia need to do from here. Natarajan arrives and bowls, and Harris, off his hip, doesn't take a single there.
That's the one he's missing a lot, because he's not opening up. You know, you like to get that front hip going around with that shot, and you end up facing where you've played the shot too. Backward square, you know, rotate and swivel with it. He's staying a little too side on. Doesn't matter tonight, but they're easy runs, and that's a little area that he got himself out in the first innings. So he can probably go with that leg side ball much better tomorrow.
Natarajan bowls, and Harris gets himself off the mark past square leg. Takes 1. Oh, they consider a second momentarily. But the throw comes in and they are satisfied with that. None for 14, Harris has won.
Warner was well and truly down the path of a second run then. He might have been 5 or 6 metres into his second, and Harris was deliberating and hesitating, which meant Warner, with that groin, had to do a reasonably quick turn.
That must just be adrenaline and instinct from Warner, looking for the second.
No, I reckon there was nearly 2. I thought there was more likelihood of a 2 there than Marcus Harris did. He gave it no chance.
Natarajan bowls and Warner down the leg side doesn't make contact. So a lot of attention will be on the weather over the next couple of days. I'm sure we'll have our apps out in the morning and seeing whether the weather's coming. Of course, our weather updates for Fujitsu. Escape to the great indoors with Fujitsu, Australia's favourite air. Different opinions from those around the press box as to whether we're going to lose overs tomorrow or not.
You could not believe. Let's tell our Melbourne and Sydney listeners and broadcasters down there, you cannot believe it's going to rain with the weather like it is tonight, eh?
Absolutely glorious.
Beautiful.
Not a cloud in the sky at the Gabba. Natarajan bowls and Warner drives through the slips. Outside portion of the bat. Doesn't go to hand. They come back for 2. It'll be hauled in by Jinka Rahane and they return for a third as well. So Warner completes the over with a 3. He'll retain the strike. He's 16. Australia, none for 17. The attendance here at the Gabba today was 12,777. Not a bad turnout. Supporting this test match as always. And the lead hits 50 with that stroke as well, Ian Healy.
Yep, handy, really handy. Warner didn't run those 3 very well. The bat's like a walking stick. It's not that bad, but it is giving him support. I've never seen him use the bat like that whilst he's run. He didn't run at full pace. He's such a power athlete. A groin injury can be really dangerous for him.
Of course, we're off to the Big Bash after the end of play here. We'll be back at 9:30 tomorrow morning for the start of play, so half an hour early after our pre-game show. 9:30 local time, that is.
Here's Washington.
So it will probably be the final over unless they race through a set here with Washington Sundar, the spinner, who's replacing Mohammad Siraj before the close, as is the custom. Always throw the ball to your spinner before the close, Heels.
Yeah, you do. I would like a bit more invention than, second last over. See how it goes. Sort of throw the cat in there. But yeah, let's see how we go. I can't see that he'll be ineffective with the new ball. As long as he can grip it normally. I'm not sure exactly how he goes, but he can find his length. He can skip on and skid to the pads. Or
2 catching men, a slip and a silly point. Warner's defending the first ball of this final over into the onside. The Australian batsman for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Warner has 16, Harris 1.
I don't see any reason why he wouldn't grip a new ball.
Agarwal, a silly point. Rahane, the slip. Warner again able to defend well forward, blunting that spin. Can't wait to see what the pitch looks like tomorrow morning after another night of baking.
Well, I hope something you two say comes to fruition.
Hey, we were excited this morning.
Yeah.
Sundar bowls and off the back foot is Warner. No run there. Of course, our pitch report is always for Nilex Misting Systems, water like a Nile expert.
I thought we were going to lose the batsman today, down that crack you're talking about.
Rhino was very excited this morning.
No, I haven't even heard what you said.
Sundar bowls and off the back foot. Behind point goes Warner. He's still looking to score. Down towards the rope, but deep backward point. They take a couple. And they return for a third as well. So Warner is 19 from 17 deliveries. Probably the end of his work today, with only 2 deliveries left before the close. Australia now none for 20. The lead is 53. Of course, you'd expect Australia's player of the day, Josh Hazlewood, 5 for 57. His best figures here at the Gabba. The player of the day for Bing Lee, sale of the year now on.
Yeah, congratulations, Josh. He deserved that. He was good. His energy was high right from the word go. He was walking back to his mark with purpose and really got into his work.
2 balls left in the day. Sundar bowls and Harris in right behind it, out to cover, no run. So the final ball, will we see when come up around the bat? Maybe they'll get an extra one in, come to think of it. 1 minute before the close on paper. Last ball of the overs, knocked to backward point. They will race around,
Well, it doesn't matter what they do. It's what the umpires do. Paul Wilson's coming in quite normally, so he thinks it's all right. Oxenford hasn't left that former bowler's end. Yeah,
I think they've earned that opportunity. According to my clock, they've got 35 seconds to be in position, and it's on the clock at the ground. It's also reading 5:29 local time. So Washington Sundar has done a job for his captain there, raced through and over, and gives Natarajan another opportunity to bowl at David Warner. Take two. Now it's the final over. The crowd involved. Natarajan bowls and Warner defends. No runs, the call. 3 slips and a gully.
Let's stay down. So left arm over the wicket from the Stanley Street end to a left-hander. Just stays down. You need to be really careful and efficient with your footwork when you're batting.
Yeah, they did just keep down just a little bit. Looking at it on the replay screen for Wagner Vitamins, available every day from Chemist Warehouse. Australia leading by 53. 4 catches in the cordon. Natarajan, Stanley Street end. Warner defending. No is the call. This final hour, Australia were able to pick up 4 wickets and get themselves an opportunity back in the middle after they broke that big partnership of 123 between Thakur and Sundar, who were quite magnificent. The last hour has been for the TAC. Don't let your luck run out. Drive safely these holidays.
Another photo opportunity coming. 5 slips in there again. They've taken square leg away and put him into the slips cordon. It's full.
Chock-a-block in the cordon. Natarajan on the way to Warner over the wicket, and Warner defends into the onside. No run again is the call. Warner knows what he's doing here. He's had to play the last over out of the day many times across his long test career.
I bet he doesn't remember them compared to the ones where he didn't get through. He's only got, 3 to go. 3 to go. Beautiful evening now.
Gorgeous. Absolutely perfect. 5 slips. Halfway through the last over, Natarajan bowls and Warner doesn't have to play, and that's a wasted delivery. Natarajan is on debut, and he's had a good debut, taking 3 wickets the first time around, but got to put it on the dance floor for Warner at this stage of the day. 2 balls to come.
That's sort of a ploy. That's wasteful with the ball being new, but it's a ploy that might get deployed later in the innings when they're looking to chew time out of the match and keep the Australian run rate down. If that
Natarajan to Warner, he has to play at that on leg stump. He gets himself a single. So Warner's off strike from the penultimate ball of the day. He's 20 from 22 balls. They lead by 54. Australia none for 21. Yeah, we saw the way that Hazelwood especially was able to bowl to such a strict plan early on. It paid dividends. Of course, he was Australia's leading wicket taker today for Alinta Energy, supporting your home team. 5 for 57. Supported by Stark, who picked up a couple. 2 for Cummins as well. 1 for Nathan Lyon. Last ball of the day. A packed slips cordon. Harris on strike and able to leave outside the off stump. Umpire Wilson walks up to the bails, flicks them off. That is time. So Australia, none for 21 and leading by 54 runs. Ian Healy, after negotiating 6 overs in their second innings safely. They made 369 the first time around. They bowled out India for 336. They didn't get the result they wanted this afternoon after having them at one stage 6 for 186 before that big 7th wicket stand that we've talked about between Thakur and Sundar of 123, which was the defining partnership of the day. But they still lead comfortably as we work our way towards the 4th day.
I think India will be very happy with that performance today. A lot less was expected of them than they delivered. The unknown lower order batsman overachieved for everyone's expectations, as you said, but it left the Australians a little hairy half an hour, 21 minutes there to get through. They did well on the back of David Warner, getting them to 21. That is a really good performance. Suspicions that he's done some damage to that groin once again, and that will need to be carefully managed.
Of course, we'll be off to Big Bash Nation in just a moment. It's the Melbourne Derby at the MCG. But first, the fall of wickets in the final session for the Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre. All your sheet metal products, Australian-made, quality guaranteed. After tea, Thacker was the first man to fall in the last session, 467 at last. Patrick Cummins was able to knock him over. At that point, India was 7 for 309. Saini, an entertaining innings from the man who was playing his second test match. Obviously didn't much like the short ball, but he did hang around for a bit. He made 5 before Smith caught him from the bowling of Hazelwood for 5.
That was a hard work 14 balls.
Yes,
they really went at him, and he resisted for 14.
Sunday was the penultimate man to fall. He made 62. He was quite outstanding, as I said before. The fifth man to take 3 wickets and make a 50 on debut in Australia for an opposing team. He was caught by Green in the gully from the bowling of Mitchell Stark. At that point, they were 9 for 328. And the last man to fall, Mohammad Siraj, bowled by Josh Hazelwood for 13. All out 336. Hazelwood 5 for 57. Stark 2 for 88. Cummins 2 for 94. The other wicket taker, Nathan Lyon, 1 for 65. Not a day the Australian bowlers will look back on with much fondness, it must be said. But again, Josh Hazelwood, he reinforces time and again why he's one of the true modern greats of Australian bowling.
Yes, it's extremely good. As you said, no one's faster and more accurate in a combination than Josh Hazelwood. Both of those qualities were on show today. Right from the word go, he got most of his lines, lengths, bowled to his field placings better and done much better than the others in the attack. Patrick Cummins showed glimpses, especially early. Mitchell Stark, very inconsistent, had trouble with the footholes or the bowling crease, and his shoe not gaining any traction to give him balance over the top of that front leg. And Nathan Lyon, I thought, was well down on where he needs to be and where he will need to be if they bowl in that second inning.
Thank you, Ian Healy. So Australia, none for 21 at the close. Warner has all but one of those, 20 from 22 balls. Marcus Harris, 1 from 14. That lead is 54. When we return to the Gabba for the 4th day tomorrow, Australia have work to do. There's no doubt about that, but their openers are still in the middle. Up next, Big Bash Nation. It's the Melbourne Derby live from the MCG with John Donahoe and Darren Berry. The Stars against the Renegades.